best practices in pediatrics from newborn to adolescents. It is our great honor and privilege to have all of you here today. We have almost 200 participants registered, so that's a huge achievement for us. Before we get any further, we'll just show you a few videos of our first and second pediatric symposium, which we held here in the past year. So over to you. just a glimpse of what we had in the first two sessions, and we're hoping that this one will be just as exciting. We hope that the lectures today will be thought-provoking and, of course, practice-changing. That's part of our title today. So for the opening remarks, if I can call Dr. George Jerian, our Corporate CEO and Chief Medical Officer, to get the symposium started.
I'm not quite sure what the opening remarks should be, but I can tell you, more than just being your Chief Medical Officer, I'm a pediatrician myself, a neonatal pediatrician. So I've got a vested interest to make sure that this symposium has a lot of energy and excitement and knowledge sharing that goes around by the end of the day. As you can see, this is Pediatric Symposium 3.0. For those of you who have not attended the first two symposium, we have created this with an anchor speaker in each of these symposiums, and the anchor speaker usually comes down from Mayo Clinics. And today we have in our presence Professor Fischer. He will be sort of, I think you're giving two talks today. So, but he's available for you to sort of interact, share ideas, and learn from the experts in the field here. Now, I just want to say a couple of things before I get out of the way and let the symposium start. And the first thing is to remind all the young pediatricians here, please don't attend a symposium if it is just for your CME. One of the things as an elder pediatrician I'd like to share with everybody is that learning is a lifelong journey. I did not realize this when I was a young pediatric resident and I became a young pediatric attending. We thought, oh, by the time you finish your exams and becoming an attending, that's it, you know it all. But then I realized that your learning actually begins when you become an attending and you have to take the responsibility of making difficult diagnoses, talking to parents, and then some of your patients are patients for life. And I want to sort of frame for you two incidences that framed my journey during my pediatric career. It's possibly nearly 40 years since I first trained in pediatrics, so it's a long career. And I will start off with a neonatal story, and then I will finish up with an adult story or a pediatric story that is a huge problem today. And the neonatal story begins something like this. August 4th, a 35-week-old male newborn was born in Boston. And this happened to be born to the then President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. And this was a 35-weeker. Unfortunately, this 35-weeker developed what we now call respiratory distress syndrome. And this baby was admitted in the best center in the United States, Boston Children's is the place. This baby was admitted there, and after 2 days, despite everything that they did, the baby died. And they said, sorry, the baby's got this condition called hyaline membrane disease. There is no effective treatment for this, and the only therapy is oxygen therapy. Some babies survive, some babies don't. But this was a 35-weeker that died, happened to be the son of the then President of the United States. So he said, we need to do something in terms of research to find the bottom reason for this and what we can do to prevent unnecessary premature death of babies. 3 months after this baby was born, John F. Kennedy himself was assassinated. Okay. However, 1959, 3 years before this baby was actually born, Avery and Mead, two researchers in Boston, had actually defined the pathophysiology of hyaline membrane disease in premature babies. And yet, it was a research paper that was buried in the literature, and no one thought more about it as babies developed RDS and died all over the world. But as soon as John F. Kennedy's baby died, there was a lot of research money poured into the NIH, and research began in defining what this disease was and how it could be cured. And I was a young resident training in pediatrics, and I had then moved into neonatology, and then became the chase of the golden grail in the discovery of surfactant. We knew that it was the deficiency of pulmonary surfactant that caused hyaline membrane disease, but there was no way to actually treat it. And it was Fujiwara in 1980 who was training in Boston that went back to Japan and then tried the bovine extract of cow's lungs and infused it into babies, 10 babies, and 10 of these babies survived. And that was the beginning of the journey to discover surfactant therapy for babies. And I went through pretty much every early trial of the use of surfactant. I was initially in Toronto, then I was in London. The early Curasurf trials, the early Exosurf trials, these were the early generation surfactants. And today, the survival of extremely low birth weight babies are reaching close to 80%. Extremely low birth weight are babies that are born under 1,500 grams. So this has been a whole metamorphosis and a journey that happened from the death of a very important baby. I will finish off by talking about another disorder that was first described in 1943 by two British pediatricians, Martin and Bell. They saw a pattern of handicap in children and young adults that they began to notice in families. And then they didn't know what this disorder was. This disorder later was defined in 1991. The cause of the disorder was actually identified in 1991 in Netherlands, and the Fragile X syndrome was actually born. The Fragile X syndrome. The Fragile X syndrome today is the single largest cause for the autism spectrum disorders that you as pediatricians see all over the world. And Fragile X has 3 different mutations, a submutation, an expression of the gene, and a total expression of the gene that results in the various spectrums of how the ASD spectrum actually presents to us as pediatrician and as adolescent specialist. So what I'm telling you today is, as we sit and listen to the various topics, what is going to define the future for pediatrics and for young pediatricians today is that genomics and pharmacogenomics is going to define the way we're going to treat our patients in the future. There is usually a lag of about 20 to 25 years before we have a syndrome described and before we really find the genetic determinants of what makes that syndrome a syndrome. Even though the syndromes are named by the people who described it, there is a definite genetic mutation that underpins most of these disorders. So as you spend the day today, please keep your hearts and minds open, because if you have a closed heart and a closed mind, learning never happens. The more humble you are, the greater you will learn. And I can tell you, in my 40 years pediatrics journey, I learned more today than I learned maybe 25 years ago. 25 years ago, I was a young, arrogant neonatologist. I thought I could walk on water and do everything for babies. But today, I realized that the knowledge is so explosive and vast that I myself cannot understand the genetic details and the variants that underpin most of the diseases that we see in pediatrics. So I'm just giving you a taste of what the future of pediatrics is going to be, and it indeed is an exciting future. So with that, welcome all of you, both speakers and attendants to the Pediatric Symposium 3.0. I hope you will be inspired and energized, and then take what you learn into your practice. At the end of the day, what matters is how you practice the bedside with your patients. So thank you and welcome.
I'd just like to get you back up on stage, because we will present the trophies and the Speaker Certification Appreciation Awards now itself, just before we get everything started. So if we can have Dr. Phil Fischer as our guest here today.
What we normally do is we are doing this in reverse order. We are handing out the certificates right at the beginning of, so that people don't have to hang around. Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed Salman. Dr. Thal Al-Jishi. Dr. Faiza. Hey there. Dr. Faiza.
Okay, good. Good enough. Thank you.
Dr. Marcella. Dr. Vanita. Dr. Farah.
Emergency room. Pediatrician.
Dr. Jamila.
It's funny when our pediatricians are called, I know exactly where they're trained. So he was Birmingham Children's Hospital. So I know exactly where they're trained. So I believe that. Kim's Trivandrum.
And Dr. Athar.
The doctor of medicine is neonatology.
And Dr. Brahmra, if we can have you up as well.
Thank you, Dr. Bramra.
Last but not least.
I don't know her. Thank you.
Okay, so that's also, yeah, we're done. If we can get a group photo with all the speakers and then all the delegates as well, please, so we can get all that done before we leave. Oh, okay. Speakers first, and then we'll do all the delegates after that. Speakers first, please. And if we can invite all the delegates later. Okay, we'll do it at the lunchtime. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. With that, I'd just like to invite Dr. Brahmra to keep on stage. Or did she run off to? I think she'll be coming back. Oh, right here. Okay. Dr. Brahmra will chair our first session today. She is a consultant pediatrician here in King Hamad American Mission Hospital with over 29 years of experience, both as a consultant pediatrician. She has done her MD Pediatrics from India and the MRCP Pediatrics from the University of Edinburgh. So welcome, Dr. Brahma, to chair the first session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sana. And a warm welcome to all the delegates and the speakers. Welcome to the Pediatrics Symposium 3.0. We'll get started right away, and I have all the pleasure to invite Dr. Fischer onto stage. Dr. Phil as he's called, received medical and pediatric training in the United States. He studied tropical medicine in Liverpool, England, and then practiced, taught, and studied general pediatrics in Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, for 6 years. An academic general pediatrician, he has been with the Mayo Clinic since 1999 and was based at Sheikh Shagbougt Medical City in Abu Dhabi, UAE, from 2020 through to 2023. He has co-authored over 200 peer-reviewed papers and serves as an associate editor for 3 medical journals. He is a co-editor of the American Academy of Pediatrics textbook of global child health, wrote Tired Teens, Understanding and Conquering Chronic Fatigue and Postural Orthostatic Tachycardia Syndrome, and is currently writing Adolescent Medicine in the Middle East. We look forward to that. Principles, Perspectives, Practices. Publication is anticipated in 2025. Dr. Phil's research spans the globe and the breadth of pediatrics. He helped identify congenital malaria as an important problem affecting survival in African children. He worked with a team to establish calcium deficiency as a cause of nutritional rickets in Nigeria and Bangladesh, and has helped further elucidate the pathophysiology and management of deficiencies of both calcium and vitamin D. He is involved in studies of thiamine deficiency in Southeast Asia, focusing on adolescents in recent years. Phil is also studying the pathophysiology, management, and outcomes of postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Currently, he is Professor Emeritus of Pediatrics at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, USA. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Phil. The floor is yours.
You are special. For decades now, I've heard about the great work done at the American Mission Hospital, and I've wanted to come visit here. I've heard about the good things going on in Bahrain. I had a friend who was an administrator and a surgeon at this hospital system for years, and I wanted to come. I figured that during my 3 years in Abu Dhabi, it would be easy to visit, but there was something called COVID that happened and interrupted travel, and then a few other things came along. So the first time I was in the country was for 1 hour, 5 months ago, when I had a layover and got to step through the immigration line so I could meet with Dr. Deepak Abraham and hear more about this hospital. And now I got to be here, and it's very special for me to see such a special group of people. On my drive from the airport to the hospital here yesterday evening, I asked the driver, what is it that makes this a special place? His answer surprised me. He said, love. He said patients know here that they're cared for, that they're loved, and that makes a difference in outcome. That's true for neonates and their families, it's true for children, it's true for adolescents. It comes back to what Dr. George told us. He hopes we're stimulated in our hearts and our minds today. It's the attitude as well as the knowledge that makes a difference. So for this first demonstration of my trouble handling technology, we'll go this way. All right, sorry about that, thank you. So I'm grateful to be here. And what we're going to be able to look at is adolescent medicine. I'll admit that I have a bit of an ulterior motive. With a couple colleagues from the Mayo Clinic, we have not yet finished writing this book that Springer Publishing will be putting out next year. And I'm open to input from you all that can help us make that a better and more useful book about the topics we're talking about today, as well as whatever else that relates to adolescence. I'm happy to hear from you all as the day goes on. But it comes down to our approach. Teenagers can tell if they're going to like what we tell them just as we get started. They can be very perceptive to know if they're going to relate to us and they're going to trust us. And some of you have not been dealing with teenagers much because here pediatrics stops in the early to mid-adolescent years. In the United States, it goes up to about age 20. But what matters is having an approach, having a general way to deal with patients. And I'm going to suggest that to deal with the younger and middle and even older adolescents, we need to humbly understand where they are in life. We need to happily encourage them to where they're going in life. And then we can helpfully apply some techniques that will help them. So most of the sessions today are going to be tangible, practical, interventional talks and information. Now we're going to talk more about tangible, practical, heart attitude kinds of approaches to what we can do with adolescents. We'll talk about what adolescence is, who the adolescents are, how they can tell whether we're into them or not, and that our goal is going to be to provide something that they can sense is going to be useful to them. And then we'll talk about some proven techniques that we can use helpfully. You special people. How many of you have cared for an adolescent within the last month? I like that. At home, he asked. That's very interesting to me. So it's a minority of the group here. And that's because, as I understand it, pediatrics doesn't go very far into the teenage years here, but that's in the process perhaps of changing. But this will be useful for all of us, I think, as pediatricians at home and at clinics and in the hospital. How many of you consider, if you see an adolescent on your schedule, how many of you say, wow, this is great? And then the second question will be, how many of you say, uh-oh? How many think this is great to see adolescents? 2 of you, 3 of you. And how many think, uh-oh, this is kind of scary? Now that's fascinating. Some of the same people raise their hands both times. Dealing with adolescents can be exciting and positive, and it can also be a bit scary. But in this country and in this region of the world, pediatrics is growing in age, and we'll be seeing more. So what's the adolescent's view? How does an adolescent view the process of adolescence? It's often seen as a long and frustrating process that for the patient is both scary and exciting. They're going to think tangibly about puberty, acne, insecurity, peer pressure, and getting along. These are scary things for a patient going through, for a person going through all of that. My own personal view, having raised 5 children through their adolescent years and having dealt with thousands of adolescent patients over the years, is that adolescence is an exciting phase of life during which a foundation is laid for a future as a well-adjusted, productive adult. Adolescents are on a journey. It's an adventure with all the theatrical drama and comedy and tragedy and triumph and everything together. And there's an outcome that we want for adolescents, and that outcome is that something good will have happened so that we can produce that well-adjusted adult that's contributing favorably to society. In North America, many of my patients say, oh, I just want my child to be happy. Is that common here as well? I actually think that's a limited view, my biases I'll admit to you. I think just having a happy child is not necessarily great. Happiness for some adolescent boys is playing with their thumbs on a video monitor all day long. That's not bad, but that might be their most happy time, and there might be something more in life. And in addition to the brief happiness, I think we as physicians should be building our patients to grow to be well-adjusted adults contributing favorably to society. So it should be a productive process. The definition of adolescence is whatever we want to make it be. Something around beginning of puberty years until adulthood. Many people will say from about age 10 to about age 20. Some will say from the onset of puberty until they're independent in life. Welcome to the Middle East. Nobody's going to be independent. We believe in community and family. We don't want to kick patients out when they turn 18. So adolescents can have different ideas, but it's a process during which the individual will develop what I call the 3 I's: an identity, some independence, and a sense of importance. As pediatricians, we can focus on that when we help patients through this journey. We're seeing somebody go from being an undifferentiated child to a unique identity of who this person is. Someone moving from total dependence for structure, for food, for warmth, for shelter, to someone who's tasting independence and making their own decisions and their own choices. We see someone journeying from seeming insignificance, just a kid, some would feel like, to this sense of importance as this individual with an identity and importance and their own sense of burgeoning independence. So adolescence is a process. What do we mean by this identity stuff? The teenager is asking, who am I? Am I an athlete? Am I a scholar? Am I a musician? Am I a craftsperson? Am I calm or dynamic and excitable? Am I gentle or aggressive? The person is developing their character and their sense of who they are. We as clinicians, when we see an adolescent, whether we're seeing them for what some would call an adolescent issue, or we're seeing them for a sore throat or a tummy ache or diarrhea, we can keep in mind that we are touching that life to impact their future. We're touching the adolescent to help produce an adult. So when we see an adolescent, for whatever the clinical scenario is, we might seek more information to get to know them, to show respect for them by asking about their identity. And then by getting information, we can help guide that identity. We can hear when they say, oh, you like football? So what are you going to do with that? How are you pursuing that? What are your workouts like? Who are your football friends? We can help them sense this idea of they're becoming someone in relationship to others. And how will that fit into your future? What do you like? Oh, I like video games. What's your favorite game? Oh, cool. I don't know that game. Or whatever it is, we can try to bond with them. But then how is that going to fit into your future? Questions showing interest that are also going to paint the picture of you are moving toward the future. How are you going to work with these interests to develop? Good clinicians, as we're seeing patients, will ask questions and show interest in a way that demonstrates what we could call a journey mentality. The patient is on a journey going through a process of becoming their own self, developing their identity. And then in our clinical documentation, was that a bad word? Clinical documentation? Some of us struggle with the processes of the electronic medical record, but we can sneak in a few words that will remind us the next time we see the patient, oh, I'm going to ask about, how did that test go you were studying for? Are you still interested in drawing? Whatever it might be. And then we can update, pointing again to that process that the patient is going through. Independence. How do I fit in? How does this individual fit in with family, with friends, with authorities, whether teachers or governmental authorities? How does the patient fit in with God? The patient as an adolescent is going from whatever to who am I and how do I fit into the world as I'm going to be emerging? The adolescent years are given a sense of developing independence, and we're going to ask them about relationships. So how are you doing with your family? What does your father think you should do about that? What do you do on your own? How do you make decisions? We're going to ask questions that help guide them and point out to them by our questions that relationships are important. We're going to model interest in them becoming an independent individual. We're going to say, wow, you did that yourself? This is not like the 2-year-old who wants to tie their shoes themselves, but maybe it is like that 2-year-old because we can say, so how did you do that? And then how did you respond when the person did that to you? Wow, you sorted that through yourself. We can encourage that independence that they're developing. And then we can affirm and we can encourage all this progress. The patient is going, the person is going from self-focus to others focus. From me to us, community, family, and how they get along with others. As we deal, even in a simple, quick medical visit, about an acute problem, we can be modeling this. And we can be helping them sense importance. We can show them that they really matter. We can show them that we notice and we care for them. We can focus on the adolescent more than just the adult in the room. We can ask the patient the questions, even if the parents are there, showing that we care about their answers and we want to hear from them. We can be modeling that they are important and they matter. I have seen patients, 12, 13 years old in a Middle Eastern setting, when I ask them questions and they think, oh, nobody ever talks to me, ask my family. We're going to help them be merging through that. I had a mother who saw me talking and she said, oh, this is so great. You're asking her the questions instead of me. You're helping her become independent. I think that's so good because that's the way it should be. And then the mother talked for 5 minutes. The mother was struggling to let me talk to the patient, even though she knew it was the right thing. We're going to savor the small revelations that the patient expresses. We're going to see their interests and their desires, and we will affirm them in a positive way that's going to help them grow into a good direction. I use nicknames with patients. If I have to put a patient on iron for iron deficiency, I might say, oh, you're strong. You are the iron woman. Some people like superheroes. And so we can say, oh, you are Superman, the way you show interest in other people to be helpful. We can link something about the patient's world with something we see in them, and then we can document so we remember to use the same nickname for the patient the next time. Patients like that. They like that, yeah, I am kind of strong like Iron Woman. Yeah, I am like Superman and I care to help other people. We can be encouraging that sense of importance in positive directions as this person emerges as an adult. Okay, simple practical example. Inpatient rounds, we're with a team and we're seeing an adolescent that had a traumatic finger amputation. Nobody's thinking about all this attitude, feeling, approach stuff, except us. We will, because we see this patient not just as an amputated finger, we see this patient as a person, an adolescent. So we might be introducing the patient to the rest of the team on rounds. And we might say, oh, this is Mohammed with the really strong arms. Much better to start that way. It's obvious we're here for something else, but pointing out the positive about him as he's developing an identity. Or it might be this is Fatma with a really great smile. Or this is so-and-so who really cares about cats. Whatever it's going to be, we can say something true that's not changed by their acute clinical situation. And then we can say, well, did you look at that? Mohammed's already figured out how to button that shirt. We can point out positive things, not this loser's missing a finger, but look at this, he's learning how to do things already, showing some independence. And then we can give him importance for the self that's there and say, wow, this is Mohammed, he wants to be a biomedical engineer. And we can see people's faces light up like, yeah, I'm going to be all right in life. And all these people on this inpatient team are hearing about it. Getting the idea? If we're thinking about the adolescent as a person on a journey, that's going to affect what we do. 70% of patients, adolescents or otherwise, who come for bothersome symptoms end up with a clear structural diagnosis based on history, physical, and maybe test findings. 30% of patients, adolescents this is true as for adults, have bothersome physical symptoms with nothing specific to give a diagnosis in history about an organic structural problem, with no physical findings on exam that are abnormal, and with no abnormal test results. So what's going on? If a teenager says, I have terrible headaches, and everything else about the story is negative, what's going on? Some doctors think reassurance is the answer to make the patient happy, and they say, oh, we checked you out and you're fine. There's nothing wrong with you. Which to the patient says, well, I've missed school for 3 days with this terrible headache, and you're telling me it's all in my head. Okay, the headache's all in the head. But you're telling me I'm faking it, or there's nothing wrong. I know there's something wrong. I feel bad. Or I can't walk, or I can't eat, whatever it is. Saying you're fine is going to deny their identity and their credibility, and it's going to make them feel unimportant. Some of us like to look at these two sorts of things as structural problems and functional problems. Some are problems of a body part that's tangibly affected in a way we can find evidence of, big liver, elevated inflammatory markers, whatever it might be. But some patients don't have those abnormalities and they have function problems where the body is just not behaving right. not the patient, but the body is not working right, sensing pain, sensing fatigue, whatever it might be. So we might think of things as structural or functional. Some people have the old-fashioned idea that functional means not real and they're crazy. I'm talking about body part problems that are identifiable versus body coordination, usually nervous system involved problems for which we don't find many physical findings. There's an article about this written a few years ago in Pediatrics in Review about how to deal with adolescents in particular, especially those with these problems of physical functioning without structural abnormalities. But this relates to all pediatric patients anyway. Some would say it's really a three-part thing, where it could be structural or functional or psychiatric. Body pieces identifiably altered versus body systems are not coordinated and regulating right versus thought processes are psychiatrically impaired and they're not thinking right. We can think of these different types of conditions, which all might have abdominal pain. Inflammatory bowel disease is structural and identifiable with testing. Irritable bowel syndrome is real, but not associated with other physical exam findings, but it's a function problem of the intestines not working right, versus delusional infestation or delusional parasitosis, where the patient senses tummy problems because they're delusional, they're not thinking right. Structural, functional, psychiatric. Following the thought? If we see patients and their diseases that way, it helps as we talk. Functional disorders, the body parts are structurally normal, the body parts are not working well together, the nervous system's not coordinating it. And that accounts for much of the pain and fatigue and abdominal symptoms that we see in teenagers. So if we feel intimidated seeing we're about to see a 13-year-old girl with abdominal pain, and then we don't find any hormonal gynecologic issue, we don't need to feel intimidated because we can realize some things are functional. It's the body parts that aren't working right, even if the tests are normal, and there are still treatments and ways that we can help them. Common functional disorders, this is from that article I mentioned in Pediatrics in Review. There are the functional neurologic symptom disorders, everything from non-epileptic seizures to episodic hyporesponsiveness or functional fainting to a functional gait disorder. The functional gastrointestinal disorders, which have now been renamed disorders of brain-gut interaction. Chronic pain, whether it's migraines or other kinds of pain. Chronic fatigue syndrome or chronic fatigue. These are problems of function that are fairly common in adolescence, and these are the problems that are going to puzzle other doctors that keep saying, I can't find anything wrong, and we'll say, that's because you're looking at structural things. Let's broaden our thoughts to consider function problems. So how do we talk about all this with patients? In fact, the ways we talk to patients with functional disorders are the same ways we should be talking to any patients. This is, again, a table from that article, and I can get copies if anybody wants it. How do we connect with the patient? Validate, affirm, and then share something with them. The way we interact with the adolescent is the make or break point in how they're going to recover. If we say, okay, what's wrong? How long have you done? Well, aren't you doing? We can quickly, in about 3 seconds, put them down and make them feel bad with our history taking, as opposed to, whoa, that sounds miserable. I've seen patients when I say, whoa, that sounds miserable, say, oh, you believe me. Nobody else believed how bad I feel. And that's part of the healing process. How else do we concentrate on what we can do? Help patients understand. Adolescents can be pretty intelligent. We can explain using science, using statistics, using stories to help them understand what's going on with their body. They don't want just big words, but they want understanding, and they can use their mind to understand. And then as we communicate, let them know that we believe them. We've all seen patients, I think, that have seen somebody else who said, oh, your tummy hurts. Oh, well, I don't find anything wrong with you, so go get over it. That might not help them very much. We need to believe that it's real and then be smart enough to figure out what we can do to help that non-structural problem. I've asked patients what it takes to get better, and they've said, oh, you believed in me. And I still don't know quite what that means, but patients can sense what it means to be believed. They've also told me that humor makes a difference. I don't know if I'm funny enough to figure that out, but there are ways we can communicate with adolescents. So as we think about all this communication, we're talking about believing and trusting and helping patients through things. And that almost always works. The caveat is there are two situations where it doesn't work because their thought processes are altered. Patients with addictions, opioid or whatever, cannot always be trusted and believed because their mind is not thinking right about what they need. And secondly, patients with eating disorders have altered perceptions and altered thought processes. I had a boy who had lost about 40 kilograms who came to me because he wasn't losing enough weight, he was thin, and he wanted me to give semaglutide to help him lose more weight. Our first visit was great because he sensed that I believed and I trusted and I wanted to work with him and I thought I could help. The second visit, when he realized that I was not going to give him the prescription he wanted so he could get even more pathologically skinny with his eating disorder, then he just didn't want anything to do with me. It can be a challenge, and sometimes with some situations, and we'll mention eating disorders briefly this afternoon, sometimes we're not going to buy all the trust, but we still need a plan to help patients get better. Okay, closing, two quick things that we can do. Does anybody know what ACT and ACT and CBT are? Do you know those terms? So I've learned them from my psychologist friends. Some of you know about them. ACT is acceptance and commitment therapy. For a while, at one point in my life, I was getting frustrated because I was spending a couple hours a day writing prescriptions for diapers and formula and feeding tube supplies. Patients came in because in that setting their insurance would pay for those things if they got a doctor's order and prescription every month for that. And it took a lot of time to sort through the electronic medical record system and do that, and I was getting frustrated. Arrogantly and wrongly, I was thinking, did I train and get experience as a pediatrician to write prescriptions for diapers? Amazon has a better system to do that than what we've got here. And I was feeling frustrated, and then I finally realized I just have to accept that's the way it is. And once I accepted, and I said, okay, here comes a patient that wants to, what kind of diapers do you want? How many do you want? How can we help? It was amazing. This was in a Middle Eastern setting. The first week I changed my attitude, and I would see a patient with developmental delay that needed diapers and feeding tube supplies. Once I had changed my attitude and stopped being grumpy about what I had to put up with, I had mothers telling me, oh, thank you. One said, I love you. Whoa, I don't know everything about the Middle East like you do, but to have a woman in the local culture tell me she loved me when I had just met her, it turned things around. There was no romance involved. We can relate to patients and families in a way. I realized after all this, what had I done? I had accepted I have a situation I don't like. I committed myself to the next step about stop being grumpy and do something nice for somebody today. And I had done ACT on myself. That's what ACT is, and it helps our patients initiate initial recovery. We accept the reality of a bad situation, we accept that we can't change it, and we commit ourselves to specific tasks that can help us move on toward our goals. Patients can do that. How do they adjust to, I'm going to miss my test because I broke my leg and I need an operation? Okay, here's what we can do to accept it. What's our next step that we can do to help grow through this problem and recover in the long run? So we can help patients as we do this ACT stuff, and if it works for me for prescribing diapers, it can help our patients as they get through things. CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy. That's good for patients that are continuing to struggle with a physical issue and they haven't been able to emerge from it. Often it's with a functional problem as opposed to structural. Sometimes there are emotional, depression, anxiety entanglements with it. The structural problem is healed if it was there, but the patient is still down and not getting better. Chronic fatigue would be an example of this. With cognitive behavioral therapy, cognitive cognition, brain, mind, we get the brain back in charge of the body. So cognitive behavioral therapy is we have the patient use the brain to make the body better. As one physician, a neurologist in India told me, he said, well, just tell them to let the brain be the master and not the slave. So let the body be the slave to the brain instead of the brain saying, oh, my body feels bad, I have to lie around and complain. We let the body work for our mind. We start that by extinguishing injury-related or illness-related behaviors. We continue by telling positive truths to recognize our limitation, to redefine the situation, and then to let the patient reward themselves for what's going on. All right, we've talked about an approach to adolescence. Take-home messages are there of what we've talked about. Thank you all very much. And my email is with the slides if you want the slides, and you'll be able to reach me by WhatsApp if you want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phil. So I now have the pleasure to invite our next speaker, Dr. Mohammed Salman. Dr. Mohammed Salman is a specialist pediatrician from the American Mission Hospital. He has 24 years of experience in child healthcare and healthcare management. He has a master's in healthcare management from RCSI. He's chaired several local conferences and also been a speaker in international conferences. He's going to be presenting on management of obesity in children, role of AI. All yours, Doctor.
Good morning, and thanks, Dr. Bamara, for a nice introduction. And I will continue what Dr. Phil is talking about, the concern of the adolescents. I think weight is one of the important things that taking the attention of the adolescents and the children, especially the adolescents. And we always, and the pediatrician, seeing the kids and children when they came, they are concerned about the weight and the food, and also the family. Since they have an newborn babies, they start asking about the food and how they can manage the general health of their babies. I will talk about the role of AI. And before I'm starting, I just want to ask, what is the AI? Artificial intelligence? Yeah. Actually, in healthcare, we are talking about augmented intelligence, which is an role of AI to assist and also to help the human intelligence. So it is not an artificial that replaces the human intelligence. By the way, this month I'm turning my first year in the American Mission Hospital, and I am happy that I joined such amazing organization. And always these two pictures attract my attention when I see these two pictures, which is showing the transformation of the hospital during the last 120 years. And even the obvious picture is showing different, but both of these buildings representing the modest building reflecting to its time. And what is remaining unchanged is the commitment to provide the best practice to the patient and the patient-focused services. And this is why our theme today is about promoting best practice in pediatrics. I will talk through my talk about the introduction and the traditional management of obesity and what is the role of the augmented intelligence as part of AI in managing obesity. The body mass index is the golden tool that we are using to measure the weight and to identify the overweight and obesity. It is simple and cost effective for classifying individual of weight, useful for rapidly screening, but there is a limitation also. It cannot detect the muscle mass, bone density, and the fat distribution. So again, it is leading to potential misclassification. In general, the World Health Organization defined overweight as a BMI for age and sex that is more than one standard deviation above the growth reference median, which is almost across approximately the 85th percentile, while the obesity is defined as BMI for age and sex more than 2 standard deviation of the growth reference median, which is corresponding to the above 95th percentile. And this is the graph that's showing the percentile. The area which is green is the normal weight, and the overweight is the yellow, while the red is the obesity. Again, obesity is a complex and it is a multifactorial syndrome influenced by main two factors, which is the genetic factor and the epigenetic. These two factors play a role in the balance of the energy balance between the intake and the calories out. And once this balance is affected, then either we get underweight or overweight and obesity. And once obesity happens, then there will be a risk to have diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular, and depression. Here we are talking about the most risk factor, which is representing the epigenetic. With genetic, we have no role to play at time beings, but we are consider the epigenetic, which is the risk factor. Like the diet, sure, taking a high caloric diet will be increasing the fat deposition and lead to obesity. The lack of exercise, again, will be decreasing the energy expenditure, so it will lead to obesity. Family factor, a child will born to a family, obese family, sure will have the higher risk to have obesity. Psychological factor, personal, parental, or family stress will increasing the chance to developing obesity. Socioeconomic factor, a family who have limited access to the supermarket, maybe go to frozen food, and this will be increase the susceptibility of obesity. Here are some of the key facts that published by the WHO is around in 2022. 1 in 8 people in the world were living with obesity, so it is high rate. We have 2.5 billion, around 43% overweight adults. 890 million of them are living with obesity. And children, we have 390 million overweight, and including 160 are obese. And the problem is with the also under 5 age, in which we have 37 million overweight kids. This map is showing the prevalence of obesity by WHO in 2022, and it's clear showing that our area is the red zone, in which we have more than 40% of overweight and obesity. The projection of obesity for the coming 10 years, it's showing that it will be like doubled. If we see in 2020, we have 260 million obese, overweight children, and it will be jumped to 390 in 2035. While in obesity, we have 170 million, which will be jumped in 2035 to 380. So from 22% of the children will jump to 39% in 2035. Again, if we are looking for the sex variation, we can see for the boys, it will be 10% in 2020 have an obesity, and it will jump to 20%. And for the girls, it will be from 8% to 18%. This is why it is a growing concern about the obesity. It is leading to early onset of disease. It have a big economic burden. It's lead to public health challenge, long-term health risk, and also social and psychological impact. Obesity was leading to a major complication, so it is not an easy problem. The most important complication is early onset of type 2 diabetes, the high cholesterol and leading to high blood pressure, breathing problem like the sleep apnea, fatty liver, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, polycystic ovary, and musculoskeletal concern like the joint pain. Also, it leads to social and emotional complication where the child with obesity are experience tease and bullying by their peers. So our treatment is not only to decrease the BMI, but it should be go for limiting the comorbidity, improving the quality of life, enhancing self-image, and other goals related to the holistic care. The treatment of overweight and obesity for children focus should be either to maintain weight or to starting reducing the weight for obese children. And the total daily intake for calories for children and adolescents is depend on the, again, age, sex, and also the physical activity. Those who's active maybe need more calories, and those who's less active need high calories. And this is the median. Those who have medium activities or daily activities, they need these calories per day. And the breakdown of the caloric intake is representing by protein 10 to 35%, fat 20 to 35, and carbohydrate 45 to 65%. This is the American Academy of Pediatrics first clinical practice guideline, and it is just recently published, this one. And I encourage all the pediatricians, all the who's starting provide the treatment for child with overweight and obesity to go through this guideline. It is starting from the screening, diagnosis, and the evaluation, and then it's go through the treatment plan. It is very well made, and this is more than 800 reference review before they making this guideline. So what is the management of the overweight and obesity? Usually we have three options. The first three options, which is non-pharmacological options, like providing healthy eating, physical activity, improving physical activity, and behavioral therapy. And we have using the anti-obesity medication, and the last is using the surgery. And hopefully we are not reaching to the surgical part to treat obesity and overweight in children. Regarding the healthy eating, we need to encourage the optimal nutritional during the first 1,000 days, including the prenatal. And they found the golden 1,000 days very important to prevent obesity, like encourage the breastfeeding. The balanced diet, fiber-rich food, regular meals, and healthy habit. And here in healthy habits, it's coming our rules as a pediatrician. And usually the family asking what I should provide to my child. How can I prevent obesity? How can I treat overweight? And these are some of the healthy habits that we can talk with the parents when they are visiting our clinic. Like, for example, the parents are the one who's making the decision when they go for shopping. So we should encourage them what is the thinking about food they will be buy and bringing to the home. They should prioritize the fruit and vegetable, limited sweetened beverage, avoid fast food, and again, when they go home, they should be thinking about the appropriate portion they giving to their kids. And again, sitting together as a family and eating will be a good factor that decrease the risk of overweight and obesity. Physical activity. Children below 5 years, they need around 3 hours per day physical activity, and children above 5 years, they need at least 1 hour per day physical activity. And again, how we encourage them, they should go emphasize the activity, not exercise, and they should select the activity that the child like. And again, we need to limit the TV time. TV time is including the games using all the electronic device. In the first symposium, we invite Dr. Seema Kumar, and she talked about the management of obesity, and she go through the approved medication that used for the treatment, and she explained all these in details. So now, before I am continue, I would like to ask again the audience, which term you are using when you are seeing a case of obesity? Did you use a child with obesity or obese child? Obese child. Child with obesity. Dr. George? Child with obesity. Why we are using child with obesity? Yeah, because the obesity is a condition. is like any other disease. So we should not classify it, or we should not identify the child as an obese. This is the first part of the treatment. When you are seeing a patient, any child, and you start identify him as an obese, then you are putting a barrier between you and the patient. He is a child and he have a condition, which is overweight and obesity, and through this one we can go through the management plan. And this term that we are using, obese child, is lead to weight stigma, which is lead to avoidance of healthcare services, lead to unhealthy behavior. It's not only us as a pediatrician, but also the others when they call him the obese person. And it's also decrease the physical activity. He will be not encouraged to do any physical activity. He lead to social isolation and also binge eating. How we can prevent the obesity? We can either encourage the family always to provide in new and multiple food times, improve the child getting enough sleep, and this is very important. And again, we saw in our practice when the family bring the baby, if you are quiet and leave the doctor to examine you, we will give you chocolate, juice, some food reward. And I think this is again a wrong practice. We should always encourage the non-food reward. Like we will take you for a picnic, we will go for swimming, we will go for walk. So it's another reward rather than giving the food. And we should also always be setting as a good example for our children, and always leave healthy snacks available at home. From the previous three options that we are using for managing obesity, we can find there is a challenge in managing childhood obesity. We are talking not a personalized care, it is a general advice. And there is a limited access to resources because it is need a lot of follow-up and monitoring, and both the family and the doctor are not free to continue this follow-up. And it's also a complex interplay. It's not only a pediatrician can manage the obesity, it needs dietitian, it needs psychotherapist, so it is a teamwork. Inconsistent follow-up and monitoring, stigma and psychological impact, ineffective public health policies, parental involvement, and healthcare system barriers. So how we can avoid all these things, how we can manage the child obesity with all these challenges. We are moving from the traditional weight management to the mobile and web-based method, and now the AI application. Just back to 2007, where I'm studying the Master in Healthcare Management, and they request in one of the modules to make a poster, and this is my poster in 2007. It's about e-health, and it's showing my imagination that a mother can holding a stethoscope, which is connected to the computer, and she can recording the child breath sound, and the doctor on the other side can hear the sound. And now, this is in our hand. It is widely used now. This is on a stethoscope that's connected to the mobile, and it can record the breathing sound, heart sound, and the doctor it can be transferred to the doctor, and doctor can follow up. So it's be helpful in follow-up and monitoring. And this is my imagination for the e-health in 2007. And I thank the RCSI. They are encouraged me to do this poster in 2007. This is the history of AI and obesity, and we can see the first published cited AI article was in 1961, and the first article, Obesity and Artificial Intelligence, is in 2005, and in 2023 they are starting a trial of using AI in managing obesity. This table, I'm sure it's not clear, but it is showing some of the literature review for the last 10 years about the using artificial intelligence in management, let's say the digital management for overweight and obesity. I select two of these. This is a literature review of 93 papers from 2010 to 2020, and reveals that machine learning approach is a promising solution for early reduction of obesity and the risk of overweight, because it can offer quick, immediate, and accurate identification of risk factor. So using the artificial intelligence can be help in early identification of the risk factor. This is another literature review of 23 papers between 2010 and 2017, and again it's revealed that studies reported positive finding, and 60% of the studies found statistically significant relationship. So what is the AI? AI is the simulation of the intelligence, human intelligence in machine, and mostly it is in a computer based, using either machine learning or the natural language processing. Usually in general, the AI application in pediatric, and it can be in general in healthcare, it can be used for the diagnostic. AI can read the image and lab report, predictive analysis. AI can using the genetic background and genomic for the prediction, personalized treatment plan. It is good source for the identifying personalized plan, and also it can be used for monitoring by using the telehealth and any other wearable devices, and also it can be using behavioral intervention. The role of AI in managing childhood obesity, this can be overcome the challenges and the obstacles of the traditional management by provide personal care, predictive risk assessment, enhanced monitoring, and increase the parental and patient engagement, reducing the stigma, and resource optimization, overcoming healthcare system barrier. So these are the main role of the AI in managing childhood obesity. In weight management, or it can be AI can provide personalized diet plan, it can behavioral insight, it can give real-time feedback. Now there's so many applications that you can, before eating your meal, it can give you the full details of the calories and the content. And also this is connected to your physical activity, so he can give you the advice that today you didn't do any physical activity, and eating this type of food will increasing the fat deposition. So it is a real-time feedback. Again, it can recommend exercise, motivation, predictive analytic, integration with health ecosystem, and sustainability and long-term success. The AI to predict obesity and related complication, it's using a comprehensive data analysis. It can be risk reduction algorithm, early detection and intervention, continuous health monitoring. It can give the genetic and biomarker analysis, behavioral and lifestyle analysis, and clinical decision support. But all these cannot be only single. AI application can give all these tools to manage the obesity and overweight. So we need almost more than 10 applications in our hand to get all the prediction, diagnosis, modification, all these things. And these are the most 10 type of application available that we need together to manage the overweight and obesity. There's so many applications available, and I just will show you one of these applications, how it is work and how it is deal with the concern of the patient.
Hello Sylvia, it's wonderful to meet you. I see you're looking to create a meal plan that suits your needs. I've noted your age and that you're female. Also, congratulations on the weight loss journey you've embarked on. I see you've gone from 60 kilograms to 55 kilograms recently. To get started on your meal plan, could you share a bit about your dietary goals? Are you looking to maintain your current weight, lose more, or perhaps focus on muscle gain or overall nutrition? Additionally, could you let me know about your current eating habits, any food preferences or restrictions you have? and how active you are on a daily basis?
So now she will select what she wants from the.
It's great to meet you. I'm here to help you create a meal plan that suits your needs and preferences. I see that you are 168 centimeters tall and have been successfully losing weight, recently recorded at 55 kilograms. Congratulations on your progress. That's fantastic to get started. Could you tell me a bit about your goals? Are you looking to maintain your current weight, lose more, gain muscle, or perhaps focus on a specific dietary need or preference? Also, can you share a bit about your current eating habits, any allergies you might have, and your preferences in food? This will help me tailor a plan that's just right for you.
This is how will be personalized.
Hello, I would like to lose weight and I would like to have more energy throughout my day. Regarding my food intake during the day, I eat a lot of chicken. That's just easy to make. But I'm open and I'm willing to add more fish options and maybe some vegetarians option too. I don't think I need eat enough fruits, so maybe that should be added too.
It's great to hear that you're looking to enhance your diet to lose weight and boost your energy levels. Incorporating fish and vegetarian options, along with increasing your fruit intake, sound like fantastic steps. Based on your current eating habits and goals, I'll start by crafting a balanced day one meal plan that includes a variety of proteins and adds more fruits. After that, I'll create meal plans for the rest of the week. For day one, breakfast, Greek yogurt with mixed berries and a drizzle of honey. Snack, a small handful of almonds and an apple. Lunch, grilled chicken salad with a variety of greens, cherry tomatoes, cucumber, and avocado, dressing on the side. Afternoon snack, cottage cheese with pineapple. Dinner, baked salmon with a side of quinoa and steamed broccoli. This plan is designed to introduce more diversity in terms of protein and increase your fruit intake as desired. Let's see how you feel about this, and then I can prepare similar, varied meals for the following days.
This sounds great. Can you take the meat, like chicken, out of my lunch and give me another option that is either fish or vegetarian?
So give more discussion with the what is your preference and what is you would like to be.
Of course, Sylvia, let's adjust your lunch option to include fish or a vegetarian dish. How about for day one, I replace the chicken dish with a grilled salmon salad for a refreshing, omega-rich option. If you prefer something vegetarian, we can opt for a quinoa salad mixed with a variety of fresh vegetables like bell peppers, cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, and a sprinkle of feta cheese for protein. Both are excellent for energy levels and in line with your weight loss goals. I'll craft the rest of the week with similar adjustments. Let me know which option you'd prefer, or if you have any specific fish or vegetables in mind.
I really like the option with the feta.
So this is the one of the tools that's used for weight planning and also the managing of obesity by the artificial intelligence. Again, this is one solution, but again facing a lot of limitation and challenge. For the AI, we need on clear regulatory and legal issues. Implementation and adoption is again, it's not easy, not all how to use the technology. Technical challenge, data quality. It's depend. AI is depend on how much data we are putting. If we know our genetic, the epigenetic, our behavior, then it will give more personalized care. The transparency and the explainability, cost. It is not on cheap services, and the ethical consideration is also very important. And we should avoid the bias and fairness. The ethical consideration on the use of the AI, the data privacy and security. Again, the AI need all the big data to provide the best services. Informed consent, patients should be clear know about how the AI will using his data. The bias and the accountability and transparency should be, again, very clear before starting using the AI. The quality, still there is no measurement of the quality of the application using the AI to provide the care for the patient, and regulation and the governance. This is just an take-home message about the optimistic view of AI potential. It is an empowering precision medicine, early and accurate prediction, looking to the future, continuous innovation, global reach and equity, holistic health approach, and sustainable life change. So at the end, I just want to say the AI is an augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. We should avoid obesity stigma, and always need to use the child with obesity, not obese child. Non-medical approach, including the health diet, physical activity, and behavioral therapies are best treatment option. AI is a promising tool to manage childhood obesity. AI can offer personalized care, data-driven solution that improve the outcome. AI is significant stride in predicting, preventing, and treating. So always, before we are saying prevention is better than treatment, but now we have prediction, prevention, and treatment. No single AI application can manage obesity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salman. And now over to the next topic. I invite Dr. Entital Al-Jishi. She's our pediatric consultant in genetic and metabolic diseases from the American Mission Hospital, and she's also working part-time in the BDF hospital. She has an Arab board degree in pediatric specialty, fellowship degree in clinical genetic metabolic diseases from the Saudi Council for Health Specialty, and she has over 30 years of experience in pediatrics and genetic and metabolic diseases. She has to her credit 20 plus research publications in local and international journals and a speaker in major conferences. She's going to be talking to us about metabolic bone diseases in children. She's going to give us a few case studies. Over to you, Dr. Amtital. Is it okay if I give you an alert 2 minutes before you finish?
Please do. Thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Bramera. Good morning, everyone. Now I'll take you from the common to the rare. So please allow me for that. And from the artificial to the real life. Okay? So the topic of the presentation is inherited bone diseases. I will take you through a case series to learn about this subject from the cases that I have encountered. So probably when you talk about bone disease, the first things that will come to your mind is rickets, but that will not be the case. So the objective of this speech is to refresh your memory. I'm sure you are all aware of that, that just to remind you that the bone is a vital organ that we should take care of. And I would like you to distinguish the classification of inherited bone diseases, discover the variable clinical presentation, which is very common to see these cases and consider them in the differential diagnosis so they get the right treatment, identify different treatment modalities that are available, and you prepare yourself to refer these cases to the specialized person. So as you know that bone composed of extracellular matter and cellular components. The extracellular, we have the organic matrix, and we have the inorganic matrix, which is mainly the minerals. From the cellular components, there are three main cells, osteoblast, osteoclast, and osteocyte. Bone is a vital organ, so it's all through our life. There is, death and build. The structure of the bone depends mainly on a healthy balance between the osteoclast-mediated resorption and osteoblast-mediated deposition. As you can see also in the here in the cycle. So this is the osteoclast, the resorption, and the osteoblast is the formation. This is a process called bone modeling. So how, or bone remodeling. How this process happen? There is a factor that's produced in our body called RONX2. This will lead to the activation of the mesenchymal stem cells and to produce or transform it into active osteoblasts. Now this osteoblast is very important once it is activated during its rest stage to produce we called receptor factors. These receptor factors will be attached to the osteoclast precursors, which is the monocyte, and it will lead to production of osteoclast by joining it together, and it will get activated. Now once it is activated, the process of the resorption happen. Once the resorption site of the bone get resorbed, then these cells will die through the apoptosis and will continue the process. At the same time, this osteocyte, it will release chemical mediators that it will activate the osteoblast, which is at the resting stage. It will build the cells and then add the minerals and the matrix. So, and this is a continuous process. So any disturbance in this process will lead to abnormalities in the bone formation, either through the minerals, the matrix, or in the cells itself. So how do we classify inherited bone disease? We are talking about the inherited one. There are three main classifications. Sclerosing bone disorders, which has been too much, disorder of defective mineralization, or we have a problem in the matrix and cartilage formation. So let's take example of a case of sclerosing bone disorder. This is a case, term female, product of normal vaginal delivery. She's a product of consanguineous parents. She has three other normal siblings. Birth weight 2.5 kg. She had respiratory distress on the first days of life. Admitted at NICO for possible sepsis. Treated with antibiotic for 7 days. All cultures were negative. Discharged on a breastfeeding and a very good health. Admitted again at the age of 2 months for tachypnea and poor feeding. Her physical examination at that time showed a weight below 3rd centile. She was pale looking with no dysmorphic features. She had extreme head lag, axial hypotonia, and poor visual concentration. Her liver fell 2 centimeters below costal margin, spleen 3 centimeters below costal margin. We sent also because of the poor vision or concentration, seen by ophthalmologist, and he reported that there is optic nerve atrophy with poor vision. We consider at that time, actually this is one of the very early cases that I have seen in my practice. So we consider that not possible, of course, torch infection that we have missed, not possible. Could it be a metabolic storage diseases, blood malignancies as early as that, or immune deficiency disorder with all these that might lead to secondary chest infection. This is her workup. You can see her CBC showed low hemoglobin and low platelet, so thrombocytopenia and anemia. Electrolytes, there was no acidosis, no abnormalities, and calcium is normal. Her immunoglobulin level is normal. Torch screening was negative, and the tandem mass spectrometry that we use for metabolic screening is negative. Her alkaline phosphatase is normal, and her gamma GT as a part of the liver function mild elevated 105, which we consider it as not very much significant. So abdominal ultrasound confirmed the hepatosplenomegaly. We requested peripheral blood film and showed increase in the leukocytes, and there is immature erythroid called the normoblast, and red blood cells are agglutinated with each other, but there is no evidence of malignancy in the peripheral blood film. We did the chest x-ray there was no really evidence of pneumonia, but look at the bone. The bone was looking like white. So from that, we call it increased density. And there is widening of the rib cage at the costophrenic angle, which looks like some rickets changes. So we ordered the skeletal survey, and here you can see the femur is really a white bone, and here at the metaphyseal joints, you can see all irregularities, which is suggestive of rickets as well. So you had the patient with organomegaly, thrombocytopenia, and increased bone density. Now diagnosis should be very obvious for you that this is a case of I call it sclerosis or osteopetrosis. And this is further confirmed by molecular genetic testing, which was positive for this disease, which is the osteopetrosis. Patient received supportive treatment for her chest infection. We started her on corticosteroids because this, according to the literature, will improve the platelet count and hemoglobin, which really helped. And as the best treatment that we know for this condition is only bone marrow transplant. So bone marrow transplant was arranged, and we managed to send her to India at the age of 4 months. So patient followed for 5 years after with our hematology team and our clinic as well, and the transplant was successful. I received a message from our hematologist in 2020 that this is our patient, she's blind, but she finished her secondary school, and she was in the 7th level according to her classmate, and she was rewarded because she was memorizing Quran. So we felt very happy for such successful story, and this is because we started bone marrow transplant very early on life, and because otherwise you can see now for this osteopetrosis, which is usually of 4 different types. 2 of them is autosomal recessive. There is type which is called malignant autosomal recessive that happen in early infancy, that is same as to our patient. And there is autosomal recessive that happened in the first decade, which mainly with recurrent fracture. And there is the autosomal dominant, which is mainly on adult. So what happened on this osteopetrosis? So there we have a gene mutation that lead to abnormal or missing osteoclast. So there is no good bone resorption, and in parallel there is bone formation of the osteoblast, and that's why you can see all this sclerosed bone. In the malignant type, which is the infantile type, what are the clinical symptoms? You will have because of the bone overgrowth, cranial nerves might be, damaged, and the most common nerves that is affected is the optic nerve, which lead to blindness, facial palsy, and deafness. Choanal atresia, which will lead to noisy breathing. Of course, this bone, though it is dense, but it is weak in nature, and it will lead to recurrent fracture. And the bone marrow, because it is obliterated, patient will have anemia, bleeding as well, macrocephaly, hydrocephalus. The teeth, which is part of this bone, they have tooth eruption defect and severe dental caries. And of course, because of the anemia, all this liver and spleen will become more active and will lead to their enlargement. Any treatment modalities, if we discover this condition, they are all these treatments like interferon, steroids, parathormone, they are all just a trial, but it will not give really the proper treatment and alleviate the condition dramatically. So the only treatment available is the bone marrow. If we did not do the bone marrow, patient ultimately they will die in their first year, in the first decade of life. Let's go to the other classification, which is demineralization. This is a case. Dr. Mohammed, where is he? I think this is the not real slides. So 1-year-old twin female were referred to us from health center to our pediatric clinic for developmental delay. This is the patient. Her gross motor, she was able to sit alone without support, as she achieved it by 9 months, able to roll front to back and back to front, but unable to crawl, unable to bear weight when pulled to stand, but she had normal language and social skills with no visual or hearing problem. This is the child when she was seen at the clinic, and you can see all these abnormalities. Yeah, that's why this is not the... There's a problem in the slides. You can see this is the head, and this is because of the abnormal closure of the anterior fontanelle, so you can see this hump here. You can appreciate that she is very irritable child. Her teeth are not well developed. Her chest is abnormal. Her wrist is wide as if she has a rickets. She had abnormal curvature of her spine, and you can see that she is very, very short. So what we have considered at that time, are we dealing with mucopolysaccharidosis, skeletal dysplasia, disorder affecting bone density, metabolic bone diseases, metaphyseal dysplasia? That was the thinking at that time. So what we did, CBC, which was normal, electrolytes, her calcium was mildly elevated, vitamin D slightly increased as the patient was on a prophylactic vitamin D, and alkaline phosphatase was very low. So we thought that this might be wrong. Actually, this was referred from my colleague who was sitting behind me in the clinic. We did the alkaline phosphatase was low, so we thought we would repeat that, and then the results we repeat. Yeah, this is not the slide, Dr. Muhammad. What is Dr. Muhammad? Anyhow, it was repeated, it is again low, I'm afraid, at the end. And this is here radiological skeletal survey, which you can appreciate the severe osteopenia on the X-ray, and this is all the metaphyseal changes of the rickets and her spine. You can see this abnormal curvature, and this is the hump that you were seeing with the abnormal closure of the anterior fontanelle. So the diagnosis should be obvious. What's the diagnosis? Yes, hypophosphatasia. Okay, you have. Thank you, Mona. لو هي فايزة كانت تعطيش هدية فايزة. She usually gives a gift. I will give you. She deserves. Hypophosphatasia. So this is a condition called hypophosphatasia. It has been proven by genetic mutation as a homozygous mutation. So what is hypophosphatasia? Hypophosphatasia is an inherited metabolic disease affecting mainly the bone and the teeth. It's caused by a mutation in the alkaline phosphatase gene that encode tissue non-specific alkaline phosphatase enzyme. You know, alkaline phosphatase, there is tissue specific and tissue non-specific. So this is for the tissue non-specific, which is mainly for the bone, germinal cells, and these things. The disease usually has a spectrum from a mild, only affecting the dental, to a very severe demineralization and affecting as well lung hypoplasia. What is the pathophysiology now? If we don't have a gene that will not lead to the production of alkaline phosphatase enzyme, so that means the phosphorus component cannot be dephosphorylated. This is very important when we dephosphorylate the phosphate, because it can combine with the calcium and it will form the hydroxy epithet, which is very important for the mineralization of the bone. So if this is absent, that means there will be no dephosphorylation and there will be no formation of calcium phosphate structure for the bone mineralization. So this is what happened basically in hypophosphatasia. What are the symptoms that might happen with the hypophosphatasia? From dental problem, respiratory, they could have nephrocalcinosis, delayed milestone, hypotonia, seizure disorder, increased intracranial pressure, craniosynostosis, osteomalacia, rickets, and short stature. They are of different type, either autosomal recessive or autosomal dominant. Usually the autosomal recessive are the one during the early childhood on life, and the autosomal dominant on the mainly on the adult life. Our patient is the infantile type, and this is all related to the what type of gene that is being affected. Usually the treatment is supportive. This is a multidisciplinary team involvement, respiratory physician, nephrologist, dental, orthopedic, neurosurgery. Luckily, that patient, they are twin actually. I have just presented one of them, but both of them have the same condition. They attended the clinic in 2016. A new therapy had been approved for this condition in 2015. So they are really lucky family, you know. So the enzyme, recombinant alkaline phosphatase enzyme was being manufactured and started to be marketed and could be used, which is given as sub-Q injection three times per week for life, of course. And actually the improvement might be seen in the bone mineralization to improvement within 6 months according to the literature. So this is what our patient after 1 year of treatment, very successful. She had a normal development, not crying, not irritable. So we were happy about her. The last classification of this disorder, inherited bone disorder, is the disorder in the matrix and collagen. Baby girl, 1 month, 24 days, that is at the time that she was referred to the clinic, noted from another hospital, noted in that hospital to have bowing since birth. And this is the picture received from the other hospital. You can appreciate the picture. And this is the x-ray from the other hospital. You can see the curvature on the bone. So she was referred to us, and their diagnosis is osteogenesis imperfecta. Okay, I think it should be obvious for our pediatrician. So this is her picture when we saw her at the age of 2 months. You can notice the abnormal bone, and actually once you touch her again, really she will cry. So really this is a very common problem in relation to the inherited bone disease, is that once you touch them, because the bone is fragile, they will have excessive crying. We noted that she had a, sorry, because I think the problem will show. The flash would be there, but I don't know, maybe I can manage myself. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Because now slides have been added. She had a blue sclera, which all of you know that this could be associated, but not 100% with the osteogenesis imperfecta. Also, we proved this condition genetically. So there was a trial when we reviewed the literature with the use of the bamidronate therapy that helped in the reducing the bone destruction. So we gave her a cycle every 3 months of 1 mg per kg per cycle. And what we noticed that the pain became less, but continued to be failure to thrive, this abnormal bone, recurrent chest infection. But unfortunately, patient died at the age of 2 years because of respiratory failure due to all these chest, bone deformities. So the osteogenesis imperfecta actually is relatively common bone disorder. It has a prevalence of 1 in 20,000 live birth worldwide, and it's caused by the genetic abnormality that affects collagen type 1 fiber. You can see here the collagens. This is normal cells, and this is the abnormal collagen. So that means all the bone matrix will be poor function. There are different classification in the literature, but this is the easiest one, which is called Salinas classification of osteogenesis imperfecta, which who describe 4 types, but now if you want to the other classification, they reached up to 13. But I don't like that classification because this makes the life more simple. It is from mild, lethal, severe, and just moderate deformity. This is usually autosomal dominant that will come in adult with recurrent fracture. It could be a mild type. This is again autosomal dominant. Bone, the sclera will be blue and recurrent fracture. There is another lethal. By the way, I just saw a patient in my clinic at VDF with this autosomal dominant who they were referred to me because of recurrent fracture, and we proved osteogenesis imperfecta by genetic study. There is the autosomal dominant or recessive, the lethal type, and the autosomal recessive type, like our patient who was on this group, as described for you the clinical picture. So basically, osteogenesis imperfecta affect hearing, teeth, and bone. Yeah. So now this is where the slides, that's wrong on the slides. I will tell you about osteogenesis imperfecta, the treatment. The treatment, there is no treatment. Now, the hub, they are working onto genetic treatment for this condition. There is a lot of work on that because, you know, there are trial of a drug medication in osteoclast or in the osteoblast, but so far the prognosis is very poor. It might help the autosomal dominant type, but the autosomal recessive was not successful. The successful story for this patient is after we discovered the gene, we did a pre-genetic counseling for natal counseling for the parents, and we offered them the pre-genetic testing, and they had a lovely 1 boy, 1 girl, normal pregnancy. So actually now, it used to be that genetic diseases, we were, you know, feeling bad about it. There is no treatment. Actually, when I joined my specialty, Dr. Imtithal, what are you joining? There is no treatment, no treatment. Now there is a big hope, but the most important is the discovery of this condition. I just heard the news yesterday that in Abu Dhabi, they are putting it mandatory for all pregnant couples that they should do genetic testing for 750 diseases, which this is now becoming, it will hopefully become the future. So my take-home message is that inherited bone diseases they are uncommon, but early treatment, of course, and the discovery will help the family, and we should concentrate now on the really pre-genetic counseling and pre-genetic testing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Imthal, and all our other speakers for the session. If I could just invite all of you in. So Dr. Brahma, if you can come in, Dr. Imthal, Dr. Phil, and Dr. Mohammed. We'll have a panel discussion which is slightly different from what we've done previously. So we'll do the take-home messages for each speaker, followed by, for 5 minutes, along with questions from the audience, and then we will do each speaker in turn. So each of them get a chance to go over their take-home messages.
So we had an enlightening session. If there are any questions from the audience before Dr. Salman gets back here. Yes, Dr. Faiza.
So my time in the Middle East in Abu Dhabi, the plan was to have a multidisciplinary clinic for adolescents. It was growing toward that. So over the years I was doing it, I still had a mixed practice that was shifting to more adolescents, but for me personally, it was still combined with others. And what we tried to do was have a smooth system, so people could see who else they needed. If they needed an endocrinologist or a psychologist or allergist or whoever else. So I think the multidisciplinary care is important, but we did it in a way with individuals as opposed to all the physicians together because we were just still building toward that.
Thank you. I think everybody hear me. Okay, to have their identity, as you mentioned, and like you mentioned several times, thank you for believing in me. So maybe we should have a separate clinic for those who are 12 and above. What do you think in this context?
Anecdotal, but when I got to Abu Dhabi, I was told adolescents had nowhere to go because when they went to the pediatric clinic, they felt like little children. They weren't welcomed in the adult clinic, so it was just a gap. They weren't coming. I don't know how that is in Bahrain, but you cut off the adolescent age a little bit lower, the upper limit of pediatrics. So I think we need a system, and it's not just the clinic in the room, but it's also the waiting room and the greeting. I did have one patient, this is in the States, I had one patient who went to the desk, and the person checking them in looked at this mature adult-looking older adolescent, leaned over the counter and looked down and said, "Where's the patient for our clinic?" So you're exactly right. I agree. We need to have a setup so adolescents feel welcomed as adolescents and realize that they're different from kids. And that affects the painting in the room, the pictures on the walls, and the way they're talked to. I agree completely with you, Dr. Faisal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phil. One question to Dr. Amtithal. Thank you very much for all these cases, quite interesting. And the first two cases that survived very well, with coincidentally that the medication came on when they were born. I noticed that the first case sodium was 147. Are we considering that as normal in their condition? That's the only thing I noticed.
Well, sodium has no relation to the condition whatsoever, so it was just passed as normal, but the condition does not affect the minerals per se.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the brilliant presentation. Dr. Mohammed, for you. I'd like to know, in your experience, about the surgery. We know in this last case with obesity child, but please let me know what the age you consider the surgery for the obesity.
Actually, the surgery is first of all, it is not only the age, but also the severity of the obesity. So those who have severe obesity, and again, is need a full evaluation. Again, we need to start first the behavioral therapy, all the non-pharmacological therapy, and then we need to go to the pharmacological. If all these failed, then we need to consult the surgeon, the bariatric surgeon or the pediatric surgeon, to see the possibility of, especially if the morbidity, the comorbidity is high, and to avoid early onset of diabetes, hypertension, then the surgery will be the option.
From experience elsewhere, I would agree, but we saw about all the psychological influences and the shunning and everything else. The adolescent age is tough. Sometimes decisions for the age of surgery are determined by insurance companies and funding groups, and they like to limit the cost, so they might say 18 or 16 years of age. But in fact, surgery is very effective. If you look statistically at how things work, non-pharmacologic strategies, you can lose a percent or two, a BMI point or two. Medications, you can lose a bunch, and surgery, you lose a lot more. The gap in how they do. So I think surgery can be effective. You'll need some ongoing lifestyle modifications. So there's the medical indication, which sooner might be better because of all the implications of being a growing, developing, overweight person with obesity. And I did that wrong. A person who's growing and developing while overweight or with obesity. So we have to be careful about that versus the funding and the insurance regulations.
Dr. Phil, if I can just ask a question, both to you and Dr. Mohammed. When we're dealing with adolescents, I think sometimes we have things, related to treatment. How do you ensure compliance? And, going back, they can't come to you every week or so for follow-up visits, and for your counseling sessions. So how do we keep them on track, per se?
So,
And I agree with you, they need an identity, they need to be felt like they're worth something, but how do we do that on a long-term basis?
so again, it is from our side, is like using the AI and the wearable devices, which can be monitoring the child at home, and all these data can be transferred to doctors remotely. So this is one of the option for continuous monitoring of the behavior of the child.
And for the old-fashioned ones that aren't into AI, I mean, that's going to be the answer, I think. But that initial buy-in helps, mobilizing a team, which can be parents, to help them with it. And sometimes we need follow-up, and it might just be a phone call or a text message follow-up, but to try to encourage that compliance with a lot of congratulations when it happens. Systems can help that, because systems can remind us to every week or every month contact the patient in between visits. But AI has been very effective in a lot of studies with teenagers.
It's now continuous. My watch is continuous monitoring my heart rate and continuous my activity, and it is keep remind me how many steps I do today. And even when I go to the eating habits, it's also I can take image to the my plate, and it will give me full details about the total calories that in my plate, and which is matching how many calories I spend also during my physical activity. So it is like an motivation, continuous monitoring. And this is, we should not afraid from using the technology. And as much as data entry to and the details of data to the application, it will give more personalized care for you.
Thank you very much. If I can go back to Dr. Phil, and we can focus on the take-home messages. I apologize that you had to prematurely close your session, but we'll take you back to your take-home message, and if you'd like to comment on that. Understand that adolescents they're running it's like on a uncharted ship without a rudder. They don't know where the direction is. And we as caretakers have a big role to play, apart from parents. They seem to have a little communication gap with respect to parents because of the turmoil that they're going through. But as healthcare providers, we have an important role to play, and I'm really happy that you brought in so many aspects of being humble, being helpful, and being happy to communicate with them, and a lot of mnemonics that came up in your lecture, which was really very wonderful. So if you can just sum up your take-home message as best practices in the approach for adolescents, for all of us as pediatricians. Thank you. Yes, we're going to pull up the take-home message.
We'll try to see if it goes. Oh, yes. We'll try to see.
Well, the take-home message was you all. The other thing I would say, it's not just a take-home message, but it's a take-to-clinic message. We're going to have to apply this as we're doing things. Anyway, so yeah, I think pediatricians can help adolescents develop identity and dependence and importance. That's going to work with obesity. It's going to work with other things. And then I mentioned the good communication that can be challenging and the techniques. Are there comments about those kinds of things I didn't make clear, or disagreements?
I have one question, because you have experience of both the West and the East, and the Middle East. So what is that striking difference that you found in the approach to adolescents in the West as compared to the Middle East? And what is our takeaway from your experience?
She asked for experience. I'm going to take that to mean opinion. I really like the Middle East. We talk about the identity issue relates to how they relate and fit in with family, friends, authorities, and I said even God. In the United States and much of North America and Europe now, lots of adolescent medicine relates to sexuality and substance abuse. Those are not big issues that, from my experience in the Middle East, and in Middle Eastern settings, we're dealing more with how do we deal with medical problems in adolescence, with sexuality issues, pregnancy, and substance abuse being less common. So it's a different perspective on the kinds of problems, but then also different perspective on how we talk about things. Talking to a 12 or a 16-year-old girl in the Middle East about periods for a male physician sometimes is, yeah, that's normal. And other times it's, you can't talk to my daughter that way. I talked to one girl, 16 years old, she had abdominal pain. And so I asked about periods, and she hadn't had any for 2 months. And I said, in a nice way, she was with her 28-year-old sister. And I said, and I played it up on myself. I said, you know, if I was in America and I knew you had abdominal pain and you had no period for 2 months, I would maybe start wondering in America if you were maybe pregnant. And she laughed, and her sister laughed and said, no, no way, or whatever. And then I said, so what would have happened if I would have asked that question when your mother was here? And she said, she would have killed you. So there are cultural issues of subgroups, even in a Middle Eastern setting, of how we talk, who we talk with, whether we get a chaperone there or not, even for talking. So anyway, I like the Middle East because it's a conservative, valued place without some of the problems as frequently as we see in North America and Europe these days. And the way we talk, we have to adapt for the family individually and for the setting. Does that get at what you're thinking?
Thank you very much. Yes.
I think we're also facing an regulation issue because as a pediatrician, we are allowed only to see up to 14 years. So those children who's above 14, we need to refer to the adult. And how we can continue with the adolescent medicine.
Do your adult doctors like to see 15-year-olds? So that's a situation which many of us have faced where the adolescents are ignored. They're excluded from the medical system. I was involved in Abu Dhabi when they were shifting the age of pediatrics from, it had gone from 12 to 14, then to 16, then to 18. I was involved at the Mayo Clinic when it was shifting from 18 to 20. So there are changes over time of what we count. And I think it has to be what doctors are comfortable with, also nurses, also the building and the systems, and then the regulators. And you said you're not allowed to see somebody over 14. I hear rumors that that might be changing in Bahrain. Yes, no? And then we have family medicine people that get to see anybody along the way. So that's a real challenge we need to fit in. I was invited, story time, I was invited to New Zealand to give some talks, and while I was there they said, we're thinking of shifting the age of pediatrics in New Zealand from age 16 to age 18. We're going to have a debate in our conference, should we increase pediatrics up to age 18? And my answer was, yeah, I'll join the no team. We should not do that. So I was on the no team. Everybody else on the no team said, leave it at 16, not go up to 18. I said, it's no, because you should not go up to 18, you should go up to 20. So it depends. And there's a lifestyle thought process where an adult that doesn't deal with adolescence is going to struggle to deal with a 17-year-old often. Pediatricians that are ready for it might not. But in many places, pediatricians don't know how to deal with patients that have hair in their armpits. So there's a puberty issue, and so it depends on comfort. It's not a right-wrong thing, but you just have to make it work in the setting. But hopefully we can make the systems work so the teenagers, the adolescents, are not excluded from getting care they need.
Actually, the growth chart is showing from 2 to 20. So I think we need to go to up to 20 as a pediatrician.
There's a question for Dr. Emtital. If you can just show up her take-home messages. As best practices, understanding that the genomic studies and genetic screening is going to be the way forward. But that insurance policies and they restrict any kind of genetic screening. Anything that is congenital, they disapprove. So I think we as clinicians will have to prevail upon them and get some, in order to have best practice going forward, we will have to make genetic screening. And I'm very happy that in Abu Dhabi they've made it mandatory for screening, premarital screening for about 750 plus diseases. So your takeaway on this, and if you want to add something to your take-home message. So as best practices for pediatricians, what would be your advice if what are the red flags that we'll have to pick up and then refer patients to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think as a red flag in general, for inborn error of metabolism, any child or any newborn where there is more than one system affected and you cannot reach to a diagnosis, you should think of underlying genetic disease / inborn error of metabolism. Now with this insurance, now even the world is moving forward regarding the genetic testing. Now there is personalized genetic, and all the lab now, maybe you have heard the news advertising about personalized genetic in a way that, okay, I should do my genetic testing very early in life to see maybe we can prevent even obesity. Is carbohydrate is good for me? Is protein good for me? Is this exercise is good for me? Is this chocolate is good for me? You know, this is called now personalized genetic testing. Now it's started around the world, and I think it will make a change in the world, people behavior in seeking for such genetic testing, because really people now care very much about their own life and lifestyle. To understand themselves, they need to understand their genetic basic. Probably here, you know, when I heard about this personalized genetic, I always remember, like, you know, every now and then we hear in Bahrain that these are the players who are playing exercise. Suddenly they fall down, and it is very common in Bahrain. We often hear about it in the news that suddenly fit young man will, while playing or doing exercise, they will just collapse. It's just simple because maybe that type of exercise is not good for that particular person. Now, personalized genetic could help as well in that. You will, as a person, you will understand yourself, how to deal with yourself in your activities, in your lifestyle, and everything. And that will make an era and change on in the world of genetic and life as well, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Imthal, and thank you to all the
Dr.
speakers.
Imtithal.
Oh.
Now they are using the genetic for the promoting the champion for the sport. They make the genetic test and they see is he fit for different sport, like the one who's fit for the marathon, that he can running for a long time, 2-3 hours, and the others, because of this genetic base, only doing exercise for like 20 minutes only. So according to the genetic basis, they can identify the type of sport for this man. And in the AI, they found that using genetic test can predict obesity, especially in children, 2 years in advance. So those who's doing the genetic test and going to the certain AI application can predict the obesity 2 years in advance.
All right. Thank you to our speakers and for the panel discussion, fruitful panel discussion, I think. Just a slight change from the program plan we have. I think everyone needs to get up and sort of move around their legs a little bit. So we'll have a 10-minute break, and we'll see you sharp back at around 10:50. All right? So you can just take a few steps outside, and we'll see you back at 10:50 for the second session.
Imagine if ChatGPT and Can
Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue with the session. I see that Dr. Faiza has already kept a lot of goodies out here. So moving on to the next session, we have with us Dr. Faiza Haider, a consultant pediatric surgeon, assistant professor AGU, who works in Salmania Medical Complex and the Arab Gulf University. She is the first woman pediatric surgeon in Bahrain who obtained her Canadian Clinical Fellowship in Pediatric Surgery from the University of Ottawa in Ontario. She has more than 35 research publications in international journals. She's going to be presenting to us Pediatric Adnexal Torsion from Presentation to Outcomes, a 5 years experience of a tertiary center in Bahrain. The floor is yours, Dr. Faiza.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bramara. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Salam alaikum, Jami'an. Good morning, everybody. So, as Dr. Bramara noted, that I'm Faiza Haider and I'm a pediatric surgeon. So, this is a pediatric symposium. So, pediatric surgeons have to always be part of it. And she said goodies that we have down, that's Dr. Sana. I like to have an interactive session and be alert in the presentation in case there are questions that you want to answer. And feel free to answer and I'll see who has answered and you'll get a gift. So looking at this, first I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Hamad Salman, who always asks me if I have anything to present in the symposium, especially if he gives me what is it about. So when he told me it's about from pediatric from birth to adolescent, at that time I was in the OT and I asked my senior resident, Dr. Asara, who's sitting there, can I present your graduation project? And she said yes. And she sent it to me, so I'm presenting her work. Of course, there are cases of all the consultants, and it's part of our institute. I'm presenting her study, but also my way of doing it. Thank you, Dr. Asara, for that. And she is a blossoming pediatric surgeon there. So the title of the talk is Pediatric Adnexal Torsion from Presentation to Outcome, a 5 years experience of a tertiary center in Bahrain. So it's obvious where I work. If it's a tertiary center, where do I come from? Which institute? Government hospitals, Salmania, of course. So this is the article, her graduation project, and it was just recently published in the International Journal, Surgery Journal in September. So we are in the month of September. So again, I'm keeping the same slide that I kept last year. So looking at this slide, whoever answers the question gets a gift. There are 3 pictures kept here. And what's the difference between these 3 pictures that I've kept them? So you see 1, 2, 3. Apart from the years, and that is black and white or brown and black and white and colored, can one person tell me what's the difference between the 3 pictures? Raise of hands. Yes? Yes? Perfect. Give her applause. So she knows what it is. So this is your gift. So I'll keep it here. You can come and pick it up. So come and pick it up. You can. So yes, this is our institution, and it started in 1958, before we were born. And then there was the one that we said we are with, and the newest complex that you see here. This is the newest complex, and we keep on expanding part of what we do. So this is how the presentation will be laid out. I always start with definitions. So the word adnexa. Adnexa is a word that people may have concentrated on. Why did I use the word adnexia? And from the Oxford Dictionary, It says that adnexia is an adjoining an organ. It comes from the Latin German origin in the 19th century, and it means joining things or fastening to, like hugging each other, almost. So now comes the question. What do we mean by adnexia here in this context of presentation? Is it the uterus? Are they the ovaries? Are they the fallopian tubes? Is it the ovary and fallopian tubes or all of the above? Raise of hands to answer the question. Yes. Ovary and fallopian tube, excellent. Lovely. So we should know what we are talking about in the presentation. So this is your gift. I don't have like 100 gifts, but it's according to the questions we have. I want you all to be awake to get gifts. Everybody enjoys gifts when they are in conferences, true? So the answer here is ovarian and fallopian tubes. So we're talking about adnexial torsion, which are both together. So what is an adnexial torsion? It's a common gynecological condition. So I'm not a gynecologist, I am a pediatric surgeon, but as the pediatric to adolescent goes, we do treat gynecological conditions from birth. It is rare in children, but why do we still see them? Because it produces abdominal pain. It accounts for roughly 15% of all torsion cases in pediatric and adolescent populations. It can occur at any age in children from infancy to 18 years of age, but 52% of cases occur between the ages of 9 and 14 with a median age of 11 years of age. So, question number 3. What is the pediatric age limit at Salmania Medical Complex Governmental Hospital? Raise of hands. Yes, Dr. Sena. 14, yes. So you are absolutely correct. So we see your gift, Dr. Sena. Sorry, I can't bring it to you. So yes. Previously we were until 12, as Professor Fell said. The whole Gulf was until 12, but gradually we are increasing the age in both pediatric and pediatric surgery. We came until, let's say, 13 years, 11 months, and 29 days. So once the sticker of the patient says 14, it goes to adult, and the adult surgeon looks at us and says, you want me to treat this patient? So sometimes we do go beyond that, but again, the resources, as Professor Phil kept it, can we really go beyond that? So the neonatal ovarian torsion is rare, with only 16% of cases occurring in girls below the age of 1. And we do see some of them. Adnexal torsion is more common than the isolated ovarian torsion, and it accounts for almost 2/3 of the pathology. Isolated tubal torsion is defined as tubal torsion in the absence of torsion of the ovary. And look at the rarity. It's even rarer than the rare diseases of metabolic diseases, as Dr. Imtithal always, she has the rarest diseases. So tubal torsion is very rare. It's 1 per 1.5 million. Look at this rarity. So it is a clinical diagnosis. So you have to suspect it, and the most used diagnostic imaging modality is ultrasound. But it's not only ultrasound, it's ultrasound with Doppler, because ultrasound may give you other modalities, but it's ultrasound with Doppler analysis. In the ovarian torsion, the ovary rotates around its own pedicle, compromising its blood supply, and then the final will lead to ischemia. So what will they present with? They present with non-specific symptoms. Abdominal pain, as any cause of abdominal pain. They may have fever, nausea, and vomiting. These symptoms can mimic any abdominal pain, like acute appendicitis, which is the most common cause of abdominal pain in pediatric and adult, gastroenteritis, the same, UTI. So what does this happen? It leads to the delay in diagnosis and management. So let's look at how the pathology happens. So this is a video showing how the pedicle is twisting around itself, and see the color how it's changed. And this is how it appears in the modality that we use, that it twists and whirls. So initially the color is white, and then as it twists and become ischemic, it becomes purple. So another question, what is the most used diagnostic modality? As we go to slides, some questions so that you don't sleep. CT scan, plain abdominal X-ray, ultrasound, ultrasound with Doppler or MRI, raise of hands. Just so whom do I take? Let's take, okay, Dr. Zahra. Yes, so it is ultrasound with Doppler. So don't worry, eventually everybody will get it. Dr. Zahra, so it is ultrasound with Doppler as it's shown in the video that we showed. So look at this video. If there is a radiologist amongst us, they will know that there is a well here, like a twist, and the blood supply to it is compromised. So it has to be ultrasound with Doppler. So what is this study, the graduation study of Dr. Asara? It's a retrospective chart review of all our cases. And you'll see that we really don't have that many because of the rarity of this condition in the pediatric age group. Patients' data were collected from the files and electronic health record. Okay, so I think electronic health record is working a charm and giving us a lot of data, helping us a lot. Right, Jules? The period was from January 2018 to 31st of December 2022. After that comes 2023 and 2024. We did quite a few cases thereafter. It was approved by the ethical committee of the governmental hospital. So there was an inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria is a diagnosis with or suspected to have adnexal torsion, so suspicion or diagnosed. Underwent a surgical management, so we did take the patient for surgery, the age between neonatal and 14 years of age, presented to the emergency with abdominal pain, and ultrasound evaluation was done, either confirmed or suspicious. The exclusion criteria was individuals with a known diagnosis of isolated adnexal pathology without torsion. So we do ovarian surgeries and adnexal surgeries for patients who just present to the clinic that do not have the symptoms of torsion. So these were actually excluded. So total of 19 pediatric patients were studied, underwent adnexal surgery. The median age was 12 years, and the range was 9 to 12 years. Intraoperative pathology. Ovarian torsion in almost half of the population, no torsion in 1/3, a tubal torsion in 2, and tubo-ovarian torsion in 1. So these were the demographics. If you notice that the abdominal pain was the most common, and the site was right lower quadrant, abdominal pain. The most common duration was 2 days, and then they present to us almost no nausea and vomiting, nausea and vomiting in all, no fever, 16 had no fever, 3 had, and the WBC count was equivocal. It was the same, either elevated or normal, they gave the same percentages. So the symptoms as mentioned is mainly abdominal pain, may or may not be associated with vomiting and fever. Most location is in the right lower quadrant, 2/3, and left lower quadrant, 1/3. Physical examination, when we examined, they had tenderness. 2/3 of them had tenderness, and 2/3 in the right lower quadrant. It was equally distributed between the left lower quadrant and the suprapubic region. Guarding is only noted in 16%, and rebound, palpable mass and all was very low, less than 10%. So as mentioned in the text that these are the tenderness, guarding, and the percentages as mentioned. The type of torsion, ovarian was the most abundant, and we did find no torsion in 1/3 of the population. The type of pathology was ovarian, tubal ovarian with no torsion. The surgery is important here. Laparoscopy comprised of almost 70% of those patients. We had to convert the surgery into 4, and this is not considered a failure in surgery at least. And laparotomy was for 2, and these will have their own results. So this is our last patient that we did almost a month ago. So just see, this is the uterus. This is the twisted adnexia that you saw in the video animation that I sent. Now this being untwisted. Okay, so see, this is the fallopian tube fimbria, and it got untwisted. Now the color has changed, and then the color is much better. So what would I do with this one? Leave it or remove it? What do you think, Professor Phil? Leave it, thank you, I will. So we do leave them. So, type of surgery, we were doing oophorectomy, but the ones that were done are less than 20%, and the rest were ovarian sparing, and we're keeping them there. So histopathology, of course, for those that were removed, showed benign serous cystadenoma, ovarian infarction in 20%. There was no available histopathology because they were spared. Mature cystic teratoma and paratubal fimbria and hemorrhagic cyst gave the same percentages. So we have noticed that there is higher rates of right-sided pain and torsion accounting for 12 cases, which is 2/3, which falls within the range of other studies. This observation is potentially explained by why do we have the right side more than the left side? Because in the left side you have the sigmoid colon on the left iliac fossa, which aids in decreasing the mobility of the tubal structure, so there is no space for it to twist on its own. So there are historical shifts in the surgical management. So initially everything used to get removed, oophorectomy, and everybody was advocating that, and now we're going towards conservative approach, and concerns about fertility is there. That's why we're just sparing and keeping them. The concerns of removing them were because they were thinking of malignancy versus embolic events, and since the conservative approach, there were no embolic events, 0 embolic events, and the rate of malignancy was very low. So none of the patients reported embolic disease after conservation surgery in the literature and with us. The incidence of malignancy is estimated to be approximately 2% in cases of the ovarian torsion. So in conclusion, our study emphasizes the critical need for prompt, accurate diagnosis of adnexal torsion. Early diagnosis is challenging due to the lack of specific clinical features. Acute abdominal pain is a common symptom, so you see them, and the most common is acute appendicitis, so nobody would think of this. But now the trend is a female, it has an acute abdomen, just go and do an ultrasound because of radial availability of that. So prompt diagnosis is essential because delayed intervention can lead to irreversible damage to the affected adnexia. Further research and standardized guidelines are needed to enhance our understanding and effectively manage this challenging condition in the pediatric age group and adolescent. So the take-home message: adnexal torsion is a rare, challenging condition. A female may present with non-specific symptoms of abdominal pain. The diagnosis and management are complex, so everybody has to be on board. The emergency physician, nursing, radiology, and surgeons. So it's not purely a surgical pathology. Early prompt recognition and management is necessary to avoid any complication, and we don't want to have an irreversible damage. This is the last. Awareness among clinicians is crucial for early diagnosis and treatment which significantly impacts the long-term outcome. Thank you very much for your attention. I just have an activity for everybody as long as I have time, because I did calculate my time. How do I go to the files that I have? Yes, there we are. Okay. Now everybody will be answering. So take your phones out, because most of you were on your phones when I was presenting. Okay, can this slide show, please? If you don't mind. شلون نسويها؟ So you go to live.voxvote.com or you scan this code. So let's see if it's working. It's working. Are we done? Does everybody has the code? It's just a simple task to have everybody with us engaged instead of looking at your Instagram and your WhatsApp. Okay, so this is the question. A 12-year-old girl presents with sharp, intermittent right lower quadrant pain, nausea and vomiting. I didn't open it yet. It's for you to vote. Her complete blood count and comprehensive metabolic panel results are within normal limits. An abdominal CT shows normal appendix, so that's excluded. Ultrasound demonstrates a positive whirlpool sign in the right lower quadrant. What is the appropriate next step of management? And we're starting now. Are you done? Everybody? We'll see the results. I hope it works. Okay, laparoscopy and preferably adnexal preservation. Excellent, everybody. So I do have a gift for everybody. Later on, you can you can claim your gift from me later on. I have pens that's written Bahrain for everybody. So eventually you can come to me and I'll give you the gift. Okay, next question. And this is the last, believe me, I do have the time. So a 14-year-old girl presents with a 2-day history of sudden onset left lower quadrant abdominal pain described as colicky and severe. She denies vaginal bleeding, change in bowel habits, or dysuria. These are her vitals. Abdominal examination demonstrates tenderness to palpation in the left lower quadrant. Pelvic ultrasound shows a mildly enlarged left ovary containing a 4 centimeter simple cyst with normal venous and arterial Doppler flow. Given the likely diagnosis, what is the most appropriate management for this patient? Let's start now. So you need 30 seconds or 10 seconds because I think everybody was listening to me, I hope, and everybody will score 100%. Can we stop? Yes? Okay, perfect. Now everybody is a surgeon. Thank you very much, everybody, for your participation, and thank you. You can come to me for your gift. I will start with Dr. Faiza.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Faiza, for waking up the whole audience. You're always so very interactive, and thank you once again. So we'll move on to the next session, which is on pediatric emergency. I invite Dr. Farah Al-Sheikh, our pediatric emergency medicine specialist working at the American Mission Hospital. She holds a fellowship in pediatric emergency medicine from Leicester Royal Infirmary, also a fellowship in pediatric emergency medicine from Birmingham Children's Hospital, and she's done a European trauma course in 2023. She's going to be talking to us about roadside to resuscitation, approach to pediatric polytrauma. All yours, Dr. Farah.
you, Dr. Bremera, for the introduction. Good morning. Where do I start? Amongst children globally, pediatric trauma is a major cause of mortality and morbidity, as we all know. Today, I will talk about some key elements in the journey of the child from the site of the injury to the resuscitation room. So in the presentation, I will talk about first the epidemiology of a pediatric trauma in Bahrain. Then we'll move on to differences between adults and children in trauma. Then we'll talk about the approach to the seriously injured child, trauma preparation, team structure, and then we will move on to pearls and pitfalls in all of the components of primary survey. This was a study done, it was a multi-center observational cross-sectional study. It was conducted in Bahrain actually by the RCSI, led by Dr. Martin Korbali. The study included 1,328 patients. It collected data over 3 months period in 2018. It included any child who was below 14 years of age and presented to any of the 3 major hospitals in Bahrain with an injury, intentional or unintentional injury. One of the things the study showed is different frequency of different injuries in Bahrain. So as you can see, out of the 1,328 patients, fall injury and blunt trauma injuries were the most frequent. 750 patients of fall injuries presented. Blunt trauma was 153 patients. Fall injury also included the non-motorized bicycle falls as well. The third common injury was the motor vehicle collision injuries, and also the sport injuries were common as well. The rest of the patients consisted of crush injuries, eye injuries, and etc. There were smaller numbers. From the study population, 69% were treated and discharged. 30% were admitted for surgery for specialist review. 0.05% had died. As you can see, 6 deaths were there over the 3-month period. Half of these deaths were because of motor vehicle collisions. The problem was that most of these deaths or most of the motor vehicle collision patients were unrestrained. So there was a high incident of unrestrained patients. It was 92%. And amongst those involved, 12% were actually ejected from the cabin of the vehicle. So as you can see, the importance of studying pediatric trauma in Bahrain, and hopefully in the future, we can have more research done in this area. The study actually called for implementation of public health policy and strengthening the traffic laws in view of this low seatbelt utilization and high proportion of ejection rate from the cabin. Moving on. Do you believe children are small adults? No, they're not. That's correct. The anatomical and physiological differences between children and adults have very significant implications in trauma. As you can see, these differences are important. So first of all, we'll talk about anatomical differences. The smaller size of the body can lead to, so a single impact injury to a small size body can lead to multiple injuries. So in pediatric trauma, if you see an injured child, always look for a second or third injury, because polytrauma is a rule in children. Children have large heads, large head to body ratio, which makes them more prone to have head injuries. The large head to body ratio also causing C-spine injuries as well because of the acceleration-deceleration mechanism. Younger infants will have open sutures, which means they can tolerate increase in their intracranial pressure for a long time, which is very deceiving because the child might have a brain trauma, brain injury, brain bleed, skull fracture, and you won't recognize it. Children have different airways. They have smaller, narrower airways and more easily obstructed. The trachea is flexible. They have prominent occiput, which means if you lie them supine on the bed, they will flex their head because of the large occiput, and that can cause airway obstruction. They are difficult to intubate because they have large adenoids. Their prominent tongue will block their airway, and they will have a U-shaped epiglottis. Their bones are pliable, which means the trauma force gets directly transmitted through the bone into the viscera. So you're very likely to have internal injuries without seeing any bone fractures on the outside. Their abdominal wall is relatively thin, and there is very less fat, so the abdominal viscera is less protected from the injury. Abdominal organs are slightly larger in proportion. The diaphragm is flat, which means some of the organs are pushed towards the abdomen and they are not protected by the rib cage anymore. Their pelvis is shallow and narrow, which means the bladder is an intra-abdominal organ, and that's why there is a high risk of bladder injury as well. Children have an excellent cardiac function. They can tolerate 30 to 40% of blood loss very well. So they can compensate for it, which means hypotension is a very late sign. So you need to learn to look for signs of compensated shock and to train yourself to look for it. Do not wait for hypotension to occur to recognize shock. They have a small blood volume relative to their body weight, which means they can have significant blood loss and shock quickly. Physiological differences, children have higher metabolic rate, so they can become hypothermic very quickly. Hypothermia is very important to avoid in trauma, and we will talk about this later in the next slides. Children, they don't cope well with trauma, with anxieties. I know some of us pediatricians are used to seeing screaming children and crying children with ignoring them. But the problem is in trauma, research has found that 25% of children who go through motor vehicle collision will have post-traumatic stress disorder. So that's why it is very important during trauma to calm the child, to minimize their fears, and make sure you assign a person to calm the parent as well, because they will also in turn make the child more relaxed. Moving on to the approach to the seriously injured child. As you can see, immediate assessment will be primary survey, then you will move on to secondary survey and reassessment. A rapid and a well-organized assessment of the child in the trauma is actually very essential. There is the golden hour in the first period. This hour is very essential. So if you have a well-organized management of the child, it raises their survival rate significantly in the first hour. So it is the goal of the first of the initial assessment is adequate oxygen delivery and fluid resuscitation and prevention of secondary damage. Preparation. There is a famous quote by Sir Benjamin Franklin that says, "By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail." The importance of this can be recognized by people who work in larger hospitals. It is the time when you have that call in the emergency room from the paramedics until the time the patient arrives. It is very important to utilize this time very well. So things to prepare your medication, your intubation drugs, your sedation drugs, your blood, and also you need to prepare your equipment. Keep your Broslo tape ready, your venous access equipment, pelvic binder on the bed, appropriate airway equipment, one size larger, one size smaller, and also warmers. Don't forget your warmers and bear huggers and your warm crystalloids. Team preparation is very important as well. Prepare your team, debrief your team, assign them roles according to their specialties, and also make sure you inform them about the signs that you have, the patient trauma, and also what do you expect to see in the patient, what do you want, how do you want to manage the expected injuries, and also don't forget to make contingency plans, because if your initial plan fails, what do you want to do if to compensate for that? Some of the hospitals will have a checklist like this one. They will have team preparation, equipment, IV drugs, and clarified plans. So this is a checklist, a good checklist to use in your hospital. Team structure. This is how you structure your team in trauma. The most important person is the team leader here. It doesn't have to be the person who knows everything. It has to be only an ATLS provider because you will have a multidisciplinary team on your hand and you will have a lot of expertise there. The other person here is the airway specialist. So airway can be managed by anesthetics, PICU doctors, or whoever is capable of intubating a child. And then you need your airway assistant. This doctor here, Dr. 1, can be the emergency doctor who will do the primary survey actually. And then you have the patient nurse. The other side of the bed will be the doctor who will put the IV access, the IO, and there is another nurse to help them. Then your important people here are the scribe, the drug nurses, and in the back you will have surgeons, specialty people, neurosurgeons, and radiographers on standby. In 2010, American Heart Association changed the sequence of primary survey from ABC to CAB because they found out that it is very important to manage the catastrophic hemorrhage first before moving on to the airway or breathing. So remember, in trauma, assign someone to manage the hemorrhage, put pressure on that bleeding limb, and then move on to airway breathing, and then circle back to circulation assessment and disability. Primary survey is taught sequentially actually, but it is performed in reality at the same time. Simultaneously, all the components will be performed. It only takes a few minutes to perform. So the goal of the primary survey will be to make sure you have adequate airway breathing. Don't forget your C-spine control, breathing and ventilator support, manage shock and fluid resuscitation, and also assess for brain injury and prevent secondary damage to the brain. Moving on to different components of primary survey. First of all, airway. Remember your 3 P's when you stabilize the airway: patency, position, and protection. You need to keep your airway patent by suctioning the airway, removing any foreign bodies you see, and and putting an oropharyngeal airway if you need to keep it open. Positioning is very important. Make sure you neutralize the patient. Make sure you have manual inline stabilization of the C-spine as well. Jaw thrust. Use your jaw thrust to open the airway. Do not use chin lift and head tilt. Protect your airway by putting an oropharyngeal airway or a cuffed ET tube. This picture will show you how to appropriately open the airway of the child. You can see the 2 blue lines across here. There is the nose-chin axis and the ear-sternal angle axis. You need to have these 2 aligned in order to properly open the airway. To accomplish that, you need to support the child's body from underneath. So you need to put a headrest and a shoulder roll to make sure these 2 lines are aligned. In older toddlers, you can use the sniffing position. You can use a pillow to support the child, and also at the same time make sure your lines are aligned as well. Don't forget your C-spine. Maintain your C-spine stabilized at all times. Maybe this is new for some of you. Cervical collars are actually harmful in children. We are not using them anymore. They can cause a lot of anxiety and pain and raise the intracranial pressure, which you don't want in head injuries. So if you see a child in your ED rolling up with a cervical collar in place, please remove that collar. But you have to make sure you're immobilizing the spine with other techniques. The most common one used is manual inline stabilization. And also you can use blocks and tapes, vacuum mattresses, and towel rolls, and spinal board and tape. This is a picture will show you how to perform manual inline immobilization. So you keep your head in a neutral position. You do the jaw thrust at the same time. So the airway person is responsible for that, or you can assign a person who just to keep the neck stabilized while the airway person intubates the child. These are the equipment that I mentioned to stabilize the C-spine. Here on the left you can see the vacuum mattress. This can stabilize your whole spine as well, not just the C-spine. These blocks and tapes are widely used, these rolls as well. And the easiest thing is to do, or the cheapest one, is to just put 2 towel rolls next to the head of the patient and just tape them with the bed through their forehead and the chin. Moving on to breathing, I will skip some slides because of time limit. Just to remind you the indications for intubation in trauma, which are general for any patient: failure to oxygenate, failure to ventilate, failure to protect the airway. Just also if you are anticipating airway obstruction, especially in burns, that's when you need to intubate as well. Declining neurological status, you're deteriorating GCS, and also management of agitation or severe distress in a child. This is a study. It was performed in pre-hospital setting, and children who were 12 years and younger. They compared 2 groups who had been given bag valve mask ventilation until they arrived to the hospital, and then they were intubated. The other group had been intubated at the scene of the injury. The study actually shows that these 2 groups had equal survival rate and good neurological outcome. So if you have a setting where you don't have a person who is expert in intubation, or you don't have the setting, so just go ahead and do a proper bag valve mask and be confident that this patient can be moved on to another place where they can be intubated, but they will be safe to have ambo bagging all the way through, because ventilation, ETT tubing, is a risky procedure in itself. During intubation, remember, use a straight blade laryngoscope, have your weight-based drugs drawn up. Atropine, there is not a lot of evidence in atropine in children, but if you feel comfortable, you can put it by your side. It might reduce the risk of bradycardia, which is induced by intubation. In head injury patients, you can always use fentanyl to blunt the raise in ICP associated with head injury. For intubation, induction of sedation, just remember ketamine is the drug of choice now. Lots of other drugs that are widely used still, propofol, thiopentone, they can cause vasodilation. So you don't want hypotension in a bleeding child. So ketamine is cardiostable fairly, and it can cause raise in blood pressure and heart rate as well. Ketamine, I forgot to mention, ketamine has been thought previously to raise ICP, which has been disapproved now. Lots of studies have shown that it does not cause raise in ICP, so you can safely use ketamine in head injury patients. Moving on to circulation. Management of circulation does not mean only fluid resuscitation. It is also, it means splinting of long bones to prevent the injuries associated with fractures, and also splitting of pelvis, managing any external bleeding, and also minimal handling. So make sure you don't dislodge the blood clots that are formed initially. As they say, the first clot is the best clot. Aims of stabilizing circulation: ensure you have good blood flow and also address any signs of circulatory compromise. Problems that can arise in circulation part, delayed recognition of shock. As we said, children often compensate very well. So regularly train your eyes to look for signs of shock other than hypotension. Tachycardia is the first sign. A lot of us will just dismiss the tachycardia as being caused by anxiety or a crying child. Just keep in mind that it might be just shock. Delayed capillary refill time, pallor, mottled skin, irritability, confusion, and also narrow pulse pressure. Most of us might have been in this place where we are seeing a sick child and we are hung up on putting an IV line and we cannot find a vein. And it takes us a long time with realizing that we have not been aware of the situation as a whole. So PULSE recommends that you place the IO early, 90 seconds or 2 failed attempts of IV cannulation. Remember, IO is temporary, so make sure you have someone on your team who is capable of putting a central line. How much crystalloids can you give before blood? It's a very big controversial topic. Evidence has shown that vigorous fluid administration in trauma is actually harmful. So they have seen that normal saline can cause acidosis, hyperchloremic acidosis. It can cause also dilutional coagulopathy and impaired oxygen delivery. So the recommendation is, if you see a child with evidence of bleeding internally or externally, just don't give any fluids. Go ahead and give blood. But if you see a child with compensated shock and there's no evidence of external bleeding or internal bleeding or by imaging, it is reasonable to give 1 bolus of fluid at that time, 10 ml per kilo of crystalloids. But then if they move on and become uncompensated shock or deteriorate suddenly, just avoid the fluid and go ahead with blood. Permissive hypotension is a concept used in adult trauma, is not used in children. You might have heard of it because children are more likely to have head injuries, and hypotension is actually harmful in head trauma. You need that cerebral perfusion to be at the normal level. TXA or tranexamic acid is an antifibrinolytic agent. It has been used widely in adults. Now they have been starting to use it in children as well. But the problem is it is based on adult studies mostly. There are a few pediatric studies that were performed and showed good survival in patients who had used TXA. And also they have showed the safety and the efficacy of it. There is a large multi-center study is going to be performed. It's called the TikTok trial. It will actually study the efficacy and the dosing of TXA. So that study might be helpful. It is also used in surgeries and hemophilia as well, especially cardiac surgeries, with a good safety profile. So if you see a child when you're anticipating they are going to receive a blood transfusion at some point, you can safely give TXA. Trauma death spiral. It's very important to remember these 3 conditions in trauma. It's also called the lethal triad, where you will have hypothermia and acidosis and coagulopathy at the same time, and they will increase mortality of the patient. So what happens is, if you have hypothermia, that's why I was emphasizing to avoid hypothermia from the start. Hypothermia will cause impaired coagulation, and acidosis also can cause impaired cardiac function and coagulation. So all of them will cause reduced tissue perfusion and increase the shock in your patient. So it might lead to death very quickly. Disability. Do you have time? Okay, I'll be quick. So make sure your airway person assesses disability simultaneously while ABCs are being managed. GCS is not used in acute care anymore. It is used, you can use the scale called AFPU. So A stands for alert, V stands for responding to voice, P stands for pain, and U stands for an unconscious patient. So each of them will correspond to the GCS level, as you can see on the screen. Remember to check pupil size and blood sugar and note movements and interaction, and also then you can later on do GCS as soon as possible. I will just talk about severe head injury in this slide. So severe head injury is defined as GCS below 8 when the child is only responsive to pain. There are, so in head injury, in severe especially head injury, the important things to remember is there are 3 goals in management. First of all, you have to make sure the child has low ICP, reduce their intracranial pressure and maintain the cerebral perfusion, and also you want to prevent the secondary damage to their brain. So in order to accomplish these 3 goals, you have to vigorously control these 6 parameters. Hypotension is the first one. Hypoxia and hypercapnia. Some of you might say hyperventilation is used in severe brain herniation, but hyperventilation is actually harming to the child because it will cause vasoconstriction. They are using it in severe herniating child, but only temporary. So make sure your oxygen and carbon dioxide are on the normal level. Hypothermia, you need to avoid that as well. And also you need to avoid hyperglycemia, which means because glucose is metabolized to lactic acid and you want to avoid acidosis. Make sure you reduce the ICP by raising the bed of the child and also remove the cervical collar. And also make sure you control the pain and anxiety of the child with sedation and analgesia. Seizure management in head injury is very important. Some of the guidelines will also prescribe anticonvulsants before they get any convulsion to prevent convulsions, because they can cause high metabolic demand of the child. If for the patients with signs of brain herniation, you can administer 3% hypertonic saline or mannitol. Both of them are useful. Just to summarize, remember, preparation is the key. Don't forget your C-spine immobilization, and cervical collars are harmful. Adequate bag valve ventilation is equal to intubation temporarily. Remember signs of early shock. Hypotension is a late sign. Avoid fluids in trauma as much as you can. Go ahead and use blood and TXA. Avoid hypothermia. Remember the 3 components of the lethal triad. And in severe head trauma, you need to remember to aggressively manage the 6 parameters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farah, for that enlightening session from the road to resuscitation. Moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Marcela Espinola. Espinola, I think I have a spelling mistake there. Thank you. She's a consultant pediatric allergologist and immunologist. She had worked with the Al-Maliki Hospital. Her achievements are that she specializes in allergy and immunopathology at the Federal University of Sao Paulo in 2009. And she also did the Healthcare Leadership Professional Skill course at the American University of Ras Al Khaimah. She's going to be talking to us on allergic disease, diagnostic tests, frequently asked questions. Thank you, Dr.
Good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for committing scientific committee to invite me to talk about this topic. It's not so common topic in the pediatric clinics, but this is important. By the way, in my country, the adolescents go to up to 21 years old. And the Brazilian society tried to move it to 25 years old because you try understand the mind end of this. This is very good time for to talk about this. But I'll try to talk after this brilliant previous presentation, explain something to you. This is my previous background. Like you see, it's a very long time in experience about this. This is my disclaimer, our agenda today, and let's go, dear colleagues. We know allergic disease is the most common chronic disease in child phase, right? Resulting from the interaction between predisposition genetic and exposure to some allergens. The allergen manifestations caused the production by immunoglobulin E, our famous IgE, okay? This is very important because all this IgE is present in some allergens, such as mites, pollens, moths, some foods, and sometimes an insect venom. The diagnosis is made primarily by detailed clinical history and physical examination. This is very sensitive. In order to confirm the diagnosis, it's necessary to see the presence of a specific IgE for each allergen, inhalant, sinks, and food allergens, and the other allergens present in environment parts. Okay? The most important to understand is try to prove the participation of these allergens in our clinical manifestation. There is currently a wide variety of methods in vitro and in vivo access to presence to a specific IgE. Today our focus is in allergic tests. Basically, you have 4 different types of allergy disease, right? The type 1 is mediated, is IgE mediated reactive, cytotoxic reaction, immunocomplex reaction as a post of bacterial infections, and delay reactions, type 4, as a contacted dermatitis. We know the innate immune system work to integrate to stimulate and bad environment triggers and release some information to the adaptive immune system. This is very important to understand. Dendritic cells respond environment micromodels and some issues, some alarms, and some chains, the phenotypes that determine T cells to respond to the functions and generated by antigen presentation. The tissue macrophages and respond to environment challenge and release some cytokines that can shape the immune response to the antigen derived from these tissues. This is so interesting because in patients with food allergen, for example, dendritic cells have an alterated phenotype when you compare to health controls in productions of pro-inflammatory cytokines in response to the allergic stimulus. Believe in me, trust me, allergy disease is real, okay? We can prove that. And IgE total, when you show the others? The determination of IgE total is usually requested in the assessment of allergen condition. Some factors contribute to this level of this IgE. For example, genetic predisposition, environment factors, infections, age is uncountable when neonated, but reacting maximal concentration in young adults and decrease after 60 years old. Pollution, smoking, type and intensity of allergen sensitizations, some factors can contribute for the level in IgE total. It's important you know, elevated levels of the IgE you can see in all atopic disease, but if you have only rhinite, exclusively rhinite conditions in patients, rarely you have IgE level, but no exclude the allergic disease, right? IgE determination performance by immunosign, ELISA. You can express in international units per millimeters or kilo units per millimeters per liters, or nanograms per millimeters. In the determinations is the Ig total. It's good for helping us to the differential diagnosis, okay? Because this Ig high level is not synonymous with the presence of allergy disease. Ig can be elevated in several conditions like intestinal or cutaneous parasitosis, myeloma, hyper-IgE syndrome, viscous adverse syndrome. The both one is primary immunodeficiencies, okay? Pulmonary aspergillosis, filariasis, and among others. High Ig level is regularly detected in no atopic individual. This is very important to understand, and it try in the clinical history understand the exposure to microorganisms they have. But I don't have some gifts like my dear Dr. Faisal, but what is the most important allergy test in our routine? The most important is the specific IgE antibody. The use of quantitative measures of a specific IgE antibody has been to show be more predictive in symptomatic IgE mediated in allergens, in vivo and in vitro. Food-specific IgE serum levels exceeding the diagnosed values indicated that the patient is greater than 95% likely to experience the allergy when they have contact with this specific food. This is very important to understand, and remember this, food challenge, in particular double-blind placebo control, is the best test for food allergen, right? It's our gold standard. When you are the skin test introduced us, we know it's long time ago, a skin test proposed in 98, Mantoux proposed the intradermal reaction. You know, our PPD, included in our trials until today. Later adaptive shows for use in allergic disease. In 1924, Lewis described the prick test, modified by Pepes in 1868, and minimal chance as it used today. Okay. Remember I told you the expected result of the skin test that evaluate like a type 1 reaction. This is a mediated reaction. Because this, you use the histamine for control these tests. The activity of histamine may vary according to the age, the local for you apply, the area you apply the tests. For example, for arm is more than back, epidermal or intradermal, okay, epidermal less than intradermal, and some drugs which patients have used before the test interference in the result of our investigation. But what is a skin prick test? A skin prick test is a test of mediatory allergic reactions and resulted to measured by a specific IgE specialized antigens. The test is mediated reading, considered the main method to confirm the IgE allergic sensitization. It's a little invasive, it's very good, no path, no blood out. It has very good reproducibility when you perform it like a correctly technique. Is the accuracy is almost 98-99% depending on the case, right? The procedure is education as well for the patients because you can see all your allergic manifestation in your skin after 20 minutes. The number of the allergen that you can depend of the kids, of course, depend of the patients because you can use in kids and adults and other people as well. Depend of the age, the clinical condition, exposure of the regional allergens, and among others. The skin prick test is a safe procedure, but you need to understand, describe some scientific trials, systemic reaction, because this skin prick test is a physician procedure at hospital place. We use glycerinated allergy extracted, and our positive control is histamine. Our negative control is saline, and you use some single sterilized prick test. Depending on the hospital, we use lancet or needles, right? How do performance that? First, you preparated the skin with 70% alcohol and drop it a potential allergen on the skin. You need the minimal distance 2 centimeters between each one. You pass the lancet, pass it through these drops and the most superficial layer and some small rupture on the skin. This is completely different in the intradermal test. The antigen is injected intradermis. It's completely different reaction, right? You can read this result. At histamine, you can read almost 10 minutes, and the other allergen, you can read almost 20 minutes. We considered the positive test when our positive control is more than 3 millimeters, and the other allergens is more than 3 millimeters at 50% the positive control. You measure the biggest part of the diameter, right? The papillus. Some factors can influence the result of the test. For example, age. You can apply this test from 3-month age. It's very interesting because we can see papule and erythema from this age. Up to 5 years old, low skin reactive. It's other thing it is very good to understand because the test was positive. The accurate go to 98-99%. Young children, when the predominance of erythema and skin reactive decrease after 6 years old. Other factors can influence the test is medicine. Some medicine, of course, inhibit the test. First, antihistaminics. The duration of inhibitory effects is linked to pharmacokinetics or the drug's activity metabolites. The classic antihistaminic, you need a minimum 3 days, 3 to 4 days is the best scenario to apply the test. Ketotifen, almost 30 days. Tritacycline antidepressive, almost 2 weeks. This is important. We know short course of systemic steroids do not interfere in skin reactive, but topical steroid top creams, if you use by 1 week, you need to suspect like this because it interferes the 2 phase, the immediate phase and the late phase of this cutaneous reactive. Skin prick test in food allergy. It's possible, yes, it's possible, but we need to pay attention about food because sometimes you can lose the antigen potential this. The corresponding extractor have a little allergic activity because this. Some doctors, some allergic doctors prefer to use the prick-to-prick technique. But what is it, prick-to-prick technique? Prick-to-prick technique consists in you apply the lancet and the fresh food, and after you can apply in the skin, wait almost 20 minutes to 30 minutes, and read the result, the bubble, like the skin prick test with some standardized strategies. This technique is very used in most part of the words, and the reproduction the resulted very, very well. The food more consistence, you can measure and dilute in 1/3 saline. It's extracted fresh, it's very, very high potential when you compare with the standardization extracted, because this, again, we have to do at hospital, okay? Some, of course, like all the tests, you have some disadvantages because the no standardization and the risk of hyperexsensitivity. Okay. What is the best test for food allergy diagnosis? Our gold standard is double-blind placebo-controlled food challenge. You have 2 blind phase, and after that you can open this food challenge. You have to do at hospital as well. Medications, drug hyperexcessivity represent a very, very, very challenge for us allergic doctors. Why? Because only the history, the clinical history is not sufficient for showing us the demonstration this reactive. First, in the same reactive, you have more than 2 drugs involved in the same reactor, right? You can be evaluated a hyperexcessive reaction to drug when a suspected IgE mediated reacted. It is possible the medication to beta-lactams, antibiotics, some muscle relax, insulin, protamine, heparin, and the other drugs. But it's not all drugs you can measure IgE specific. We have almost 5 to 30 drugs you can apply this test for checkers. You can be considered a skin prick test, but in the absence of hyperactivity to local anesthetic. However, it's more to exclude the reaction than to confirm the hyperextensivity to the medicine. In the reaction area, the medication is skin prick test. You can do that, but it's absolutely prohibited in patients with hospitalization history with this drug. Okay? It's because the life risk and because the severe reaction like Steven Johnson. What is this atopic contact test or atopic patch test? Consistent application of the allergen. Intradermal, right, is the different for the skin test, and same method as a traditional contact test to assess allergen contact dermatitis. Remind that contact dermatitis, it's allergy type 4. You don't need IgE test for confirming like this. But this test is still in discussion because the concentration of the allergen, because the technique to apply that, the time you apply that, the time to wait, the time to read, because this is very, very specific for contact dermatitis. You can see, you can be a specific IgE detected in vitro, in lab test, yes, hydroallergic or immunosorbent test, our famous RAST test, okay? These are critical parameters for diagnosing IgE-mediated allergies. The presence of IgE antibody indicates sensitization, and it's good for monitor the evolution of the allergic disease. You can see that our topical disease include anaphylaxis by insects, foods, and sometimes you can see an medication. The determination of the specific IgE in serum has been some proposed that a skin prick test. The procedures are often compared in terms of efficacy, sensitivity, specificity, and in routine clinical diagnosis. In vitro tests, like all the tests, has some disadvantages in terms of execution times, cost, and sensitivity for some allergens. Depending on the allergens, the accuracy is around 45 to 55%. It's really low when you compare to skin tests. You can measure in semi-quantitative and the result can distribute in class. We considered positive test from class 3. Okay, this is very good, again, for understand the sensitization, but it's very, very important have some relationship between the clinical history and the result of the lab test. When you compare skin prick test and HAST, you can see that both can help us to confirm the symptoms. The prick test, the results in 20 minutes, RAST sometimes you need a few days for the result. Both are safe when positive, show out sensitization. But again, you need correlation with clinical manifestation. Some doctors knows about RAS because it's most common RAS test because you have available in most part of the hospital, and skin test depend on the allergic doctor to apply that. Other approaches. We can see IgE specific and the other kind of methods. Unicap or immunocap depend on the lab. ELISA, immunoblot, and microarray. Microarray is the last 10 years is the technology capable to produce a miniature of DNA or protein sequence has made it possible to analyze it more than 100 simple simultaneously. This is very interesting because the amount of the blood you need to screen this is the great difference of a microarray technique. You need only 20 to 30 nanoliters per serum to evaluate quantity more than 200 allergen at the same time. This is sensitive methods compared to HAST, ELISA, and immunoblot as well, but the disadvantages is detecting more than 100 substances. This is good or not good? Okay, this result can show the sensitization more often. This is too much. Imagine the patients, the parents in front of us. More than 100, oh my God, I can't put my kids in the bubble. My kids can't go, can't play, can't go to the park. This is very difficult to apply that. And the doctor lose the focus of the treatment because the must-have allergy disease today is directed treatment for each patient. In conclusion, skin prick test must be the first test you request in allergic disease. It's good, sensitive, specific, fast, simple, safe. We need a specific IgE antibody. It's very, very, very important to formulate the specific immunotherapy for each patient. We need this because they must have an allergic disease. You prepare the special immunotherapy depending of the case. It's very individual treatment, right? A number of recent developments are improving the predictive valence of some laboratory tests and diagnose food allergy. But, however, to the date, in vivo or in vitro, placebo, double-blind placebo control for the challenge is the best test for food allergy. And my key messages, that the specific antibody most important, but exaggerated and inappropriate requests may conduct a malpractice, right? Avoid, it's important you take this. Order the test for the specific IgE reaction that not mediated by IgE. The patients need to preview contacts with this allergen for your request like this. And some agents do not induce the production of IgE. You need to pay attention about the list about the dyes, painkillers, and some anti-inflammatories. The selection of these allergens be ordered should be based on the patient's medical history and the physical examination. And a specific IgE efficiency and its to contribute to clinical practice depends on the criteria of use, this indication, the technical skills, and the laboratory quality. That's it. I would like invite you for knows my beautiful country, Brazil, okay? You enjoy the beautiful and natural things. And I would like you know about our first allergic medical center in Latin America. It's in São Paulo City. We have a lot of research, we have a lot of medical practice that. If you want to do this, we are very, very welcome. Thank you very much. Shukran and obrigada.
I'd just like to invite the panelists back for our group discussion and our panel discussion. Dr. Farah? Dr. Farah disappeared. Maybe I'll contact her. Dr. Brahma? Yeah. We can, I think, get started on the...
So thank you very much, Dr. Faiza, Dr. Marcella. While we wait for Dr. Farah to come, I want us to go back to the first topic that we had, pediatric adnexal torsion, and your take-home messages for best practice that we as pediatricians take away from here. 1, 2, 3, maybe 5.
They are 5 actually. Thank you very much, Dr. Bramara, and thank you all to being an excellent audience for the lecture. So the main take-home message, I will give 1. That would be good. So this is a multidisciplinary approach. Adnexal torsion, although rare in pediatric, but if we detect it early, it will be fantastic. So multidisciplinary meaning who's the first liners are all our emergency physicians and the pediatricians who they come to. The nurses that are there in the emergency, the radiologists, like sometimes somebody with abdominal pain just goes to a radiology clinic and gets ultrasound done. And of course, lastly is the surgeon. So the take-home message is this is a multidisciplinary approach to this condition so that we don't end up with a complication that will end it up losing an organ. Of course, organ sparing is what is being done these days, and we rarely remove an ovary unless it is really non-viable and totally ischemic. That's it. I'm not going to add more to that.
Thank you very much. But I have a question. What is the rate of missing the diagnosis? Because most often, right iliac fossa pain is you look for appendicitis. But did you encounter cases where the patient had to come back and then you recognized that it was an adnexal torsion, which was missed initially in the ultrasound?
So not quite, but what happens is they come with abdominal pain, and the abdominal pain is non-specific. Especially when you examine them, they're absolutely soft. They do not have that features of an acute abdomen when they start with. And unlike testicular torsion that has a time limit, the ovarian torsion can go for months even, because the twist may be twisting and untwisting because it's a big cavity that you have that. We had not had any that we missed as much as I know in my practice. And we do advocate lately, all my residents, if it's a female with an abdominal pain, next day I come, everybody has an ultrasound. Why? It says we wanted to rule out if there is any other torsion. So no, even worldwide, I think because of readily availability of ultrasound, and the radiologists are picking up everything and they're becoming excellent in this. So I don't see that they are missed unless an ultrasound was not done, or the physician who has encountered the patient, the first one, did not think of it. So it has to be kept always at the back of your mind. Yeah.
Dr. Faiza, I just have one question. I think you said 1/3 of the cases there was no torsion.
Yes.
So what were the causes in those 1/3 of the patients which you had?
Okay, there are cases that are open that have like ovarian cysts that are large, or a ruptured hemorrhagic cyst that may mimic and have the same signs and symptoms as a torsion. And luckily when we open, there is no torsion, but there is, let's say, a ruptured hemorrhagic cyst, which is good for the patient, but we have to deal with it. Having blood in the peritoneal cavity will give you the signs and symptoms of all that. Another case would be just a simple cyst that they come with pain because of an expansion of the increase in size of that cyst. So these are the causes mostly. And it could be that it torted and detorted if it did not go all the way like 360 degrees.
Any questions from the audience for Dr. Faiza?
Thank you, Doctor, for your interactive talk that you gave. And thanks for the pen also.
Oh, it reached, so I do apologize if it did not reach the rest. Maybe I didn't have enough for everybody. The attendance is more as we go, so 3.0 has more attendance than 2.0.
Yeah. In one of the recommendations that you proposed there, you said salvaging the adnexal structures is the main aim. What are the criteria that would make you decide for excision or salvage on the table? How would you decide that?
So lately we are salvaging almost all of the ovaries that they come, but if you noticed in the study that everybody presents early, within 2 days of the signs and symptoms that they have. So the criteria, like there isn't one internationally, but they do advocate preserving as much as you can. So most of the pediatric surgeons, they're preserving let's say most of the ovaries, if not all of the ovaries. But if it's a frank ischemic necrotic ovary, then you cannot salvage it. So it's mainly surgically. You go in, you see what's happening, you untwist, as the pictures I showed how it was once we entered. It was twisted, we untwisted it, the color came back, looks like it's salvageable, so just leave it in.
almost like testicular torsion.
No,
So
testicular torsion, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, that it is a time-sensitive diagnosis. You have that time limit. If you do not immediately intervene and go to OR to untwist, you will lose the testis. Time is ticking.
thank you.
Do you do anything to prevent this from happening? Because you said it can happen recurrently. So when you go in and do a laparoscopy and you find and you salvage it, do you do something to prevent it?
So the most common cause of these twists is to have a cyst that is enlarging the ovary and making it vulnerable for it to twist on the pedicule itself. So what we do is we treat that cyst, we open it, we sterilize it, we open it wide, we just drain all the cyst fluid that we have, and this will avoid having it happening again. But if it's going to happen again, like sometimes you cannot, like you did one, and we do always observe the second one because there are two ovaries. There were no signs of having any cysts or anything. They're bound to have if they have the same pathology. So cannot help that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faiza. If there are no more questions from the audience for, yes, there is a question there.
Thank you, Dr. Faiza, for your great presentation. Actually, my first question was answered. Is there a golden hour for adnexal, for operating or on adnexal torsion? My second question, is the recurrence rate high for those cases?
Almost the same question of Dr. Bramara. It's not high if you treat the cause that they came with. Thank you, Dr. Rawan.
So shall we move on to the next? Your takeaways, Dr. Farah, for roadside to resuscitation. What would be your take-home messages for us?
I would just like to spread more awareness of the importance of initial management of pediatric trauma, and we should have more people who are trained to deal with pediatric trauma, because it is very frequent in Bahrain, as we saw in the study. And I would also advocate for more research in this area, which is lacking obviously in Bahrain.
Going by the statistics of the study that you showed, legislation and enforcing seat belts becomes very important, because most of the deaths that happened were because of road traffic accidents, and that they were rejected. Yes. So I think, yeah. Right. So prevention is the key here. Any questions from the audience?
Hi. Thank you, Dr. Farah, for your interesting topic. I really enjoyed and upgraded actually my knowledge about ketamine and the use in it in the brain trauma injury. My question is the use of FAST or EFAST, which is focused assessment sonography in trauma. Now, adults is established. Actually, it's an evidence-based. What's your thought on that and the use of it in pediatrics?
Well, it depends on the type of injuries you are using FAST to detect. In abdominal injuries, FAST is, they say, it's like a flip of a coin. In pediatrics, 50% sensitivity, so it is not widely used, not recommended. You have to go ahead for CT. It also depends on, it highly depends on the operator itself. So is it an emergency doctor performing it or a radiologist? Still, even with an experienced person, it's 50% chance that you will detect any bleeding. In chest trauma, it is been recommended. It is highly sensitive, but in abdominal trauma, it's not yet established yet. Let me add to that. The reason why it's not very widely used in abdominal trauma, because the way to detect trauma is to see intra-abdominal fluid in the four regions in the abdomen. lot of injuries they have studied, the liver and the spleen injuries have presented with bleeding without any fluid shown in the ultrasound. So there is a lot of false negative in abdominal ultrasound, in pediatrics especially. So if you see, there are lots of case studies where they didn't see any fluid in the abdomen with the ultrasound, and these patients had to go for surgery. So there were a lot of cases of that. That's why it's not being widely used. Not very sensitive, yes. Yeah, but the problem is but the time you will take to do the e-fast, if you can do it in 3 minutes, if you are experienced, that's fine. But just remember, if it's negative, you will still have to CT the patient. So you mean you can take him but then still they want CT because they want to see how much is the injury and what are other injuries that the e-fast has missed. Yeah. 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 If it's unstable, yeah, you can go ahead and do damage control surgery, but still I think even without ultrasound, they might take him to do the surgery. I mean, if you are suspecting externally bleeding, even without ultrasound, they will take him to surgery. Yeah. Yeah. It is sensitive in chest injuries. Yeah. We need to train our physicians to do that. So maybe Dr. Vanita will take that forward. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's true. I think it's an evolving science. We need to have more training, widely used training, more trained people. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Yes. I think thank you for that discussion. I think that to inform the audience that we're having a very interesting the last session where we're going to be talking about POCUS. That is going to be the in thing, and that will help us detect hypotension faster and prevent them from getting worse. That will be a good session to attend, and then we have a POCUS workshop for all those of you who have yet to register. I think we still have some places left. So thank you, Dr. Farah. Moving on to the last one is about the allergic diseases. So I have a question. I'll give you a scenario, Dr. Marcella, so that all of us can take home best practice from here. If you, in your clinic practice encounter a child who is brought by the parent and says, my child has thrown up a rash after having eaten this or so, or the mother is in the dark as to where the rash is from, what would be your next steps? And that is one. And the second is, because there's a lot of talk, a lot of out there in the investigatory panel, we have the food, the IgG. I know you've focused on the IgE. I would like you to spend a little time and clarify about the role of the IgG mediated tests. Thank you very much.
Okay, the first question, this is important if you have a patient with rash. Usually it's allergy, but it's not every time. You need to pay attention because you have allergy for everything. For some virus reactive, bacteria reactive, because it is very, very important. The first time you check the IgE total. If IgE total is high, okay, open our mind for, okay, now I will try a specific IgE for some option. We need knows about what they eat, what they, I don't know, contact from other house, for example, or go to play on the natural garden, depend of part of the year, depend of the case, you choose the right, a specific allergen for investigate that. In our case, our protocol, American protocol, will choose maximum 22 parameters for check according to history, okay, or genetic predisposition or family history. You need to choose like this because we need the focus for define exactly what the patients apply this rash. And the second question is about IgG. IgG is good for food allergen, but it's important you know you have 3 different types of food allergens. The first one is IgE mediated. The second one is no IgE mediated, but you have a mixed. When you have a mixed, when you request stakeholder about the IgE total is really low, it's almost 30, maximum 50. Everybody, no, this is not allergen. Okay, you try IgG. IgG is most common, you check the humoral things, the cellulose, it's the other part of allergic disease. But even this, it's food allergies. If the IgG is coming positive, a little bit, you need check the IgE total, even in low level, okay? But you need to pay attention about that. It's more for food allergen, the other kind of allergens.
Any questions from the audience? So when you ask for the specific IgE before they come, the specific IgE, you're ordering a blood test, isn't it? Yeah. So in what cases do you recommend the patch test or the skin prick test?
Okay, it's fine. Sorry. Yeah. IgE is the unique test showed us allergic disease, allergic reaction. It's 100% connect to allergen, right? IgG, no. And what are the other questions? It's like because patch test is not correlated with IgG or IgE. It's correlated to contact dermatitis. It's by cells, macrophages and basophilus degranulation. When you have some apoptosis, some histamine granules can come in that, but it's not IgE connection. It's completely different because this will exclude this, and it chose the patch test exclusively for atopic dermatitis because this dermatology doctor prefer a patch test than a skin prick test. For us, prick test is the first one. Patch test just to exclude other diagnoses.
Thank you, doctor. That was an interesting presentation that you gave us. One of the questions I have is what are the allergens that are available, validated for testing for the prick test in Bahrain, and for the available allergens, are you doing the prick to prick, and how authentic the prick to prick test is?
Yes, it's very good questions, because usually you need to wait 8 months to 10 months for the distracted coming to Bahrain, right? Yes, it's possible to apply prick to prick. It's very common technique in allergic clinical practice, but it's not easy. You need to put the patients at hospital, wait 24 hours inside that, test a little bit that for start the oral provocation. The oral provocation, first, the prick to prick, you put the food or the other allergen, depending of the case, around the mouth. Try wait the oral provocation. If nothing happens after 2 hours, you can apply this technique. It's possible, it's safe, but it's important to stay at a hospital. Honestly, I don't like too much the prick test, but if you don't have the allergen, this is very specific history. For example, 2-3 months ago, I had a patient with cashew nuts, not cashew nuts, it's Brazilian nuts. We don't have Brazilian nuts here. What I mean is, please call my colleague, give him a Brazilian nuts for him. I wait 1 month, only 1 month, and immerse this nuts, and put the patients at hospital, wait 24 hours, and apply this test in him. Positive, was positive, but totally safe, totally secure with some. The problem of prick to prick is this standardization, right? You need to pay attention about this high hyperactivity reaction. You need to pay attention about that, but the right technique, the correct technique you can apply, no problem, is sufficient. But it's not so common. 98% of the cases, the skin prick test, 2% prick to prick.
How superior it is to food provocation test itself? Why not do a food provocation rather than?
The food provocation test, you can...
is it unsafe?
Yeah, it's very safe. But at hospital, please, you have to do it at hospital, okay? You can apply that because you have some sequence, you have some protocol to follow that. If you start this, you start some autoreactive or you start some papules here, you stop at this, apply some medicine, and finish the... If the auto provocation is not sufficient to decide of the diagnosis, you wait of this. Probably these kids or this adult or this adolescent, you can start the introduce some food for his life. This is the means of this.
Thank you.
I think last question at the back.
Thank you, Dr. Marcella, for the presentation. My question is, how early can we do IgE allergic test for the baby or for pediatrics?
IG test is, look, is the different, for example, for IgG. I think I understand your question. Let me know if I'm right. IgG, you can wait almost 6 months for choose this. Why? Because you're born with our mother IgG. It's different for IgE. IgE, you're born with your IgE, your predisposition to develop them. Of course, in neonates sometimes is you can't it's uncountable. I can't take it like this in neonates because you need previous contact with all the allergen for you start the production some IgE specific for each allergen. Because this is important to pay attention about. From 3 months is the good time for you start the investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you all for that panel discussion. I think there are so many more questions coming, all three of your way, but I think we'll do that in the coffee break. So we have a half-an-hour coffee break. We'll see you back here at 1, where we'll continue with the rest of our talks for the next session. All right, and we're up at the 5th floor for the coffee break. Okay, so snacks and coffee on the 5th floor. Thank you very much.
breakfast.
looking about malnutrition and nutrient deficiencies across the age spectrum, from children through adolescents and on into adults. It's a nice resource. This afternoon we're going to focus on some macro and then micronutrition problems with an overview with a few details about things as relates to adolescence. Eating disorders. How many of you have seen a patient with an eating disorder in the last 6 months? Wow, that's a bunch. I'm sorry for the patients and for us all. Anorexia nervosa is perhaps the most common of the eating disorders, certainly the most typical that we think about. What's new with anorexia? It got really popular during the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a higher frequency of the beginning of eating disorders like anorexia during the pandemic, and those that already had eating disorders got more sick during the pandemic. Something about the social isolation and the changes in lifestyle of the pandemic made anorexia more frequent and more severe. But most of what we know about anorexia nervosa is still true. What works to help in treatment is family-based therapy using multidisciplinary teams. Individual therapy takes the patient out of the life context and doesn't work as well. Therapy focused around the family, involving parents and either siblings, perhaps, can be more effective. So family-based therapy is still good for eating disorders like anorexia. The patient should be hospitalized for anorexia for medical management if electrolytes or vital signs are out of balance. It's hard to find great resources for specific guidelines about treating anorexia. You probably have something you use here. One of the best, I think, comes from Australia. We saw something from Melbourne, Australia, and some guidelines on the screen earlier today. Melbourne has some good things about eating disorders as well. Refeeding syndrome is a problem where someone who's malnourished then gets good nutrition in a hurry, and then it can tip some metabolic imbalances in their bodies. And so what we use, well, if you all are treating a patient with anorexia who's hospitalized, we'll say, with a heart rate of 40, with electrolyte abnormalities, how many of you restrict their food below the normal intake and then build it up gradually over several days to avoid refeeding syndrome? Nobody? Somebody's. All right, so that was the habit for many, many years because it was thought you could prevent severe refeeding syndrome. What's new in the last few years are data showing that if you give slow refeeding, it doesn't reduce the risk of refeeding syndrome, but it just delays the time until they get better, prolongs hospitalizations and delays recovery. So we should watch for refeeding. We should manage the refeeding and watch carefully following electrolytes, including calcium and phosphorus. But what's newer with references on the screen is that we no longer need to start with those suboptimal, subcaloric feedings. We can give regular caloric intake for what other people would be regular, what's a lot for the person with anorexia. And then we can follow along and deal with refeeding with further electrolyte supplements if we need to. Another form of an eating disorder is binge eating. Were any of you involved with this study that you see on the screen? In the nearby neighborhoods from here. This was a recent paper last year looking at the prevalence of binge eating in Bahraini youth. Scary to me, 21% of adolescents had binge eating symptoms. So this is eating too much, sometimes associated with purging and fluctuations. The risk factors that were seen in Bahrain for binge eating disorder was people with a higher BMI. We saw this in the obesity talk this morning. The higher BMI, then they're going to binge and then feel guilty and purge, and you have all these ups and downs. People on a restricted diet were more likely to give in and then binge, and then people with depression and anxiety was also an issue. So binge eating disorder, that's going to require some care, that's going to involve some psychology to help work with them, as well as good dietary plans to follow. How many of you know what ARFID is, A-R-F-I-D? Oh, good. Some people don't still. How many know what RED-S is? All right, two other kinds of eating disorders which are seen in subpopulations of the adolescent population. And if we're familiar with these, we'll be able to recognize them and we'll be able to help some adolescents. ARFID is avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. Physically, it looks like anorexia nervosa, but emotionally it's different. We know that people with anorexia often have some compulsions and they felt bullied about their weight, or they have some depression or extra anxiety. ARFID usually comes with some physical symptom related to eating. It can happen in someone with celiac disease who doesn't recognize their celiac disease yet and eats gluten, and they notice the more they eat, they get sicker. It can happen to people with dysmotility, GI dysmotility, where they eat and then they feel bad. Can happen to people with esophagitis or other problems. But there's usually, for many of these people, there's a physical trigger to discomfort associated with eating. So they eat less to have less discomfort, and then they can lose weight, and they get into a physical anorexia sort of picture, but without some of the psychological overtones that are common in other people with anorexia. People with ARFID do not think they're overweight. We know people with anorexia can look at themselves in the mirror and think they're fat, even though they're malnourished and scrawny. So people with ARFID have an appropriate body image. They're not doing this on purpose. They just were doing a physically protective measure of not eating as much, and then it tilted into a habit, and then they continue not to eat as much. Treatment is similar to the feeding replan, or refeeding plan we would do with anorexia in terms of it's diet that helps. As Hippocrates said, let food be thy medication. People with ARFID need to eat. Psychology help is sometimes needed with ARFID just as they work through all this as well. This is a look at 10 years of ARFID with a review of what's known. In this study, they found that family-based therapy is helpful, sometimes cognitive behavioral therapy, and something I don't know much about called SPACE. Some psychologists like cool abbreviations, supportive parenting for anxious childhood emotions. So if somebody with ARFID, instead of just having the physical trigger, also had some anxiety triggering their symptoms, then we might need to deal with the anxiety. But ARFID treatment is usually much more straightforward with easier success than the prolonged treatment for anorexia. RED-S is another eating problem. It's relative energy deficiency in sport. How many of you remember hearing about the female athlete triad in the past? Remember that female athlete triad? Nope. Okay. So something that happens in female athletes where they don't eat enough to support their athletic activities, so they don't necessarily lose weight, but they can't support other bodily functions. So their bones get weak and they stop having periods, and they can have some physical issues. That can also occur in males. And so it's been renamed relative energy deficiency in sports. So it's similar to what we used to call female athlete triad. It's often but not always seen in girls. They have inadequate intake to support their energy needs. And so the symptoms are altered menses, weak bones, declining performance of exercise performance, and then other things. And then there are often some other physical systems that are involved. This is not terribly common, but it's not terribly unusual, especially for girls that are athletic. So even if pediatrics stops at age 14, the pediatricians here are going to be seeing this in 12, 13, and 14-year-olds that are running a lot or doing a lot of gymnastics, and everybody thinks they'll go faster if they don't eat so much. And so they stay thin and think they're healthy, and then the girls stop having periods and they can't keep up with everything. So they'll actually perform better in sports if they get appropriate intake. And then iron deficiency is a common comorbidity with RED-S. All right, got it? Alphabet soup is our post-meal. ARFID, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, RED-S, relative energy deficiency in sports. And here, for those that want, and you can have the handouts, I think from the organizers, or I can email you the slides with another recent paper from last year looking about RED-S in a review sort of way. Let's shift gears from eating disorder, from anorexia, binge eating, ARFID, and RED-S, and we're going to talk a bit about some micronutrient deficiencies in adolescents. What are the most common micronutrient deficiencies you see here in adolescents? Iron, I hear. Vitamin D. Anything else? Which what? B12. Interesting. Anything else? Zinc. Fascinating. All right, we're going to talk about the first two. Back to those first two. Which is more common here? Vitamin D deficiency or iron deficiency? Okay, I'm hearing more vitamin D than, all right. We'll see what the data say as we look through here. We'll talk first about vitamin D, and I'm limiting this, or expanding this, to tie calcium in with it. We know that for the bones, calcium and vitamin D work together, and adolescent diets can be low on calcium as well. Most of us think about vitamin D deficiency when we're thinking about rickets, but it might be more than that. So what we already know about vitamin D deficiency, the natural sources are sunshine on the skin, but we also need calcium to keep the bones in balance. The key features of child vitamin D deficiency can be rickets, with a question about risk for developing infections and cancers and diabetes and multiple sclerosis in their future. The prevalence of vitamin D deficiency varies related to sunshine exposure, varying from 10 to 50%, most of the literature would say. We're going to mention a part of the world in a few slides worth in a few minutes where about 91% of people are vitamin D deficient. But it's pretty common. There's a lot of that, and there's increased risk for those that don't get sun on their skin or that have darker skin where the sunshine, the ultraviolet lights don't penetrate through the melanin to stimulate the reaction to form vitamin D under the skin. So that's the background on vitamin D that we know. That's a friend of mine, Tom, that was working as an American family medicine doctor in Nigeria, and he and I shared a bunch of patients in Nigeria with rickets. So we recognize the classic findings of rickets, these kids with bow legs, genuvarum, knock knees, genuvalgum, and then one leg going each way with the windswept deformity. Rickets has the wide wrists and wide ankles. Anybody heard about rickets this morning? Yeah, our genetic talk, we saw some findings with rickets with not vitamin D deficiency, but some genetic things. And then the beating or purling of the ribs, where the bumps on the costochondral junctions. So we're pretty familiar with rickets, shows the widened epiphyseal plates on the x-rays with cupping and fraying of bones like around the wrists and the knees. So that's rickets. What do we do to prevent infantile rickets and childhood rickets around here? I don't know, I'm new around here. Do people routinely get vitamin D for the first year or two of life? Ooh, I see controversy. I heard confident yes from people that know the guidelines, and I saw a very sad face going back and forth like that person suggests. Do we think everybody follows the guidelines, doctors, to suggest it? And we think all the patients take it? All right, there's not 100% unanimity, but good if that happens. And there are some doses that are suggested. In the United States that started those guidelines that spread through the world, about a fourth of the kids actually get the recommendations. Perhaps in the culture and society here, people are more compliant. That's very good, congratulations. Anyway, that's for young kids. We can argue about those guidelines because the real risk in America is for kids with more pigment, but it's not polite to say, you darker skinned people, you need it. There's a bigger risk for breastfed babies because the mothers might be deficient and not be giving much. And then we say, oh, you're breastfeeding, your child might be deficient. Those are rude things. So in America, they said everybody should get it as a baby. One way or the other, people still are not applying it very well. But maybe we could do something different even for the infants. And instead of supplementing the babies, we could supplement the mothers. Studies have shown that that would be more satisfying to mothers. It takes away the risk of saying your milk is bad. It says this is a way we can help your baby by getting the mother's vitamin D up. So if we want to supplement a newborn, we can either give the mother 4,000 units of vitamin D a day, or we can give the baby 400 units of vitamin D each day. With some friends, I recently was involved in this paper. You see Tom's name at the end, the guy that had been in Nigeria for 19 years and then went to the Mayo Clinic. Looking at vitamin D deficiency in children and adolescents, with the key being what we wrote in red, circled in red. Prevention of vitamin D deficiency is via exposure to sunshine, food and beverage fortification, and supplementation. That sounds really nice and true. How are we doing? Not so well. So how sunshine is a source of vitamin D? I was talking to someone here this morning that said she likes to get at least 10 minutes at the beach every day for physical and emotional health. That's a good thing. What about sunshine as a source of vitamin D? We only know a little bit from studies that have been done. In Switzerland, in adults during the summertime, 10 or 15 minutes of 22% of the body surface exposed. That means head and face and arms. About 15 minutes a day exposed is about like taking 1,000 international units of vitamin D a day. So head and face and arms exposed to the sun during the summertime in Switzerland is like taking 1,000 units a day. That would be nice. During winter time, because of equator and sunshine and angles and clouds, it takes about 6.5 hours to do that. That's a long time in the chilly winter in Switzerland to be out and about. For kids, it might be a slightly different dose to get it in, but it's, anyway, so it might be tough in the winter time. In America, studies have been done and then some modeling. If you have white to olive colored skin in Miami in the summer, you need 6 minutes to get your 1,000 units with your head and face and arms exposed. Wintertime, 15 minutes. Move a little bit farther north than Miami and it might take an hour in Boston. So there are data about these things. Basic idea is you need some time regularly in the sun with your skin exposed. This is the Middle East and not everybody does that. So does it matter? Rickets is a problem for kids. We care about that. That can be life-threatening, it can be disabling, and it's a big hassle. But what about the older people that have grown up towards the teenage years and did not get rickets? What's the risk? We don't know exactly, but there are epidemiologic associations that look like they might be causal between vitamin D deficiency and diabetes, multiple sclerosis, cancers, and infections. There was a very clear association between low vitamin D and severe COVID during the pandemic, but that was probably not causal. Who gets low vitamin D? People that are overweight, because vitamin D gets stored in lipid cells. So people with more adipose tissue have more vitamin D stored and less circulating, and obesity was linked to severe COVID. Who was going to get more severe COVID? Sedentary people, whether they were obese or not. And so they're not going to be out in the sunshine as much. So the COVID hypovitaminosis D link was probably because there was something else causing the severe COVID and causing the low vitamin D, like being overweight or not being outside in the sunshine. But the other ones, diabetes, multiple sclerosis, non-skin solid tumor cancers, and infection, look like there might be a truly causal association. Nobody has done the study to take millions of people and deprive them of vitamin D for 40 years and see if adults they get these things. Nobody should do that unethical study, but it leaves us wondering if there is a risk. How passionate we feel about this risk and preventing these problems will determine how seriously we take vitamin D levels in teenagers. And I'm going to suggest to you that we maybe should be a little more serious. So what are we going to do for older children and adolescents? We don't need to screen them for vitamin D levels in terms of their bones if they don't have findings suggestive of rickets. So adolescents are not going to get rickets because their bones are still not mineralizing in the same way. So we don't need to do vitamin D levels to look for deficiency if we only care about the bones. But we care about more than the bones, like their future risk of diabetes or multiple sclerosis or cancer. So what should we do about that? I would make up a public health sort of a thought, like, well, where's the cutoff between give it to everybody versus test and treat the positives, realizing testing costs money and it's a poke and you have to actually bring the patient in. But maybe if 10% of people are vitamin D deficient, is that enough to treat the whole population instead of testing everybody? We could wonder that. And the panel there, you can see we did a study in Abu Dhabi looking at patients in our hospital that were tested for vitamin D. And it was up to 86% of the older adolescents, 2/3 of the younger adolescents that were vitamin D deficient. So how was I responding to that as we were discovering that over the last few years? I was thinking, maybe I don't need to keep checking vitamin D levels. Maybe I should just tell every adolescent to supplement with vitamin D. Does that make sense? I think it might make some sense. But 86%, that's a lot. I wonder if there are any data about anywhere else that has more. Oh, this is interesting. A study from somewhere else in the Middle East that's not Abu Dhabi. This was published, I think, last year as well. Anybody recognize names of the authors there? Oh, yeah? All right, so published data from Bahrain looking at vitamin D deficiency. This is with the American. They use the American. Do you use the American? Is 20-year lower limit of normal or 50 with the British units? You're multilingual, you can speak both. Okay. Anyway, so 92% of Bahraini children and adolescents were vitamin D deficient. That's pretty close to everybody. This takes us away from saying, quick, find each person and do something. And that makes us think, whoa, look at the population. Maybe we should have a population-based intervention. And what they found in this study was that 58% of people covered their whole body except their face and their hands. The Swiss and the Boston and the Miami data we looked at were head, face, arms exposed to the sun. This is more than half of people are covering, this is people, not just girls, more than half of people are covering everything but their face and maybe their hands. They're not going to get a lot of vitamin D that way. And the covering is probably going to be, when the sunshine is out, that's going to be problems for people. So there's vitamin D deficiency. People are covering their skin. We could come in like obnoxious Americans and say, stop putting on so many clothes. Yeah, that's not appropriate. There are reasons that people cover their skin. Anyway, so there's a lot of vitamin D deficiency. What should we do about that? I would suggest that it might be appropriate to consider, I'm being very political and gentle here, it might be appropriate to consider enhancing the oral intake of vitamin D for practical and cultural reasons. I think we might need to go orally because practically it's not appropriate to, well, culturally it's not appropriate to tell people not to cover necessarily. And for practical reasons, telling people to go out in the sunshine when it's 45 degrees out, not everybody wants to do that. So vitamin D supplementation I think might be a reasonable way to enhance vitamin D status to reduce the risk of possibly getting multiple sclerosis, diabetes, non-skin cancers, and having more infections along the way. So I heard that the government of Bahrain is, I heard this morning, is now considering what to do about vitamin D deficiency. And I was told that the logical suggestion is widespread supplementation for all children and adolescents, and maybe even all adults. But depending on insurance and cost and payment systems in the country, whoever recommends something is probably going to need to link it to resources, availability of vitamin D, and who's going to pay for the vitamin D. So stay tuned. I'm guessing Bahrain might decide to supplement everybody. Abu Dhabi might decide the same thing. But I think there's enough prevalence, a high enough prevalence of vitamin D deficiency in adolescents in the Gulf region that widespread supplementation would make sense. So some key points. Rickets still happens. At-risk newborns and infants should be supplemented, perhaps by supplementing the mother of breastfeeding babies. Kids need calcium too. And if there's a low prevalence of deficiency, we might test. Places like this where there's a high prevalence of deficiency, we'll think about supplementing. Iron deficiency is the most common nutritional deficiency in the world, but not here, because 92% vitamin D deficiency beats iron. But iron deficiency, iron as we know comes from meat, deficiency can be common. The features of features of iron deficiency are going to be altered development in young children and infants, anemia from iron deficiency, tiredness, big thing for iron deficient adolescents is fatigue. And the people at greatest risk statistically are women and children. There have been good reviews. This is just a statistic to stagger us. There are 1.2, this was 5 years ago, there were 1.2 billion people on the planet with iron deficiency anemia, and probably 3 times that many with iron deficiency without anemia. Iron deficiency is a big deal. We can do tests. What test do most of you use for for iron deficiency? Blood count? Blood count would show anemia, but that might be not there. You like ferritin? What's the problem with ferritin? So if you have inflammation, the ferritin will be elevated as an acute phase reactant, and you might miss it. I like ferritin as the best test. Anybody use an FTFR? You know that one? That's new, not widely available. Soluble transferrin receptor. That's probably the best test if best does not include feasibility and cost. But as that becomes available, it's as good as ferritin for finding iron deficiency, and it's not affected by inflammation, so it can show you that. How should we dose iron? Most of you give it 3 to 5 milligrams per kilogram per day, divided in 2 or 3 doses a day. Does that sound familiar? If you haven't memorized doses, that's what most of the books will say. Taking it on an empty stomach helps absorption. Taking it with vitamin C helps absorption. Oh, she wants to reduce it and put it in a single dose. Yep, and if you need to go long-term to replenish the bone marrow, if you do it for a week or 2, that's not going to really do long-term help. But what's new in the last 5 years is hepcidin. Well, it's not new. Hepcidin is a chemical in the body. It's released from the liver into the blood when iron is ingested. More hepcidin reduces iron absorption, and so that helps prevent iron toxicity. The trouble is, if we give frequent doses of iron, the body senses, oh, there's a bunch of iron, so we raise the hepcidin to inhibit absorption, and so the more frequently we give the iron, the less it gets absorbed, so frequent dosing might be a bad idea. And then daily or every other dosing might be better. I got excited about this a few years ago. There were studies about pregnant women, and it says, wow, it's better to give it once or twice a week rather than every day, related to hepcidin. Alternate day feeding or alternate day supplementation was better than every day in iron deficient women. Other studies, there's a better help if you give it less frequently rather than more frequently. I was getting excited about that until pediatric studies started coming out. We've heard a very good statement this morning. Children are not just little adults. Children might be different with relationship to iron. So people have looked at iron and hepcidin in children with iron deficiency and with iron deficiency anemia. Some of these are in African settings where there are other nutritional challenges. And in fact, in this study from Kenya, most iron deficient anemic Kenyan infants were involved. Giving iron on every other day rather than every day increases hepcidin, but that doesn't make a very big deal for the response to iron. Other studies have looked at, well, what if we base our iron dosing on hepcidin levels? That sounds scientific, personalized medicine and all that, and it didn't do any good. So what it looks like is that for kids, we should just keep dosing it like we did. If you want to go every day instead of 3 times a day, that's fine. But we don't need to make it less frequent based on hepcidin. So what are we going to do to dose iron in iron deficient children even without anemia? Carry on. Keep doing what we're doing. There's no clear evidence that we need to alter traditional or daily dosing based on hepcidin. So that's something that used to be true. Then we thought hepcidin would change it, and now we're back to saying, we'll forget about hepcidin. We'll just do what we used to do. So take home or take to clinic lessons from what we've just said. Eating disorders are common. 21% of Bahraini youth have binge eating. Anorexia has become more common with the pandemic and more severe. ARFID, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, is what we see in people that have physical trigger often. Red S is for athletes burning up more calories than they use. Vitamin D deficiency is common. I think widespread supplementation of the population would make sense. Iron deficiency can be diagnosed using ferritin or the STFR tests. Long-term daily treatment can be appropriate. And as usual, I'm available by WhatsApp or email and happy to talk about this more. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Phil, for a nice presentation. And I just, regarding vitamin D deficiency, we published an article in 2020 in Bahrain, and the prevalence was 93.2. So it is almost above 90 for all Bahraini children. And this is an alarming point for providing vitamin D. move for the next speaker, Dr. Vanitha. She is a consultant pediatrician in American Mission Hospital. She has over 25 years of experience in pediatric and neonatology. She is author of over 20 systemic cohort review publication, and she is editor of POCUS, Atlas Junior. She will speak about point of care ultrasound in pediatric practice. And the POCUS is her baby. She's want to spread the use of POCUS. Correct?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud. Thank you, audience, for still sticking on the pre-prandial session. I'll get started with the topic. My topic today is POCUS in pediatrics, standardization and AAP recommendations. I have an abbreviation in my pocket. POCUS is point of care ultrasound. AAP is American Academy of Pediatrics, which is a globally recognized recommendations for practice in pediatrics. Declaration before I proceed. I am a POCUS enthusiast with almost daily basis. I use POCUS, and almost daily I have one story to tell about how POCUS changed the management. And of course, as already told, I'm one of the editors for POCUS Atlas Journal and other POCUS journals as well, which are peer-reviewed journals in the topic. Learning objectives of today's talk: overview of POCUS in pediatrics, appraisal of evidence. I kind of am basing the talk in a format where I would talk about the research which has established POCUS application and is being recommended as regular use in common practice. I would list up some AAP recommendations just to make it the standard practice, as our theme today is to talk about standard recommendations. We'll talk about evidence not just in the applications as we are going forward, also about how to inculcate it in our practice and various hurdles that we might face while inculcating in our practice, about training in POCUS, about credentialing and privileging, about how to document a POCUS evaluation. And I am trying to reserve the category of recommendations as regards billing, because that might not be so much of what we can adapt according to AAP recommendations. I will end the talk with a detailed image review, where it was the main focus of my today's talk. What is POCUS? Please focus on the highlighted areas. Focused ultrasonography performed and interpreted at the patient's bedside by a provider in conjunction with clinical examination. In the sense, it will be you and me when, after finishing clinical evaluation, if you find the need to have some assistance beyond clinical evaluation to have better insight into what we are trying to figure out, it is at that juncture we'll be using this as an imaging modality, and it will be done by the clinician who is doing the clinical evaluation. And it is not elaborate, comprehensive evaluation. It would be time sensitive and time bound. It's designed to answer specific binary questions, yes or no, and not elaborate, comprehensive evaluation, and in real time. These are the main focus of how it's just ultrasonography, which is all too familiar to all of us as an imaging modality in clinical practice, but how it's a different subsection as POCUS, wherein you are utilizing it for a specific purpose. I will go about some literature review where
Now, POCUS is not something where we have to talk about awareness. Gone are those last decade times where we had to talk about what is focus and get people's agreement to see the value of focus in practice. Now the progress in the research is to validate it for various applications as well as streamline its value in specific applications. So the AAP has figured out the nuances of what POCUS and what POCUS can do to pediatric practice and has summarized certain recommendations. So these are 2015 onwards, certain recommendations that were proposed by American Academy of Pediatrics, which I will be using for the substance of my talk. Moving beyond the stethoscope, this is one of the major reviews of POCUS done in AAP and has some strong recommendations which are based on research which have been quite painstaking, and the summary of the result is diagnostic POCUS is almost order of the day, where it has been included in medical curriculum and it's finding its difficult place amongst the practice community who have gone beyond medical training and how to inculcate it in the medical practice amongst pediatricians who are not part of medical training anymore. So use of point of care ultrasonography in NICU is an established practice already. It's almost their bread and butter, and it's of utility for various procedural purposes. New point of care ultrasound guidelines tailored specially to hospital medicine and pediatrics have been proposed in the last 2 years, and that would be the outline of the rest of my talk. The POCUS refers to portable imaging performed by the clinician, as I already mentioned. It could be for diagnostic purposes, therapeutic purposes, that is, you do an intervention and you monitor the effect of the intervention, which for various purposes is radiation free and available at your hands, and you do not count on any other person coming to assist you on this score. POCUS could be considered an extension of physical examination, not a substitute for diagnostic imaging. So when POCUS was proposed to be a part of new science, the conflict was between the traditional physical examination, the deficiencies that it was proposed to fill in. It's not just that. You will have to do a detailed physical examination to obtain an area of interest which needs complementing by POCUS. And it's not conflicting with the detailed comprehensive evaluation because you're just using it at the point of care to complement your complement your physical evaluation. POCUS in clinical decisions is different from traditional practice model. By now we would have realized we are not gonna wait for the radiologist. We make an order, we ask the radiologist to do the imaging, he acquires the imaging, he does the interpretation, you wait for the interpretation, and then you use it in your decision. This is taking the role of all these three in your orbit. Diagnostic POCUS is dynamic in the sense you will be using it for monitoring. You'll do the intervention and you will see the effect of intervention, and you will, like for say fracture, you will diagnose, you'll do the reduction, and you will establish that the reduction is done. One of the examples, although that's not the commonly used one for. Diagnosed POCUS complements extreme physical examination to answer a specific question. It narrows your differential diagnosis, it guides your clinical therapy, it directs your consultation and disposition. For example, we were discussing about the EFAST. EFAST, when you do it, you are narrowing the differentials. If it generally answers the binary questions, whether yes or no, is there blunt trauma and secondary effect there, hemorrhage, no hemorrhage, and you decide the disposition. Is this patient fit to be sent home, as the clinical picture suggests, or is there suggestion of hemorrhage which needs observing? So you decide the disposition as to send to next level surgical need or observation at your destination. So these are how POCUS will be utilized, and that's what is summarized from all the recommendations, and those are the basis based on which recommendations are proposed. Henceforth, any research that is done on POCUS basically answers questions like the PICO format of any research, where the population, is the scope fitting in, is the intervention helping, is it compared to anything like the existing clinical evaluation or detailed examination, it compares, and most of all, the outcome. Does it benefit the patient? Does it benefit the clinician? Or it's just gadgetry and consuming your time. So based on these 4 questions, the recommendations are proposed, and it should answer the binary questions like yes or no. It should be as typical as that, or objective to just grade any particular condition, like say, is there pneumonia or no pneumonia, or it should say the cardiac contractility, it's asystole or poor contractility or hypodynamic. Some proposes so what applications can be amenable for POCUS, before which I will touch upon some recommendations on training, credentialing, and reporting. As regards training pathways, the conventional training that happens in med school would be the primary pathway, and as we all know, we have gone beyond it, and there is a widespread population which should benefit from using POCUS but have graduated med school but still would need POCUS. So this alternate pathway is for people who are in practice but who are not attending med school. So focus teaching modules which is supervised and mentored in practice destination is the alternate pathway that's proposed, and AAP strongly recommends practice pathway, which is the alternate pathway for us who would want to adopt POCUS in our practice. So these recommendations basically means that you would be adapting it in your practice under supervision of some learned POCUS specialists who would guide you according to the modules proposed in the applications. So there are proposals as to when you can adapt and use it in patient care without hassling the patient care or damaging the concerns of patient outcomes. And those proposals are what are discussed in detail as regards training recommendations. And it's complemented as in credentialing and privileging as well. It's not just learning and how you adapt it in practice and translate it into patient care, as I was saying, with the main objective of not interrupting the benefits of patient outcome. So putting it all together, the main factors that would decide whether an application could be adopted in your practice would be its scope. If you are a primary care pediatrician, you wouldn't be much thinking of using it for cardiac arrest differentials. You would be thinking more for the differentials that you encounter. So use the applications according to the scope. Second, the particular application should be amenable to be explored by ultrasound. We have a famous acronym again, the alphabet soup here, the SMART quotient. It should be superior to the existing modality of assessment. It should be measurable, so to say, not exactly centimeter, kilometer. It should be semi-quantitative objective insight. Then it should be accessible by ultrasound as well as action-oriented. You assess it by POCUS, but can you do something about it? It should be one of those where you can do something about it. So action-oriented. Then it should be reproducible. The main essence of any research is its reproducibility. What I do, what someone else does, should be the similar findings. So that insight is what makes the application standardized for utility. Then comes the T, which is the main thing. It should be time bound. You will not take a jolly good time evaluating. You would have a time like when we propose EFAS. It was told that it would take a long time and it would probably waste your time at the time of evaluation, but that wouldn't be how it is. Anything lasting longer than 5 minutes wouldn't be a POCUS application, and it should be in real time. You should be able to assess and intervene. So that would be what it should be. Amenable, it should fit in your scope, it should be something where you encounter it often in your scenario. Like in practice, you would encounter pneumonia, whereas in a sickle cell hospital, you'll think of assessing it for, say, acute chest syndrome. So you fine-tune it for our scope of practice. Are there any recommendations for the equipment? Not really, but it does make suggestions of various equipments that are available, although not suggesting to use this or that. Of late, the newer generation portable ones, as demonstrated in the picture, are the ones which are very popular amongst the practitioners, wherein it's a wireless and you can get your there on. The recommendations from now on would be about specific applications. These are about various modes. Detailed cover on this would be on the workshop, so those interested can attend the workshop. In short, certain recommendations are made as to what mode is used. Basic mode that is used is the B mode or the brightness mode for most applications, and there are other modes called color and power Doppler for typical uses where you will assess specifics. So we will detail it in specific applications where I review the applications. And these are the overview of different aspects of ultrasound or ultrasound language, which are also fine-tuned by some recommendations. There I come to the indications or the specific applications. As I said, it would be focused on the scope of your practice. And in pediatrics, I have listed the applications which are suggested by AAP in different scope, and you can pick the scope that you belong to and focus your learning based on those specific applications. So to summarize, some of them in the lung area would be to evaluate pneumothorax, pleural effusion, pneumonia, and bronchiolitis. In cardiac, global cardiac function and hydration status. The reason why they're listed, as I said, it fits into your SMART quotient as well as your binary questions. Those are the other applications, and I'm not going to touch much on the procedural applications, which is a well-acknowledged use of POCUS, but what I'm talking about is the POCUS indications on the clinical conditions encountered by a pediatrician in different care dispositions. So that's a list of where you would need the POCUS in hemodynamic assessment and the lung POCUS, as I listed before. While I'm reviewing the detailed review, I will cover the rest of them. So this is the list. It's not too comprehensive, but it kind of covers the major encounters, and it would be very useful to toe in the line of the current evidence, learning these applications to be able to diagnose and not miss the diagnosis, and to expedite your diagnosis. And what follows next, the management, I'm not going to cover. It could vary, but I'm talking about the evidence of utility of these applications. So as listed in pneumothorax, in lung, we listed it already. The first list is in an ER or in a pediatric EM. The second list is in the hospital medicine, which is complementing the first list as well. So in the lung, basically certain pathologies, as we saw, which is a common encounter in pediatrics. You would want to know pneumonia. You would want to know pneumonia's etiology by pattern in POCUS, whether it's bacterial, it's atypical, whether it's viral, or even in newborn, various lung pathologies at birth and as the baby evolves. In cardiac, we are not going to do what an expert 2D echo evaluation does. We will be assessing the global function. We will see if there is any pericardial fluid, the left ventricular function, right ventricular function, as much as it would assist your clinical evaluation and further management. In abdomen, abdomen is a Pandora's box, is the comprehensive sonology's food, bread, butter, but we can tread into the zone where we can make a difference in the clinical evaluation at the time of evaluation. So only couple of applications have been listed for use in abdomen. Skin and soft tissue, very high yield. Until off late, people used to cut and decide whether it's abscess or not in a pretest probability of presentation. But now it's not a story. You just do imaging by POCUS. You will know if it's cellulitis or abscess, and that's what's being proposed by assessment of skin and soft tissue, as well as foreign body exploration. These structures around the foreign body, identifying the foreign body, and for the procedure of removal of the foreign body, the whole lot of assistance POCUS can do. As I said, I will not talk about the procedures. As we all know, POCUS is being in practice for procedures, and it's like the evidence-based beginning of POCUS in the field of practice. Lung ultrasound. The first clip, I think it's not coming as a clip. Anyways, what we see would be until today or few days ago, what was believed in lung ultrasound was air is not so much of a friend of ultrasound, and you would not get lung as an image, and so it's not conventionally image that you're seeing in lung ultrasound. So what you would be interpreting would be various artifacts, and beautifully so you can determine certain pathologies with so much specificity and sensitivity that X-rays almost become obsolete. The first clipping is A lines, which is what you see when there is air, and that's an artifact. And the second clipping is B lines, and this is what you see when there is any fluid in the lung. So various patterns based on these A lines and B lines, you can make a determination of certain pathology. That's basically how lung ultrasound goes. This is again an alphabet soup. The third one is the C lines, a C profile, wherein you see a shred sign or a tissue paper sign, and those white dots you're seeing are the air bronchograms. It's so typical that it's almost nearing 80 to 90% specificity and sensitivity for diagnosing pneumonia. That's lung ultrasound, and these are three situations where it's been the order of the day to use lung ultrasound. So that is in essence pneumonia, diagnosis of pneumonia, and the black anechoic area which suggests presence of fluid. The basic determination of various POCUS fields that we talk about is in the language of echogenicities, ranging from white to black. There are a couple of structures which cast these white shadows, and based on which we can determine what's going on. This is the bone, which is a spine, and it guides on to assess the pathology in the lung, which is the effusion. So basically you would see the diagnosis of pneumonia or effusion with almost certainty, which has made X-ray to be zoomed out of the evaluation. Recently we saw a case where we were assessing by POCUS what we had thought that we were dealing with a pneumonia. We could see the effusion overlaying the pneumonic effusion. Although no dramatic difference in management, you get an insight as to effusion or pneumonia with better perspective if you use the POCUS overlaying the X-ray and imaging. So that's the clipping of something called a subpleural consolidation, and the second clipping is suggesting the anechoic space, which is of effusion, And this is the C profile where you can see the dynamic air bronchograms and the shred sign, which suggests the pattern of sonographic signature in pneumonia. That brings us to another application, pneumothorax. This is almost 100% specific when used certain sonographic signs, and in emergency situations wherein you cannot wheel in other evaluation systems, this at the bedside you can evaluate, and it would be of utmost importance as an emergency evaluation method, where you would see, as this is just air, the A lines which we talked about, but areas where the sliding stops is where the area of pneumothorax would be, and this area of confluence of sliding and no sliding, which is called lung point in the sonographic language, is almost 100% specific. So AAP has proposed this to be of a recommendation, as in wherever you would encounter pneumothorax in your practice, to be adapting it as a method to evaluate. This is about newborn. There are neonatologists sitting in the podium. So this is where it's made a difference in assessment, as in suggested at birth and later in evaluation. In the evaluation of, say, TTN, RDS, with certain pattern, and there are certain suggestions. It's basically a mix of A, B, and C, and with patterning you can make assessment, and you can see the therapeutic applications wherein you use it to guide surfactant administration. They have alternative primary guidelines, but these complement in therapeutic applications. The other applications would be when to wean off CPAP, and in fact whether after application of CPAP, whether the monitoring of utility is there. So that's the lung ultrasound, which is an objectivized use of what we saw in the previous application. So where does the evidence stand? As regards pneumonia, pneumothorax, this is the appraisal, sensitivity and specificity range to 85 to 93. The pattern suggesting the diagnosis of pneumonia. About pneumothorax, as I said, it's nearing 100%, most of the sonographic signs. I cannot detail much on the cardiac ultrasound, but as I said, what you would in essence do here is monitoring the global cardiac function, the left and right ventricular specific function, and the pericardial fluid. All together can give you an evaluation as to what's happening in the cardiac activity, shock, and fluid background of the patient in clinical situations which we often encounter, and how to use it for titrating it for your interventions. As I said, I will not detail upon it, but to get your interest on it, that would be how you would see the pericardial effusion. That would be how your heart would be when it's hypodynamic, when it's in shock or bleeding or trauma or fluid deprived. This would be when the right ventricle is strained, and that would be to assess the left ventricular function by checking on this is the ailing heart. This is a heart which is vigorously contracting, where your mitral valve is slapping against the interventricular septum very well. And this would be a right ventricle which is strained and flattening the interventricular septum. So in essence, as I said, what you are looking at is the confluence of features of the global cardiac function, the hydration, and the IVC, which is a barometer of the preload or the fluid in the patient. So you do not, so it really assesses in the recent guidelines which ask you to be conservative on management of the fluids and for other clinical scenarios as well. So as I said, how that helps is in the management thereon. Although we would not discuss much about the management, that brings me to the EFAST, which is about evaluating these 4 areas in the abdomen as was discussed before, to check for free fluid and look for pneumothorax and pericardial effusion or pleural effusion, which should again suggest the free fluid or the damage causing pneumothorax in the area, which would all require an insight before intervening, which is the bottom line as to why we are doing it. As we said, this would be used to titrate the management, wherein would you want to give crystalloids in the shock, or you want to do vasopresses, or you want to do any inotropes. So we will have to go through the details to be more understanding of the concepts there. So various other applications is the gallbladder, renal POCUS, testicle, and as we said, POCUS abdomen, limited to assessing appendix, a non-peristaltic with gut signature with appendiculolysis as well as non-compressible at the site, and intestinal obstruction are the famous target of intussusception, and the pyloric stenosis. It's very limited to these so that we do not spread ourselves into the zone of comprehensive examination. Skin and soft tissue to explore a foreign body, you can see that very clear. Our cellulitis or abscess, lakes of cobblestoning, and anechoic spaces to differentiate between the two so that we don't do the mistake of IND before assessing. So abscess and IND after the POCUS, you can see the failure rate has dramatically fallen down. So what are the other applications in fracture? Fracture reduction, fracture identification in subtle fractures, in hip, transient synovitis of the hip, and intracranial hypertension as a non-invasive ways of assessing. So how would you document? Are there recommendations, or you just write what you see? No, there are specific guidelines as to how you document. Focus on the fact that you are advised to write the study quality. Was that good enough for your assessment, so that decision making based on that, was it a right thing or not, could be assessed on as you proceed with the next lines of management. So you notice the facts that there are fixed documentations which are available for you to just tick certain features, as well as note the fact that you were unable to elicit certain features, so that you would seek complementing by comprehensive evaluator or other mentors. So I'll summarize. POCUS, as we just discussed, is one of the recommended science that has come into the practice of medicine, and there's not very many things which has come into the practice recently which has contributed to definite patient outcome alteration as POCUS has done. It's been a game changer. So if it gives you an insight into the lacunae in your traditional clinical examination, and of late, the last decade, there have been recommendations which are assisting you to learn specifics so that it's brought into proper utility. So guidance on recommendations for training have been proposed, based on which we have conceptualized one training program today, which would be the workshop. It does not have to be done in a particular recommendations like how PALS is done with certain credentialing, etc. These are passing on the information of the trained group of experts to benefit for the furthering the cause of POCUS. So that's the model we are following by following the training, which will be in the workshop next. And the listed applications are not too many. It's not like you will not tread into the zones where you can see the smart quotient fitting. You can use it, but the recommendations are based on the utility for different care dispositions, and these would be the ones which should be adhered to. Thank you. See you in the workshop for those who are registered for the same or are thinking of registering also. Spot registrations are open. Thank you.
continue and we'll move to the last session, the dedicated session about the neonatology, and it's my pleasure to call Assistant Professor Dr. Munad Jaferi. She is an pediatric and neonatology consultant and lactating consultant also, to chair the neonatology session. Dr. Munad.
Good afternoon. I know it's the last session, but it's very important. Actually, it should be the first session because we are the neonate. Life is stopped by neonate, not by adolescent, but that's for Prof. Fischer. And you know, without neonatology, you cannot process. And we need to have a healthy child should be started. Actually, for us, we believe the 1,000. I don't know who said about that 1,000. I forgot. The 1,000 days is very important. So we are part of that journey. So the next speaker for us is Dr. Athar Mujib. He's consultant neonatologist in American Mission Hospital. He have an experience over 16 years of experience in pediatric and neonatology, and he have more than 7 publications in reputed journals internationally. And he will talk about the golden hour in neonatology. This is very important for all the one who are dealing with the newborns, especially in their station.
Thank you, Dr. Mona, for introducing. I totally agree. The newborn should have been the start because it's the start of the life. And I will talk about the golden hour with the first hour of life. A lot of golds are there in neonatology, like golden hour, then we have golden minute, the now coming concept of golden week as well. And golden drug. As far as neonatology is concerned, the 2 things which happened which changed the whole neonatology is the use of antenatal steroid and the discovery of surfactant. So I call them as golden drugs in neonatology, surfactant as well as antenatal steroid. And one very important which we miss is we call it liquid gold. It's called MOM, mother's own milk is like a liquid gold for the baby. So starting with golden hour in neonatology. So my agenda for today will be history and concept of golden hour, why we are worth discussing this, and what are the key concerns in the first hour of a preterm baby, and what are the strategies to optimize the care in the first hour of life, evidences till now what research has been done in golden hour projects, and the timeline how to proceed in golden hour. So it was basically this concept was adopted from adult trauma. Initial first hour of trauma management has made significant changes in the outcome for the adult patients. This concept was initially given by Dr. Adam Cowley in 1970s for adult trauma patient. It decreased the patient mortality, patient outcome, better transport. So then in neonates is also accounts for the first hour of life because it's a time of profound and critical transition for babies. It is introduced by Regina Reynolds in neonatology. She did the first quality improvement study in Baylor College of Medicine in 2009. And they notice a significant impact on neonatal outcome. This is the paper published by her, The Golden Hour, Care of the Low Birth Weight Infant During the First Hour of Life, her unit experience. What is the definition? It is performing a set of evidence-based. In neonatology, everything is evidence-based. In a systematic, sequential, and efficient manner within first hour of birth to rapidly stabilize a neonate. All it is done to support fetal to neonatal transition, and it has improved short-term and long-term outcome in extremely low birth weight babies and very low birth weight babies. Why extremely low birth weight babies and very low birth weight babies needs urgent intervention? Because they have poor thermal control, they will go rapidly into hypothermia, poor respiratory drive, apnea, respiratory drive, poor energy stores lead to hypoglycemia. They are often born after a complicated and stressful delivery. They are deficient in surfactant. They cannot adapt rapidly to the outside world because they have immature adaptive systems, and they are susceptible to intraventricular hemorrhage and periventricular leukoplasia. And when a preterm delivery happens, the parents are extremely anxious in a state. So what are the concerns in golden hour? What we are really focusing here? So baby will feel cold, hypothermia, hypoglycemia, hypoxia, as well as hyperoxia, low blood pressure, and bronchopulmonary dysplasia. Hypothermia, hypoglycemia, and respiratory failure. Long term, we have intraventricular hemorrhage, bronchopulmonary dysplasias, and necrotizing enterocolitis, retinopathy of prematurity. So our interventions, all neonatal interventions, are to prevent acute as well as long-term concern. So how we will proceed in golden hour? First is the preparation before the birth, then the care at the delivery, managing the transport, and later care in the neonatal unit. So what are the features? What interventions should be included in the golden hours? That are standard, should be a standard treatment, best available evidence at that point of time. It should be gentle, timely, effective, and mostly non-invasive if required. So these are the main interventions. We start with antenatal counseling and team briefing. When the baby is born, we go for delayed cord clamping, temperature management, respiratory care, cardiovascular care, taking care of the nutrition, prevention of sepsis, monitoring the baby, send relevant investigations, and end with communication, counseling with the update about the condition of the baby to parents. So antenatal and counseling and team briefing, it's all as a part of NRP and more valid in the golden hours. So what antenatal counseling should include? Your answer should be based in at what age baby is getting delivered, what is the estimated fetal weight, what is the gender, what are the risk factors in the mother which can affect the neonatal outcomes, is a single pregnancy or multiple pregnancy, has mother received antenatal steroid, let's make a big difference. To add more, at what hour of life before the delivery a mother received antenatal steroid, what is the data available at your center in your country to give the update about the parents. They will ask what are the chances of survival for my baby. You should have a data ready. And ideally, both obstetric and neonatal care providers should be present at the time of counseling. Then you have to assemble a team, assess the risk factors, identify a team leader, anticipate what are the potential complications are going to happen, delegate tasks, and identify who will document all the whole one hour of interventions. Then next is delayed cord clamping. You should announce in the OT, I am Dr. This from an ICU team, I am here to assist for delayed cord clamping. So delayed cord clamping, it is now a standard thing recommended by latest AHA NRP update 2023 for term and late preterm baby. Any baby who is cried immediately after birth and more than 34 weeks of gestation, DCC can be beneficial when compared to early cord clamping. Minimum NRP recommends more than 30 seconds, between 30 to 60 seconds. For non-vigorous babies who are between 35 to 42 weeks, baby, intact cord milking may be reasonable compared to early cord clamping. So you can do cord milking in babies who did not cry, and cried baby you have to do DCC. For term and preterm baby who have cried, did not require any resuscitation, cord milking is not beneficial, then DCC. The baby has cried, go for the DCC for at least 30 seconds. For preterm babies less than 34 weeks of gestation who do not require resuscitation, do DCC for at least more than 30 seconds. And between 28 to 34 weeks of gestation, in whom DCC without any reason you cannot perform intact cord milking. But any baby less than 28 weeks of gestation, intact cord milking is not recommended because it will increase the risk of intraventricular hemorrhage on that preterm babies. What are the special circumstances in delayed cord clamping? If there is a placental abruption, bleeding placenta previa, vasa previa, cord avulsion, there is no point in doing delayed cord clamping. Currently not enough evidence to recommend delayed cord clamping in multiple gestation birth, and in these conditions safety data is limited. You have to discuss with the obstetric provider to go ahead with the delayed cord clamping, such as the baby has IUGR, abnormal uterine artery Doppler measurements, abnormal placentations, or any other condition in which you think there is a impaired umbilical cord blood flow or placental perfusion. This is almost published 10 years back by WHO, still holds true. What are the immediate and long-term benefits of delayed cord clamping? There are significant evidence available, but WHO has produced a guideline in 2014. Preterm babies, it decreases the risk of intraventricular hemorrhage, necrotizing enterocolitis, late onset sepsis, decreases need of blood transfusion, mechanical ventilation, surfactant, increases the hematocrit, blood pressure, RBC flow. For immediate benefit for the term infants, it get adequate volume, increased hematocrit. There's no effect on the maternal condition in the third stage due to delayed cord clamping. Long-term benefits, increased hemoglobin at 10 weeks, good iron status in the term babies at 6 months of age. Next come the most important and most neglected aspect, prevention of hypothermia. Normal newborn temperature should be between at all times 36.5 to 37.5 degrees Celsius. So there's a very old study done by Laptuk et al. In 2007, admission temperature of low birth effect and what are the predictors and associated morbidities. He said if the admission temperature decreases by 1 degree, the mortality increases by 28% and rate of sepsis increases by 11%. This is shocking data considering the temperature required at the time of admission. How we can prevent hypothermia? What are the things which can do? So we should have a dedicated team member for temperature management, adjust delivery room temperature to 23 to 25 degrees Celsius, have pre-warmed linen, use of polythene bags and wraps in less than 32 weeks of gestation babies, use a cap or hat, thermal mattress, pre-warmed incubator for before transport, and heated humidified gas sources. These are all the interventions to prevent hypothermia in extremely low birth weight babies. And pre-warmed IV fluid, this is a very neglected condition till now. It's still coming up in an ICU to pre-warm IV fluid before infusing. So how does a well-equipped delivery room looks like for thermoregulation? First thing is room temperature is between 23 to 25, radiant warmer is on, baby has a cap wrapped in a plastic wrap on an exothermic mattress, and humidifier is giving a humidified oxygen with 100% humidity and 37 degrees Celsius. These are the interventions. If you do, the baby will never go into hypothermia. So how there are four more main mechanism of the baby loses heat. So each thing take care of the one. Plastic bag take care of the evaporative losses, infant warmer take care of the radiative losses, delivery room temperature convective losses, and exothermic mattress conductive losses. Next, the second most important is support to respiration. In delivery room, everything is respiration. If respiration is taken care of, rest other things will be taken care of. How to support respiration in a golden hours? First, initiate resuscitation in term babies with 21%, preterm babies between 21 to 30%. If baby did not cry, don't panic and increase FiO2. For the hypoxia has its own disadvantages. Target oxygen saturation according to the NRP chart. Use heated humidified oxygen. Perform T-piece resuscitation. If the baby is in distress, start CPAP in delivery room. Give early rescue surfactant. And nowadays people are coming with caffeine administration also in delivery room, but it's still not a significant practice. And last, gentle ventilation. So this is oxygen target preductal oxygen saturation. It should be available in all delivery room. Everyone should follow this chart to prevent hypoxia as well as hyperoxia. Whenever you are giving oxygen, use pulse oximetry. Whenever resuscitation is anticipated, if you want to confirm there is a cyanosis, when you want to give oxygen, when you want to give PPV, attach a pulse ox to the baby's right wrist. Here, first is our Drager resuscitator, which is easily available in all the OT delivery room. Use that one. Don't use bag and mask ventilation. And during the transport, this is the another equipment, the Neopuff T-piece resuscitator. You can use it during the transport. So these are flow controlled and pressure limited. They are easy to use even by experienced and inexperienced operators. They are more accurate. They give consistent peak inspiratory pressure and PEEP compared to self-inflating bag or flow inflating bag. They're more stable tidal volume delivery. We are always interested in tidal volume in unit because the volume is the thing which causes maximum damage to the lungs. It's not the pressure, it's the volume. So it always, when you use bag and mask, the volume is decided how hard you are pressing the bag. So there's no control on that. So if the resident is panicking, he will press the bag more harder. They will get more tidal volume. So that's why TPs has a manometer. You can see how much tidal volume baby is getting. It delivers CPAP when the tubing port is open. A study shown when TPs is used is a better survival without major comorbidities. So TPs, you can adjust the pressure. It is showing in this picture. Then you can check how much PEEP baby is generating, and when you put finger on the top, that will provide the PIP. Whenever you start resuscitation, gas flow minimum 10 liters, keep a ventilation rate between 40 to 60. Initial PIP should be 20 to 25. Always do resuscitation with a PEEP, don't self-inflating bag. Sometimes they don't have PEEP valve as well. So best is to start with a PEEP of 5 in an ICU, in delivery room. About the CPAP, Dr. Alan Job, he has a lot of research in preterm lung. He said in 2005, there's perhaps nothing more dangerous for a preterm lung than an anxious physician with an endotracheal tube and a bag in his hand. How much damage he will cause to preterm lung? Each breath will initiate the start of ventilation-induced lung injury and later bronchopulmonary dysplasia. So what do we do if the baby is breathing, has a heart rate of at least 100 per minute, but her labored breathing and low oxygen saturation despite free flow oxygen? Start CPAP. Early CPAP prevents later intubation and mechanical ventilation. It is recommended by Committee on Fetus and Newborn as well as NRP. How CPAP maintains? It maintains functional residual capacity because it prevents the collapse of the alveoli during expiration. That reduces the need of intubation, reduces the needs of exogenous surfactant, reduces the use of postnatal entrails, less ventilation days, and reduction in BPD and mortality. If you can see, the smaller the alveoli, the higher is the pressure required to keep them open. So if a partially closed alveoli is maintained by CPAP, less chances of it getting collapse. That's how delivery CPAP will help in preventing the collapse of the smaller alveoli. Maximum you can use a PEEP of 8. Don't go beyond 8. The risk of pneumothorax is very high if you'll go 8, more than 8. If you're considering CPAP for a prolonged time, you can use a nasal mask or nasal prong. I like this one. This is Ram's cannula, easy to assemble, easy for transport, easy to fix. And CPAP should be started as in all babies at risk of respiratory distress syndrome immediately after birth. If you are using CPAP or other mode of non-invasive positive pressure ventilation, give surfactant, and that will be the optimal treatment of baby with RDS. LISA I will discuss later. And if you have ability to escalate to non-invasive positive pressure ventilation, it will reduce the need of invasive ventilation in infants. If in a preterm less than 30 weeks require intubation, should be given surfactant. LISA is the preferred method we have using nowadays. Ensure is LISA is a better method. This is called least invasive surfactant administration. Baby is spontaneously breathing on the CPAP. No need to remove the CPAP. You just put a feeding tube or a LISA catheter or angio catheter directly under laryngoscopic V without disturbing the CPAP support, and you can give surfactant through that. Before we used any baby who has a 5-2 requirement more than 30% and CPAP more than 6 centimeter, give early rescue surfactant, which is between 30 minutes to within 2 hours of life. And if your baby require mechanical ventilation, give a volume target ventilation, because the volume is the most important things to control. This is the earlier method of giving surfactant. You intubate, you give surfactant, and you rapidly extubate. And the best is you perform the baby. You can see in the mannequin, baby is already on the CPAP, and the physician is giving surfactant through a catheter directly inserted into the larynx along with the syringe. This is called least invasive surfactant administration. If your facility is available, you have LISA catheter, expertise is available, use LISA compared to Ensure. Last is the one of the important thing is cardiovascular system. What we want to support in cardiovascular system? What are the targets? Normal heart rate, normal capillary refill time, normal peripheral pulses, normal systolic BP and diastolic BP. Before everyone was running after mean BP. Now This mean BP doesn't correlate with the appropriate blood flow to the organs. So target systolic BP as well as diastolic BP, gestational age, normal skin color, normal extremities temperature, normal perfusion index, normal lactate, which tells about the cardiovascular status of the baby, normal pH and bicarb. As soon as the mean arterial blood pressure goes down, the cerebral blood flow will also go down. So if the baby is having shock, the blood flow in the brain will also go down, will causing complication. They don't have auto regulation to control the cerebral blood flow. As you see the comparison between a child and a preterm baby, the child, there's a lot of auto regulation. Even if the BP is significantly down from 80 to 50, the cerebral blood flow is maintained, but that window in a preterm baby is very less. So immediate control of the blood pressure is very important to salvage the most important most important part of the body, because you want to save a baby which is developmentally normal for his age, and he can able to perform as the other kids who are born at term. So what are the therapeutic endpoints for cardiovascular support? Normal pulses, CFT less than 3 seconds, warm extremities, urine output more than 1 ml per kg per hour, normal mental status, normal blood pressure, and saturation more than 95%. What we have to do to support that? Ventilation. Ventilation will support your cardiovascular system. If needed, chest compression. In delivery room, maybe you will need normal saline and adrenaline. Venous access as soon as possible through UVC. If baby has shock in the delivery room, you can give normal saline bolus and 5 to 10 minutes. This is only for the resuscitation. For preterm babies, we don't want to give a bolus over 10 minutes except during resuscitation. After the resuscitation in ICU, 20-30 minutes, at least some babies more preterm up to 1 hour they give bolus. We don't want to give anything rapid because of the pressure passive circulation. The amount of blood, if you give fast, the cerebral blood flow will also increase and will cause intraventricular hemorrhage. Vasopressor and inotrope based on the need. If the baby is anemia, give PRBC transfusion. This slide just I wanted to put to get a highlight that all shocks are not equal. If you have a clinical features of shock, you categorize them, whether it's a diastolic blood pressure low, whether it's systolic blood pressure low, and both low systolic and diastolic pressure. Based on that, you decide what kind of therapy is baby needed, whether the baby needs norepinephrine if his diastolic pressure is low, he needs dobutamine to increase cardiac contractility, milrinone to increase cardiac contractility, or if one with circulatory failure, you want to give increased systolic as well as diastolic blood pressure, or vasopressin to increase blood pressure. So this just to give an outline. It will not be possible to do all these things in 1 hour. Just the important message is shock based on the etiology. Then we have to take care of the nutrition. Why they are more predisposed? Growth restricted babies, no store of glucose. Premature babies, hepatic gluconeogenesis is very late. Babies sick neonate, low birth weight, parental asphyxia, infant of diabetic mother, large for gestational age. But these are all should be monitored for symptomatic as well as asymptomatic hypoglycemia. If the glycogen storage is less in the preterm babies or sick neonates, glycogen will deplete fast and baby will go into hypoglycemia. Gluconeogenesis doesn't start at birth. It takes at least 12 hours of life to start gluconeogenesis. So you have to support glucose by that time. Brain needs ketone bodies, so hepatic ketogenesis is severely limited in preterm infants, so they need nutrition. Support the nutrition is always a priority, which can be done by timely establishment of IV access. Initiate dextrose containing fluid within first few minutes of life in golden hour. Start TPN in the form of dextrose, and protein lipid can be started later. Blood sugar check within golden hour to see the status of blood sugar. This is the blood sugar has always been a controversy in neonates. So this is the summary of operational threshold. Operational threshold for hypoglycemia is the point at that we will do intervention. So American Academy of Pediatrics says is 0 to 4 hours. If the blood sugar value is less than 40 milligram per deciliter, you intervene. If between 4 to 24 hours it is more than 45 milligram, you intervene. British Association has slightly lower target. World Health Organization 47 milligrams, and Pediatric Endocrine Society is 50 or less than 60. My opinion is a little bit 50, 60 is better compared to 36 or 40, because we don't know how much is because we do by point of care check how much is the plasma glucose we have maybe less than that. So target blood glucose by point of care device should be at least 45, which will be approximately 50 of plasma glucose, irrespective of the symptoms. Start 2 ml per kg of bolus if the baby is hypoglycemic and symptomatic. Recheck glucose 20 to 30 minutes after IV glucose, then hourly till stable to determine whether the additional therapy is needed. Whenever hypoglycemia, give bolus and start of GIR of 6 to 8 mg. You have to asepsis protocol should be following during all the procedures, whether you are ventilating the baby, you are inserting the line, you are putting powerful IV cannula, you want to give surfactant, you want to prepare IV fluid, you want to give TPN, antibiotics. All asepsis protocols should be followed. First dose of antibiotic, if there is risk for sepsis, you want to start antibiotic, give antibiotic in the golden hour. To prevent sepsis, use a bundle approach to give surfactant for umbilical line insertion. That will take care of your prevention of sepsis. Labs, send important labs based on individualized investigation. What was the condition of the patient? What was the condition of the baby? What was the risk factor? Chest x-ray is always there. Now it's getting replaced by ultrasound, as Dr. Vanita said, point of care, which is very common. She presented one slide for neonatal as well. If you have the expertise, facilities, you go with the POCUS. ABG, capillary blood perinatal asphyxia, you need to have a cord blood. If not, within 1 hour, that will help you deciding whether the baby needs to be put on therapeutic hypothermia. And after all this, you have adjusted, you have always communicate and counsel the family. Update them about the postnatal condition, the present status, interventions that have been done until now, further plan of management, answer their questions patiently. This is a very difficult time for them. Document all the counseling, take all necessary consent for the procedures which you required in an ICU, update the obstetrician about the condition of the baby and the plan of management of the baby. This is what the baby should be after golden hour. You are giving dextrose, baby is ventilated with a saturation of 92%, blood pressure maintained, there is no tachycardia, under server control, temperature support, with the cardiorespiratory monitor, blood pressure glucose check is done, baby's blood pressure is monitored, getting blended, humidified oxygen, temperature is maintained. That is the post resuscitation. And now you have to, if this baby is in warmer, you have to close after 1 hour. They say stabilize and close the incubator. These are the various studies done since 2010 when Renaud published the first article till 2021. Some of them were quality improvement index. Some of them looked at a long-term outcome. Increase in the admission temperature was noted, the decreased incidence of retinopathy of prematurity, BPD, decreased intraventricular hemorrhage rate, decreased chances of developing bronchopulmonary dysplasia, severe ROP, composite outcome of severe ROP and death, decreased rate of bronchopulmonary dysplasia, increased surfactant in the delivery room. So what is the current practice? Since its adoption, critical to the success is the recognition of the continuous education. We have to educate people about the golden hour, practice in your system, make sure everybody is aware what the standardization of practice is needed for the preterm babies to the first hour to improve their outcome. This was the survey done by Australian and New Zealand Neonatal Network. They found that most of the people, most of their center, they follow international guidelines, consistency exists, everyone is following delayed cord clamping, oxygen saturation targeting, and they're using CPAP of infant 25 weeks and above. Where evidence is certain, practice need to be time stabilization is the standard practice for this population. So practically some of the components are standard in the Australian and neonatal networks. So what changes we will notice? Admission temperature is better, timing of surfactant administration is, we can give early rescue surfactant, early start of amino acid, first dose of antibiotics are given in 1 hour, umbilical catheter is placed early so that we can give nutrition, time to reach an ICU has reduced, admission sugar is more than 50, long term, this is what we want, decrease intraventricular hemorrhage, decrease ROP, decrease BPD. All neonatology is about developmentally supportive, healthy future. That's all preterm babies should have that. That's the all intervention based. What is the flow of intervention in GOLD? How do we follow it? So first comes pre-delivery preparation. What? You got information that is expected preterm delivery. 2 minutes? Yeah, just finishing. Review history, anticipate probable complications, assign roles, prepare equipment as per gestational age, inform NICU to prepare for the equipment as per gestational age, set up the respiratory equipment in NICU, inform pharmacy and radiology of incoming golden hour intervention, discuss collection of the blood, and counsel parents. Then pre-delivery arrangement, the team goes into DR, role confirmed, adjust the delivery room temperature, turn the radiant warmer on, ensure warm blankets, activate thermal mattress on the bed, open the plastic bag in a sterile way and deposit it in the surgical feed to receive the baby in it. It's the most important thing. Check whether your neoperf or drag a resuscitator with appropriate size mask, initial settings, FiO2, make sure suction is showing a reading of 80 to 100 mm of Hg. Now the baby is delivered, you do team leader will lead resuscitation as per as NRP guideline, receive the baby in a plastic wrap, do DCC, shift under radiant warmer, put under pre-warm factors, follow the steps of resuscitation, place pulse oximetry on the right hand, monitor vitals, ensure adequate seal during positive pressure ventilation. If needed, intubate in case of poor or no respiratory effort. If you're doing chest compression, ensure 100% FiO2. Start delivery room CPAP in case of respiratory distress. 10 minutes have passed. Arrange for transportation. Ensure the baby is stable before transportation. Inform the unit color to enter the baby in the system. You don't want the baby, everything is ready, but the baby is not entered in the system. You cannot order medication. Shift the baby into pre-warm incubator. Monitor the saturation. Show the baby to the parents before departing. You baby received in an ICU. Place a note on the bed. This golden hour is in progress. Initial assessment. Begin order placement once weight is done. Ventilate. Connect to the ventilator. Give caffeine as per your NICU protocol. You gently ventilate with, if invasive, volume target ventilation. Allow for pervasive hypercapnia. Place IV if not present. Obtain UAC, UVC. Collect the blood. Check UAC, UVC by ultrasound or X-ray if portable is already. Machine is ready in this NICU. Start TPN. Almost this will take around 45 minutes. Then we have left with 15 minutes. Next 15 minutes will take care of the medication. Give surfactant by Ensure or Lisa. Administer antibiotic. Administer vitamin K. Cardiovascular support. My time is finished, but just support the cardiovascular system. Document everything, and then my time is finished, and baby 1 hour golden hour is also finished. This is the QI data collection and golden hour tracking form you can use if the delivery room is set or not. Take home message from my side is, first, do no harm. For all neonates, all neonatal physicians talk about that. Use golden hour as applicable to your NICU. Take care of the temperature during the resuscitation and transport. Avoid bag and mask ventilation. Use TPs. But don't remove bag as mask from the system. In case of emergency, it will be used. Keep there, but use TPs. Delivering DR CPAP as early as possible. Don't delay use of surfactant if indicated. Counsel parents before and after the storm. Thank you so much.
Our last speaker will tackle a very important subject, and it's very common, and I think it's very common cause of admission to in ICU and even in the pediatric ward. Dr. Jamila James, consultant neonatologist from American Mission Hospital. She is National Board of Examination in Pediatrics since 2011 and over 20 years experience in pediatric and in neonatology. She has more than 21 publications in local and international journal. Her topic is neonatal sepsis, early recognition, treatment, and outcome. Welcome, Dr. Jamila. And 30 minutes, because they want to focus. Thank you, Dr. Mona. Okay, thank you, Doctor. So my topic is on neonatal sepsis. This is a vast topic. So I will just confine my presentation only to the early recognition and how do we optimize the use of antibiotics in babies who are at risk for early onset sepsis. Diagnosing sepsis early in a neonate is crucial, and this is a major challenge for us, as most of the newborn they present with non-specific clinical signs, which is that make us very difficult for decision. And till date, this remains the substantial cause for the morbidity and mortality in the intensive care setting, although the incidence of neonatal sepsis is rare when compared to other morbidities in neonates, and it is reported to be 0.5 to 0.8 per thousand live births as per the CDC. So this is classified based on the neonate's age at the time of presentation. So early onset is the neonates who have symptoms before 72 hours of age, and whereas in late onset is the babies who have symptoms after 72 hours of age. So the common pathogens involved in the early onset sepsis is group B streptococcus and E. coli, and whereas in late onset sepsis it is our E. coli, group B streptococcus, MRSA and coagulase negative staph. Coming to the clinical signs, the signs of neonatal sepsis are very non-specific. They can range from subtle symptoms to very profound septic shock. Hence, we the clinicians, we need a high index of suspicion for sepsis when a newborn deviates from their usual pattern of activity and feeding. Identifying the one neonate who is septic out of the many who have non-infectious presentation is a challenging for us, especially in the early neonatal period. So classifying the clinical presentation, a neonate may be clinically ill at the time of presentation or may have some equivocal signs which may persist for more than 4 hours. At this point of time, it is very difficult for us to differentiate a septic and a non-septic neonate at that time. So we often in an urgency of initiating antibiotics for these babies. Diagnosing sepsis is a challenge. The primary issues that we identify are the presence of myriad of clinical findings that mimic sepsis rather than they represent it, and the concern for a culture negative sepsis, and the need to treat empirically for a minimum of 36 to 48 hours while cultures incubate. So the terms that we use for the diagnosis of sepsis or suspected sepsis, where neonate may have some transient symptoms which resolves quickly, and they will be treated with an empiric antibiotic for 36 to 48 hours. Then the culture proven sepsis is where a pathogenic bacteria is isolated from blood or CSF culture. We have a third group of neonates where we term them either as a clinical or a probable sepsis, is the dilemma where the culture negative sepsis comes. So these neonates will have a sterile blood culture, but they have a clinical course concerning for sepsis, and they are presumed to have sepsis, and we treat them with a full course of antibiotic. And often we result in overdiagnosis and overtreatment of antibiotics. So that's the time we should consider for other conditions that mimic sepsis like illness, so like infection due to other agents, or non-infectious conditions like respiratory and circulatory symptoms, neurological symptoms, metabolic conditions, inborn errors of metabolism and temperature instability. So what's the problem that we are facing? If you look at this data, these are the reports over the last decade, from high-income countries. You can see the percentage of newborn who were treated for culture positive sepsis is less than 25%, and even to 4 to 5% in some of the countries. Where you can see the culture negative sepsis, the ratio of babies who are treated for culture negative sepsis ranges from 4:1 to 11:1. So the vast majority of newborns are treated for a clinical course that is concerning sepsis, but we don't have any evidence that they have a bacterial infection. So now the question is then, is it true that blood culture has a low sensitivity for neonatal sepsis? So we all under the perception that the blood culture has low sensitivity for neonatal sepsis. Because of that, we have to treat all babies with the culture negative sepsis. So the reasons identified to get a false negative blood culture is use of insufficient amount of blood in the culture bottle, which yields low sensitivity, and it has been shown that a single blood culture of 1 ml can yield the sensitivity is about 99 to 100%. And the second common practice that we do is we draw blood as soon as the risk factors are identified. But the fact is the bacteremia sets in later and the baby became clinically ill. It takes time for the baby to become clinically ill. So that's the point of time where we should draw blood for culture. So it is essential the blood culture has to be taken when the baby has clinical signs of infection. So presence of identifying risk factors or not, all neonates more than 34 weeks of gestation should undergo the process of clinical monitoring and receiving the blood culture only for those babies who have the clinical signs of infection, and then we can consider starting antibiotics. And third is the checking results, that is the time to culture positivity. So it has been shown that the time to culture positivity reaches to 97% only at 48 hours of incubation. So we don't declare culture negative before 36 to 48 hours. Now the question is then how do we limit the use of antibiotics in neonates with the culture negative sepsis? When we have a newborn with the ongoing clinical signs, despite a negative culture, then you evaluate the newborn for sepsis-like illness, other causes for sepsis. So once the non-bacterial cause is identified, then we can consider stopping antibiotic, provided ensuring the blood is drawn before the initiation of antibiotic therapy and enough sampling is drawn for the culture. However, having said this, often in clinical practice, we withhold the decision of discontinuing antibiotics when there is ongoing clinical signs. So that's the time where the biomarkers can complement our clinical decision in discontinuing antibiotics in those babies. So in addition, the limitations to culture-based approach, that is due to long turnaround time and the low sensitivity due to insufficient sampling, and also the limitations to the clinical observation approach methods due to the inter-observer variability and lack of adequate training to the persons who are involved in the newborn care, and lack of risk evidence-based clinical definition. So all these have fueled the interest and has made an important contributor to the need for a biomarker so that we can recognize sepsis early and also at the same time we can discontinue antibiotics for babies who have no sepsis. So how do an ideal biomarker should be? An biomarker should rise rapidly before the clinical signs develop, and it should decrease once the infection has been cured, and it should have a high sensitivity and a negative predictive value so that we won't miss any infection. At the same time, when the test is negative, we can rule out the infection. It should have a high specificity and positive predictive value so that we can avoid unnecessary use of antibiotics. And when the test is positive, you can rule in the infection. And moreover, maternal, perinatal, and the postnatal factors should not influence its physiological kinetic. And finally, it should be easy to perform, comparable between labs, and we should need a small amount of sample, and it should be cost effective. Numerous biomarkers have been evaluated in several studies for early recognition of sepsis, but till date, there is no single biomarker is said to be ideal that meets the criteria of an ideal biomarker. And none of the currently available biomarkers are neither sensitive nor specific enough to support the decision on whether to withhold or not to withhold the antibiotic treatment independent of clinical finding. So coming to the biomarkers about CBC, complete blood count. So this is the widely used and considered to be a traditional lab test, which is being included in the evaluation of neonatal sepsis. Large multicentric studies, they have evaluated the diagnostic value of these various parameters in the neonatal sepsis, and they have shown that leukopenia, neutropenia, and a high IT ratio are all associated with infection, but they all lack the sensitivity, specificity, and they have poor positive predictive value. So when you are performing a CBC in the early onset setting, it does not add any value to your clinical decision. Neither it establish nor exclude the diagnosis of neonatal sepsis. However, even late onset sepsis, it can be used in combination with other risk factors, clinical assessment, and other biomarkers, but it should not be considered as the sole factor to treat with antibiotics. C-reactive protein, it's the next widely used biomarker in the evaluation of sepsis, although this has a very limited value in the early phase of infection. Its sensitivity and specificity is very low when it is measured in the early phase of infection. And there are a lot of observational studies on CRP, and they have shown that if you do a single CRP in the early phase of infection, it neither helps in early recognition nor you can rule out the infection with certainty. However, if you are doing a serial CRP, it will increase the negative predictive value to 99%, and it can help to exclude the infection, which can be unuseful to monitor the response to treatment as well. On the other hand, if you have an elevated CRP alone, that doesn't justify to continue the antibiotics when the baby is clinically well or even the cultures are negative. And recent studies have looked into the combination of CRP with other markers, mainly with interleukin and procalcitonin, and they have shown that combination markers have shown to improve this diagnostic accuracy, as well as they can provide reliable sensitivity between 90 to 100% for early recognition of sepsis. About procalcitonin, it's being widely used in children and in adults, and recent studies have included the procalcitonin in the evaluation of neonatal sepsis. The question is how it performs better than CRP in the evaluation of sepsis. So compared to CRP, procalcitonin is an early to intermediate marker, and it rises rapidly. It rises to its peak in 6 to 12 hours, and it has a high serum concentration when compared to the other markers, so it is useful in predicting the infection severity, and it increases significantly in response to bacterial infections. This makes the procalcitonin useful in predicting responsiveness to antibiotic treatment. However, the kinetics of procalcitonin in neonates varies. It has a rapid fluctuation in baselines after the birth. It peaks at 12 to 24 hours, and then it decreases over the next 24 to 48 hours. In addition, the impaired neonatal immunity and the blended systemic response to infection cause this PCT response to infection also delayed in the early onset of infection. So this necessitates the need for multiple cutoff values with the shifting neonatal age when it is related to procalcitonin. So the next question is, what's the best timing for performing the procalcitonin? Several observational studies, they have looked into the optimal timing for procalcitonin, and they have shown at 12 hours, procalcitonin has the optimal diagnostic performance and discrimination value between a septic and a non-septic neonate compared to when it is performed at 6 hours of age. Neopin, this is one of the large randomized controlled trial that address the use of procalcitonin for the antibiotic stewardship in neonates. And in this trial, they have shown that the procalcitonin guided decision making has significantly reduced the duration of antibiotic therapy without increasing the reinfection or any sepsis-related mortality. So this is the age-specific procalcitonin reference values in neonates, and we can see the procalcitonin reaches its peak from between 12 to 24 hours. So this is the different kinetic profiles of different biomarkers in response to bacterial infection, and the procalcitonin reaches to peak by 12 to 24 hours, whereas CRP you can see it takes 24 to 48 hours to reach the peak. So the other inflammatory markers which have been studied in the evaluation of neonatal sepsis are interleukin 6, 8, tumor necrosis factor and CD64. So all these new biomarkers are said to have a high sensitivity in identifying the sepsis, but they all lack the specificity. In general, we are not using this in clinical practice, and it is very expensive and also not available in all centers. So next comes the HERO system. So what's this HERO system? It's being used in the intensive care unit as a non-invasive biomarker for early detection of late onset infection. There are a lot of clinical trials validating this HERO system in preterms less than 37 weeks who require a prolonged NICU stay for early detection of late onset infection. So how the system works? The system will acquire the heart rate variability from the ECG data. Then the score will be continuously calculated from the previous 12 hours of ECG, and then it will be updated hourly. And it is interpreted as the increase or the fold increase in risk the neonate will experience a clinical deterioration in the next 24 hours. So however, these abnormal heart rate characteristics, they are not specific to sepsis alone. So we should, it can occur in other conditions following brain injury or following following ROP medications or due to any cardiac arrhythmias. So they also can have heart rate abnormal heart rate characteristics. So it's a challenge for us. HERO score should not be the sole factor for decision making. It has to be considered in combination with other clinical information. So when a HERO score is rising, what we should do? So you go back and review the clinical condition of the baby with the nurse or with the staff who is taking care of the baby, and review the HERO score trend. Go back and see the previous 24 to 48 hours trend, and then perform a clinical examination at that point of time, and then decide on the above whether we have to wait and observe the baby or you can evaluate the baby for infection and initiate on antibiotic. And it is also important to know that there is no definite threshold HERO score that can prompt you to initiate antibiotics. So now, how do we approach these neonates who are at risk for early onset infection? So these are the AAP recommended approaches. However, the choice of approach is institutional preference. Each unit should have their own protocol in place for consistent practice for evaluating these neonates who are at risk for sepsis. And also there should be a surveillance to ensure the compliance and effectiveness of the protocol too. So this is a risk-based approach, and this approach is being in place since the first consistent guidelines on prevention of GBS is being established since 1996. So this approach, all the symptomatic neonates and the asymptomatic newborns who are at risk for early onset infection, or all the babies are initiated on antibiotics. So based on this approach, the babies who receive antibiotics is really high. So these are the maternal risk factors they identify to initiate antibiotics on babies. So recognizing the overuse of or unnecessary use of antibiotics, that has evolved into the approach of only enhanced clinical observation approach. So in this approach, all the newborns, they will undergo the process of clinical monitoring, and only those neonates who have some clinical signs of infection will be initiated on antibiotics. So this is a color coded, and this is a clinical observation scoring chart that we use. So this chart is color coded, so easy for interpretation, and also it gives a lot of information to the staff who is involved in the care of the newborn, and when to interfere, when to take action. So this was an observational study conducted by us to evaluate the diagnostic accuracy of the clinical observation scoring. The tool used was TOBS against the biomarker we used, procalcitonin. So in this study, we have found that the STOP score, the clinical your observation score, is superior to the biomarker procalcitonin when it is performed in the early onset setting. Whereas in the late onset setting, your clinical score and the biomarker are equally effective. They are equally good, both. And this is another observational study where in the late preterm neonates, the antibiotic was restricted only to those neonates who require who had the clinical signs of infection and other. Yes, yeah. Okay. Then this is next coming to this early onset sepsis calculator approach. In this approach uses this is a web-based calculator. So in this approach there are two combinations. This uses a two combination of multivariate risk models. So one is based on the factors which are known at the birth, and the other thing is based on the clinical evaluation that is done in the first 12 hours after birth. So this is how the neonatal sepsis calculator looks like. We have to enter all the known factors which is at the birth. So the calculator will give you the pretest probability risk of early onset sepsis at birth. So based on that, it will tell you what to do. So many and also based on this EONS calculator is being evaluated in many studies, and they have shown that using EONS calculator has significantly reduced the unnecessary use of sepsis evaluation and unnecessary use of antibiotics, and also it has shown to increase the diagnostic accuracy of the early diagnosis for sepsis. So based on the evidence and considering the kinetics of biomarkers, and in the absence of a single biomarker with excellent sensitivity, so the optimal strategy for evaluation of newborns who are at risk for early onset infection will be if we have a well-appearing neonate at birth with the presence of maternal risk factors, we can use assess the pretest probability of early onset sepsis at birth using the EONS calculator, and do the clinical observation score. We can use the new observation scoring chart, and our aim is limit the sepsis screen. We should avoid missing sepsis, at the same time avoid unnecessary use of antibiotics, and avoid separation of baby from the mother. So if we find the baby is clinically well, we can limit the sepsis screen only to those babies who have a high pretest probability scoring based on the calculator. And any neonate who deviates from the usual pattern of feeding or activity, they can be initiated on antibiotics after obtaining the blood culture. And again, the procalcitonin guided decision making can help us to shorten the duration of antibiotics in addition to the blood culture and the baby's clinical condition. If the baby is clinically ill at birth, or if they have any persistent equivocal signs, and those babies, we directly initiate them on antibiotics after obtaining the blood culture. And once the babies were on antibiotic, we can use the procalcitonin guided decision along with the blood culture report and the clinical impression for shortening the duration of antibiotics. For those babies who have culture positive, then we have to go with a pathogen specific antibiotic therapy, and the duration of treatment is based on the blood and CSF culture positivity. So coming to the choice of antibiotic treatment, it's based on the neonate's age, likely pathogens, and the local antibiotic susceptibility pattern, and the presence of any focus of local infection. So this is the antibiotic regime as a first line we use in the early onset and late onset sepsis. And these are the culture pathogen specific antibiotic therapy that is used in the neonates. And again, the duration of treatment depends on the clinical course, the results of CSF and blood culture, or whether the neonates being pre-treated with antibiotics prior to lumbar puncture. Again, the duration of antibiotic treatment is based on the type of pathogen that is being isolated. Is it a gram positive or gram negative, and based on the CSF and the blood culture positivity. All symptomatic neonates should be under the continuous cardiopulmonary monitoring, and the supportive measures include maintaining an adequate oxygenation and respiratory support, maintaining normal fluid and electrolyte balance, prompt recognition and treating of any metabolic disturbances, and appropriate management for cardiovascular instability, shock, and control of seizures, and lastly, to provide adequate nutritional support for all the sick neonates. The overall mortality is sepsis-related mortality. Again, it varies. It's based on the gestational age. Lower the gestation is associated with a higher mortality, and gram-negative pathogens are associated with a higher mortality when compared to gram-positive pathogens. So where we are the future, we are going towards the use of artificial intelligence in the diagnosis of early recognition of neonatal sepsis. There are few studies been already evaluated the diagnostic accuracy of artificial intelligence in the early recognition of neonatal sepsis, and they have shown that the sensitivity specificity is almost 98% with an accuracy of 95% for predicting the clinical course and for early recognition of neonatal sepsis. However, the human intelligence is also play an important role to make the decision on whether the baby needs to be observed, whether the baby has to be observed and monitored, or need to be evaluated and start on antibiotics. So for the current practice, we can use the UNS calculator along with the clinical observation scoring chart and limit the sepsis screening. If when you are using for early recognition, we can consider combination of biomarkers and ensure the adequate volume of blood is taken for culture before initiating antibiotic therapy. And to optimize the duration of antibiotic therapy, using biomarker rely on their negative predictive value. Procalcitonin guided decision making in combination with the blood culture and clinical impression can shorten the duration of therapy.
Thank you. You can stay for the panel discussion. And I would like to call the four speakers to be on the stage for the panel discussion.
Any questions for the Prof? We'll start from first to the last. Any questions? Thank you, Dr. Phil, for that enlightening session on nutritional deficiencies. This is with respect to vitamin D supplementation that you recommended, that considering the prevalence, 92%, that one approach is to just universally supplement. So 2 questions. One is, what is the dose that you recommend for children as well as adolescents? Of course, you were talking of adolescents. The second is, what would be that subset of adolescents who actually are below the 20 nanograms? And are we doing justice to them by just giving them regular supplementation, which means, which are the subset that you actually go ahead and test? Thank you.
Great comment and great questions. Part of the comment was great because she said it was an enlightening presentation about vitamin D. The light was the key in there. Dosing, there are not great data to say just exactly how vitamin D should be dosed. But for people without active bone disease and rickets, even if they're low, an average of 1,000 units a day should be fine. More than that is not dangerous if you were to give 2,000. And whether you give a daily dose, a weekly dose, or a monthly dose, that can be fine. I like the 1,000 units a day daily dose. Some people like a 50,000 unit a day or 50,000 unit once a month dose. Either should be fine, so in that range, for children or for adolescents. there are not great weight-based doses to choose. So based on data of what's safe and what's effective, somewhere around 1,000 units per day for an older child or for an adolescent. Are we missing something for those that are deficient? No, because that's still going to be adequate treatment. It would be nice if we could change a lifestyle so they would get vitamin D without the supplement, but that either means drinking more fortified food drinks, beverages, or going in the sun, and that's not going to work. But whether they have a really low level or a normal level, that amount of supplementation will be safe and effective.
Any other questions?
Again, thank you for the enlightening talk. There's a big debate about what's the level, on what basis the level has been decided as deficiency. Considering the global prevalence, there is a talk on redefining this level for the fact that it's not causing much pathology as believed. And is there a concept of changing the level to consider the deficiency? And what's the deficiency and what's the insufficiency and what is it based on? So there are different nomenclatures used in the concept of vitamin D levels, considering the defining universal supplementation, treatment, different concepts. So what's your take on it, and what's the current debate ongoing on this?
The question is going to be more helpful than my response because there was a lot of wisdom in that. There is indeed debate. There is not a total consensus. There are different groups internationally in Europe and in North America especially that have come up with different answers. Some use insufficient as different than deficient. Some lump them together. Personally, I like the 20 level, 50 in the British units, as a limit between normal and not normal. So deficient and not deficient, but that's a habit. To break it down into insufficient versus deficient, there are no data to really say there. And the problem is we don't have a biomarker. We don't have something to say what is the danger. With rickets for kids, we do. But for what's the risk, we don't know what the risk is of diabetes or cancer or multiple sclerosis or infection. So we don't have a great way to say this is the level that will prevent that risk. So the recent Endocrine Society guidelines that came out, an international group, they decided not to talk about it because they don't know. So they talked about the risk for bone disease and were very definitive, but they opted not to give guidelines. I personally found that unhelpful because your question is a good one when we want to know. So I take the better safe than sorry approach, and I would say let's supplement so we can keep everybody above that 20 because we don't know for sure and we're not soon going to know. But what's your answer?
The debate goes on. They say evolutionarily it has not done much harm. The world is going around without much vitamin D as in required by supplementation, and why the big hoo-ha about giving vitamin in the first place. You have the sun, catch the sun, and that much sun is helping you take along. Why think of supplementing because the world is doing good without it? So why you think that for centuries that vitamin D lasted for the mankind, why would you think that vitamin D would be needed in addition? That's the debate. That's the basis of the debate. So they say endocrine perspective, just the bone health is what the vitamin D is categorized as deficiency, and insufficiency for all other means. Some have biomarkers, some do not, but there is no pressing need to get it to that level as such. That's what they say. So you're the expert, so you should be giving us the definitive recommendation on this.
Eventual risks, whether it's multiple sclerosis or diabetes, now that people are living to age 70 or 80 rather than to age 40 or 50, we're having more time to get into those problems. And we don't have perfect data. I add up the data to think supplementation makes sense. Other people very reasonably could come to a different conclusion. because we don't have the good data to say exactly. At the same time, not all of us are completely evidence-based. Some of us live by anecdotes. And once one of us gets cancer and I think, oh, could I have prevented that cancer if I would have taken vitamin D? We don't know. So yeah, that was a good explanation of the debate.
Any other questions? Just I have a comment, Prof. Regarding, this is very vitamin D deficiency and also the iron. It is very common, and especially now with the awareness of vitamin D, as you see in, like in Bahrain, between 92 to 95, and even I remember there was a study done regarding the pregnant woman with, and they check the cord blood for the babies. Around 95 of those who are pregnant were deficient. I think it's not a time to be as too fortified as what we were before, like when how they prevent the meningomyelocele and by adding the folic acid, fortifying in the food, because especially supplementation on daily basis, it will be very difficult for the children to take, and especially the adolescent also. Then according to the chart, I remember, as you see, as the one grow up, the deficient is more. So what do you think? It's better we refer that as a public health problem and to be tackled like this, to be fortified the food?
Yeah, I fall onto the side of the debate to say I think we should be getting more vitamin D to adolescents. And then the question is, what's more feasible? I personally don't like the idea of taking medication for a public health issue. So the supplement, I don't like the idea, but it's easily doable. And some would say once a month is easier than once a day. So I think supplementation is reasonable. Fortification would also be perfectly reasonable, but then you need something that's fortified that people take enough of that they're going to get there.
Yeah.
For young children, putting vitamin D in milk was very helpful. So having vitamin D in milk and an infant formula, that works. For teenagers, what is the thing that they're all drinking?
Ice cream.
Yeah. All right, so if everybody has a liter a day of ice cream, that might do it. So
this is the only thing they like.
So we
Don't
need
tell
to
them about
find
milk.
so we need to find something with a common source that we can put the fortifier in. So that means everybody has to use the same ice cream producer, and then everybody has to eat it. But the other thing about vitamin D, since it's stored in fat cells, people can have a little bit of up and down in their intake, and they'll keep some stored. So maybe it's just a liter once a week instead of every day a smaller dose. But yeah, that's the challenge. I think fortification makes sense. I really think sunshine makes the most sense. And culturally, there should be ways for people to be in 15 minutes a day of sunshine with their hands and arms and face and head exposed. There's not going to be a big risk of sun cancer from that. And even the way there are a lot of people living in compounds, and you don't have to be covered socially and culturally within the compound. I think sun exposure would be the best, but I think that's going to be a lot less feasibly accepted than sun. But yeah, these are the points that the smart politicians are going to have to decide when they come up with.
Thank you, bro. Any questions for Dr. Vinita? Any questions? Go ahead. Okay, they don't have, just I have one regarding how applicable really. Okay, we get the skills, we have it, we know what to do, but how applicable to be done like in because I know now for emergency, PICU and ICU, they are doing it. But this is in a place where you are, if you are not that much so busy, like let us say we are talking about the government hospital, which is very crowded, and the emergency is so hectic. Do you think the emergency doctor will have a time to do this?
Yes, this has been a concern when it came in as a concept, as a point of care application, but really it's not a debatable question at all. In primary care practice, just as second nature as auscultation, using a stethoscope, you will start using it as you learn the skill. It becomes necessary to have some more insight where this traditional examination has not given you answer, and you know a tool like this is available ready at hand, and you have the skill to apply it, you'll be using it. As I said, there are a couple of us who are already using it as a daily basis, and we are finding revelations utilizing it. So it's, before you get started, this should be a concern, and there have been surveys over a period of time concerning what's your practice limitation to adapt focus in your practice. Primary care never was in picture. Now it's almost adopted in primary care for very many applications. So on later times, it's never a thing as time is a concern, or the availability of resources is a concern, availability of training is a concern. It's become as adapted as it was until 5 years ago in ICUs and emergency care. Now everybody is catching on it and seeing the positives of it, and every day the research is adding value to it.
Okay.
Time has become not so much of a concern anymore.
Okay. Because of running of short of time, we'll go to Dr. Adar. Any questions regarding golden hour? Anyone? That means you are familiar with it. You are doing proper station, and all babies are, you don't have any problems during the station. And this is very important, especially for the preterms. Perhaps for the term, it is equivocal about the effect, but for preterm years is documented that golden hour is very important to reduce the mortality and morbidity. Is it right? How many people here are practicing delayed cord clamping in their recitation room? Others? That means still not, in spite, we know the benefit of it, in spite of that, is still not, it is standardized. Yeah. It's the same golden hour for the lactate, for breastfeeding. It's all continuation.
All this intervention improves after quality improvement projects. All this golden hour, most of them are quality improvement projects. So currently, we, as she said, we are practicing DCC as a quality. We'll follow it but although it only the quality improvement make changes in ICU practices mostly.
Thank you. For the last, and which is very common, I think, many of you who are working in ICU or in pediatric regarding neonatal sepsis. It's very common diagnosis, yes? Okay, any questions for Dr. Jamila?
Regarding the resistance for the WHO recommended ampicillin and gentamicin, so you have any update, like the fosfomycin and amikacin to be used instead of ampicillin and gentamicin?
From the first? Oh my God. Dr. Jamila is not here. If Dr. Jamila here, she will, I don't know what she will do.
Ampicillin, this is based on the pathogens that we identify most common in the early onset. So, and GBS. So that's why we are considering ampicillin. And with respect to gentamicin or amikacin, gentamicin is preferable, is used, but you can't consider amikacin too when you consider there is based on the local, the antibiotic susceptibility pattern. So amikacin can also be considered when there is a high resistance to gentamicin isolates are there.
But the good thing is still all over the world, gentamicin is not carried. When in United States they changed gentamicin to clavuran, within no time the resistance was high, and they again they shift to gentamicin back.
Gentamicin.
Yeah. And just I have one how, what is here you are using, how you are applying it, all what you said. Are you discontinuing the antibiotic within 36 hours?
In babies with the culture negative, and they are clinically, they are fine, we are discontinuing in 36 to 40
What does it
days.
mean fine?
It's clinically well based on
What
the
is
scoring.
well? This is the problem in
based
the
on
debate.
based on the clinical the scoring that where the observations.
So you are using objective rather than subjective.
Yes.
And you are documenting it.
Yes,
Because
doctor.
and is the lab for you release the culture within 36 hours to 48 hours, or no? We will wait till 72 hours, then till 5 days, because that's what the lab they are doing, the microbiology lab. Yes, the 24 hour, the 36 hour is by you call, but the 72 hour, this is the real documented culture. You see it in the system. Is it like this in here? Or?
We get it by 48 hours. 48 hours culture report they declare. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the lab. But 48 hours also we get it. We get it 48 hours.
Because all the time it's easy to start, but it's difficult to discontinue. This is the problem with the all the time in ICU and all the time with the increase of the resistance. Because just count how many course of antibiotic a preterm in the ICU will receive antibiotic, and we know nowadays about the microbiota and about the gut leak, about the desensitization, all these things we are talking. But when we come to practice, we don't have that brave, and we stop and we say no. I will stop it, and I will take all the risk. Nobody will do that. I am a neonatologist for more than 20 years, and I am seeing that. And this is the fight all the time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Sorry for keeping you. Have
Doctor, for you, what about this EOS calculator? Are you using in Salmania or the heroes? What she said about the heart rate monitoring?
For me, when I was there, no, because I am not now in Salmania, I was applying it. Okay, but not every consultant will agree on it. The hero we don't have it, but King Hamad they have it. We don't have it in Salmania. They are still depending on the inflammatory markers and the culture and the clinical and the calculator. These are what they are using it as.
Okay.
Just a follow-up on the public health practice on vitamin D in this part of the world. As I'm aware, the dairies are fortified with vitamin D here. Apart from that, the school breaks and school uniforms are designed in such a way that the skin exposure to sunlight is there, and the school breaks are conceived at in the time where it's supposed to be the best sunlight capture between 11 to 1, and they are let out to go in the exposure for sunlight between 11 to 1 for 10 to 15 minutes, and with the uniform which is conducive with sunlight exposure, that's maximum capture of vitamin D. So this is one of the public health measure globally suggested, but practiced in Middle East also.
Dr. Vanitha, if you want to start your workshop at 4, we need to end now. Otherwise, you will not start by 4. Now I would like to call our Chief of Medical Staff, Dr. Dibak, to deliver his closing speech. And regarding those who are asking about the certificate will send by email, and there is an evaluation form. Once you fill the evaluation form, you will receive immediately your certificate.
Good afternoon, friends, and I know this is the fag end of the day. It's not a good time to give a long speech, and I'm holding you back from an even greater lunch, which is due. But I would like to say a round of thank yous to many people. First, I will start with Dr. Phil Fischer for making this journey across the seas and coming here and being with us and enlightening this whole audience, which I've got feedback during the day that his wisdom was palpable. So can you give him a round of applause for what he's doing? With all the speakers who contributed to this session, people from within the organization, outside the organization, I must really thank you for taking the time off, and especially with a weekend with a public holiday due. We had so much of an audience, which I think was commendable. And at the end of our third symposium, we had 180 plus registrants who came, who had registered to the meeting. So that was commendable for making that happen. So thank you to all who came here, to all of you who are here, who made this a success, because without you, this would not become a reality. But I would like to say a few thank yous, especially to the organizing team, to many people who worked behind the scenes, but primarily to Mohammed Salman. Can we give him a round of applause for what he's been doing? To Joel, I think from marketing, who worked to then, and with others from the marketing team, from people from learning and development, people from education, all who got together to make this happen. And I'll tell you why this is happening. This is the third of meetings we've had in a year, which is pretty good to have for one organization in one specialty to have 3 symposiums, and with all of them having one international speaker. And that is because when we started American Mission Hospital at Ali, we said the differentiator for us is not just a service sector, but is also to bring in the component of teaching and learning. And education then becomes a strong focus at this place. And I remember three loves a person can have, right? And that was actually a teacher of mine who said this, and I was fortunate enough to give an oration in his memory after he passed away due to COVID. He said, love of learning, love of the learner, and the third love is to bring the first two together. Bring the learner and the learning together. This audience, or this auditorium and this audience was meant to bring learning and the learner together. So thank you and have a good weekend, and wish you all the very best, even for those who are staying back for the next, for the workshop. Thank you and have a good day. And Mohammed, you have some comments? Yeah, for a photograph. If you can quickly come over, all of you, to have the group photograph of all the attendees, please do come. Speakers who came, please do come. Yeah, I think. Quickly, could you come down so that we could finish this necessary activity? Right. All of you, please do come. It's just to be in memory of this day. I must also thank the sponsors of this meeting. This is the first time we've had a few number sponsors who supported this meeting. Thank you to all of them who made this happen.
don't forget, 5th floor, there's food to be eaten. Please go up to the 5th floor and have your food before you. Those who registered for the POCUS workshop at 4 o'clock, it'll start on the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, on the 4th floor. 4 p.m., 4th floor. Yeah, you can come and tell yourself. RCSI students, there's a special request for the RCSI students to come here for a photograph. So may we request the RCSI students to come up.